All right, everybody, and welcome to Black Futures Month. This is Deja Sneed here, and thank y'all so very much. No, for that, I want to make sure that, again, everybody's time and attention to this fantastic run of everything that we have is absolutely going to be part of it. And I'm just trying to bring in our very first set of guests so we can get right on track and right on time. So, just real quick, what we're looking for on the Black Futures Month in this endeavor is that we want to make sure that we take time and attention to realize the creativity that's being built with us in a real sense. We have Black History Month, obviously, every February, and with the book N.K. Jemisin's "How Long Till Black Futures Month," it just really inspired me to take a look and try to bring in some of the pioneers of people and opportunities that are doing this for us here in real time. So, with that, I wanted to go ahead and bring in our first set of guests. Some gentlemen here that are absolutely being a part of the legacy of Black history and bringing it in a new format to be a part of the conversation for I think truly resonates with us on the idea of what is the Black futures. So, with that, we're going to bring in our panelists here for comics and Black history, featuring David Crownson, Greg Burnham, and Marcus Williams. Woman, I've disturbed slumbers and sent late night texts to make this thing happen here. I really appreciate y'all so very much for helping us kick this off. So yeah, thank y'all so very much yet again. So with
Thank you for having us.
Thank you. Pleasure to be here. Pleasure to be here. Let me see if I can turn my headphones on.
Thank you very much.
Oh no, we're turning you up in our headphones too, so we got you. Yeah, thank you so much. So I just want to just take it from the top, starting with David and going to Greg and then Marcus. I'd love for you guys just to give a moment to introduce yourself and your work, and we'll take it on from there.
All right. Hey, good morning, everybody. My name is David Crownson. I'm the CEO and founder of Kingwood Comics, and I'm the writer and creator of Harriet Tubman Demon Slayer.
Oh, I thought you were gonna go a little harder, so I was not ready to be ready. But now I'm ready. My name is Greg Burnham, co-creator of Tuskegee Airs, creator of The Search for Sadaka. I have a couple of children's books, working on some more. Writer,
Mhm.
publisher, editor, and stuff like that.
There it is.
Definitely. Marcus Williams. I'm known online probably as Marcus the Visual.
Mhm.
Also co-creator and co-person of Tuskegee Airs, and just character designer, illustrator. Been working out here in Atlanta for about 20 years or so. So good to be here.
Awesome, and thank you all so very much. So to just take it right off the bat, all of your properties that you work on with Harriet Tubman, Demon Slayer, and Tuskegee Gears, as far as the ones that you're most prominently known for. I know you gentlemen also have other endeavors. Just the very first point of what inspired you to take historical context into the comic format.
Sure.
Uh, for me, it just kind of hit me, and it was a crazy, weird, inspirational thing where I was traveling and I was watching a Harriet Tubman documentary, and then kind of channel surfing, um, and then just happened to stumble upon the ending of Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, where
Mm.
it's that big katana fight scene, and then then more channel surfing, everybody. Back when there was channel surfing, uh, and stumbled upon this terrible movie called Hansel and Gretel Witch Hunter, and
Mm.
I think I was just journaling um and no offense to the filmmakers of Hansel and Gretel Witch Hunters, it's hard to make anything. So I'm just kind of channel surfing, and those words, these words kind of just jumped up at me, and it was Harriet Tubman and witch hunters and katana fight scene. And then I was like, okay, I'm like Harriet Tubman Demon Slayer. And I started really just kind of working on the script and the story. And it took about like, it was just a year of just scripting before I even found like artists and found my team basically. And, found Cortland Ellis, this great, amazing artist. And he drew the cover. And, and again, still like I was still like extremely new, had no idea what to do with it. I think it even took me, even when I got the idea, it took me like a couple of days to go, oh, it's a comic book.
Mhm.
I'm like, oh, I read comic books, but let me like get a deeper education, just read through every uh, book on how to write comic script and how to collaborate with artists and just learn that language. And yeah, and then it kind of evolved into this. Oh, this was a fun, goofy idea for me
Mhm.
that I came up with randomly. And then we had new at the time like a new political leader in
Mhm.
America, and where it was kind of like this time of white supremacy being emboldened. I'm
Mhm.
talking about Trump, everybody. That's right. Gloves are off. But yeah, it was basically that, and I just remember, this comic book kind of became my catharsis in a way of how I was gonna, because all this stuff was happening. So, and also like, and this was this. I'm glad this also ended up happening with just um, researching the real life Harriet Tubman and just using vampires and demons and werewolves as either a, uh, like just as something in the background while still like pushing her actual story.
Mhm.
Um, because a lot of the stuff really happened, and
Yeah.
even without like demons, witches, vampires, werewolves, like this is still an amazing story. But
Mhm.
I know Hollywood and all the other people, the higher ups, they're not going to tell it in a or present it in a anime style. So I'm like, oh, let me do it. And it got these kids. I've been recently like teaching kids, and I said, hey, like your comic got me to, you know, read the real life story and really check it out, because usually I'm kind of these kids were like, oh, I'm kind of bored in class, but like I felt more engaged, because I like comic books, and you were able to put um the historical context and an action adventure thing and still tell the story and still educate. And I was like, damn, that's some pressure. I don't want that. Like I was just trying to have fun. I'm like, oh no, I have to educate you. But yeah, that was basically it. Scare racist white people, and here we are.
You're extremely liberal with that and generous with that title of leadership for the aforementioned leadership. We say leader. I was like, you're being very gracious in that sense, but absolutely, apropos to the times for sure. So no, so we'll turn
Thank
to
you.
the yeah, yeah. So we'll turn to the Tuskegee area gentleman. Marcus Gregg. What's your point to that?
Sure. I was at the table. We were Greg was doing a children's book signing. We were what was that for? Broken Glass? I can't remember which book we were at. We were at a
I
local
think it was
mall here in
both.
Georgia. Yeah, we were at a local mall here in Georgia, um, doing a signing. Greg was doing a signing for his children's books. I was in support, so I was at the table, and an older gentleman came by the table, simply asked, hey man, all this is great. What y'all got for aviation? Y'all got nothing for aviation? These kids don't know nothing about aviation. He says we had I had superhero posters on the table, things like that. And he was, he made quick work to insert, hey, we kids need to learn about aviation, the history in this country, African American history, aviators and things. I had done some young heroes images where I was taking young black superheroes and just making them young, Marvel and DC characters, animation, things like that. And I said, hey, well, I said I was doing some young superhero stuff. I think I was trying to do some young Tuskegee Airmen here in a minute. And he was like, y'all, if y'all do that, man, y'all can go into the airport with that. Y'all can do a lot of stuff with that. I was like, Yeah, I know. Okay, I said I can definitely do some stuff like that. And then Greg, I sat back down. Greg was like, "Yo, we need to write something up about that." And I was like, "What are you talking about?" It was like young Tuskegee Air stuff, yeah, Tuskegee Airmen stuff. I was like, "All right, Dan, let's go ahead and do it." Literally like that next like the Saturday.
Yeah, no, that was a Saturday. I think
Right.
on Sunday we ignored our children.
Right.
We like Marcus came to my house. My
Right.
kids were older, so it was like whatever. But I think we started just playing around. Marcus started sketching, and I started like writing down like all the stuff we were world building. And I remember I sent my daughter to her grandmother's house because she required more attention. My son was like whatever. And we spent like that week. It was like Thanksgiving, the week of Thanksgiving. We were like every day just like banging away at these concepts. And Marcus was he put like the first illustration up. I don't have it with me right now. The first illustration is just one of our kid pilots, Abel, standing with his arm like resting on a mech. It was like pencil, that gray paper that he be using.
Oh yeah,
And
certainly, absolutely.
he posted that, and like we woke up the next day, and people was like, "I need this." They
Yeah.
were threatening us. They didn't even know. We didn't even put like
Threatening.
yeah, we didn't
He's like, "Yo,
threats,
give me this
man,
damn art.
you don't tell me
Don't
where
encourage.
to send this money.
I'm gonna pull it up. This is
Bet.
this was after like we sat down
Yeah.
during that week, man. Initially we literally said, how do we respectfully pay homage to something in a story where there's actually living heirs, like living relatives that are still there. We didn't want to disrespect the Tuskegee Airmen by saying, "Oh man, we're gonna do the Tuskegee Airmen next class." We didn't want to do that, and in those conversations, we simply said, "Well, I remember the question, well, what if we push it like in the future, like from our future? What if we go further from where we are?" And I mean that question literally, my brain was like, "Oh wait, shut up, stupid." I said we can get giant robots if we go far enough. The jets can turn into giant robot. I'm a huge anime fan, love mechs, the mech genre. And Greg was like, "Yeah, martial arts. We can do martial arts. We can do."
Remember, my son was like in the next room because he has his own little video game room. And when Marcus said mechs, my son comes running out. I think at the time he was probably like 19, I think. This dude comes running out. Somebody say mechs? And like, yeah. And he was like, yeah, do that. And I was like, all right, bro. If he says so, then I was getting down number. Because at first, I'm not going to lie to you. I remember like Robotech and all of that, but I wasn't, that I was like Transformers, G.I. Joe. I'm old. And so
classically trained. I think
yeah, so they,
there you go.
They're like explaining to me because I was like, well, there's already Robotech, and they're like, no, it's a whole genre. Like there's, tons of these. So it was cool. I think the other part that because Marcus said it about us, trying to not disrespect the families or anything. We like everything that we've done has like a little element where you're gonna learn something. My children's books, the Search for Sadaka, like other concepts that me and Marcus have that haven't even seen the light of day yet. I'm a history major, and so like that was my goal. Like I wanted to teach history till I found out they get paid like $2 an hour. So it's like, there's always that kind of fusion because I truly believe, and it sounds cliche, but I think we both believe that if we're not able to teach and explain where we come from, then, the children and the people that are, that are going through things won't really understand what they're even looking at,
Right.
So we always go back to, being taught that in our country, we get, it's just like the movies, they're heavily, surrounding our oppression and all that kind of stuff. You know what I'm saying? So just like what David's doing, like telling these stories of these like real life superheroes, because Harriet Tubman was a freaking superhero. She was,
Yeah.
you know, like literally, like probably the most brave, you know, person that, you know, walked on this side of the, you know, of the earth.
Mhm.
And at least the one that was documented to us, you know what I'm saying? So it's
Yeah.
like
Right.
telling these stories and, you know, showing people the other side of, you know, the resistance and the excellence is huge for us. And we see it paying off like all the time with the schools, you know, the kids that we talk to. Granted, right now we have to do a lot more virtual stuff, but yeah, we see that impact that it, you know, that it's great. I don't want to
Mm.
talk too much.
Right.
You're right. You're great, man.
I think that's where it. Once we got the concept together and we had the solidified, you know, idea. Usually it takes me and Greg. We go back and forth about a name of something, but
Mhm.
it's like, what about Tuskegee Airs? Yeah, that's it. Let's call it that. Let's call it that. And we did the Kickstarter back in 2016, man, and you know the support was overwhelming. But yeah, it's as soon as we got to post stuff about it online, it was like, shut up, take my money. It was, where is this right now? And so
Right.
we knew we had something that, and I mean, I searched. I went home and searched like furiously online, like this has to have happened already. Let me look, and I'm talking about nothing, nothing
That's
like what we were
crazy.
trying to do, and that's very rare. But we got to understand why. It's because there's a lot of red tape if you're trying to do something specifically. So our kids are not blood descendants. They are just new kids taking on the legacy, ergo Tuskegee heirs.
Yeah.
And so the legacy is what they're inheriting, but we made up a fictional descendant. Colonel Mars is kind of like their master splinter that teaches them the history, that teaches them that ethic, that work ethic that the actual Tuskegee Airmen had. And so we dropped, Greg likes, I remember saying the word nugget. You know, we put little nuggets of information throughout. And I guess the goal was to never make it feel like we're like, stop reading and learn.
Right.
Right.
In other
Yeah.
words,
Kinda-
it's interwoven into the story where you're entertained and don't realize you're learning, and it's a Jedi mind trick the whole time. And so by the time you know get out of the book, and we want, I remember specifically talking to Greg to say if a family is reading this, hopefully at the end of it they have to go back and say, wait, is this real?
Yeah,
you know, wait, let me look this up on Google as a family, hopefully. But we made it all ages. We didn't dumb it down. We didn't make it ultraviolet. We wanted to make sure everyone could just kind of get in there and enjoy the story. And there's no such thing like that in animation. There's no Five Young Black anything. Like to this day, I mean, Boondocks did a great job, but it was on Adult Swim for good reason. It's a great show, had a lot of wonderful layers to it, but you couldn't approach that as a family. So me and Greg really, really meticulously planned and tried to make something that was digestible by everyone because it's so needed. And I've literally gone to schools in February, Black History Month, and said, "Hey kids, y'all heard of the Tuskegee Airmen, right?" Zero hands go up, and I'm looking at the teacher like, he's like,
That's
I'm like, all right.
I can imagine.
Like,
Yeah, that's
that don't know. Well, I've heard of them before.
Right.
I can't fathom and any type of educational institution you can walk in and that happen, but I trust and believe, man. That's crazy.
Public
Listen, it happens on a grander scale. Like someone saw my book or they saw the title and they were like, you know what? I really like appreciate Harriet Tubman when she didn't give up her seat on that bus. You know, she is a hero, and I'm like, oh man. I'm like, I'm just gonna let him talk and like buy my book and take his money.
That is insane, y'all.
And then he'll be like shocked when he opens it up, like, what is this?
Right.
What? Where is the school bus? Where is the bus? Oh my God! Like this is a throwback Thursday story. Oh my God!
Yeah. And it's intentional. We've come to understand it's intentional. Both of those stories are absolutely inspiring to any culture, any age group. Talking about an individual or a group of individuals that challenged the world around them to literally put their lives on the line to challenge what was in place. And if you tell the story of the Tuskegee Airmen to young people, how on earth would you, as a school or institution, say this wouldn't be good to teach young people that no matter who oppresses you, no matter what odds are against you, work together. And the Tuskegee Airmen had a whole team of support. That was something I didn't even know until we actually went to the museum, and it's again history and all the facts, but seeing how many people supported them on the ground.
It's like if you've ever been to Tuskegee, then you already know, Black University. But like we got there and like we're looking at all these pictures and that the community came together. So you had like women that were making the uniforms and like also people that were dealing with the artillery, like just all the way around. Of course, you had to have people cooking, but and then all the mechanics and all the other elements. This is all Black. And
you got all this Black support pushing up the pilots.
Right.
And that's what people saw, or that's what people hear about. Oh, the Tuskegee Airmen. But then you got this whole layer of support, of community support. And how is that not support? How is that not helpful for a young person to understand? But you don't hear that about in Black history. You tell the passive stories during Black History Month. You tell the stories of passive Black African Americans that passively, that peacefully, that hoped, and try, but you don't tell these stories of fierce, encouragement, togetherness, and all this stuff, working together. Harriet Tubman wasn't alone. She had a network of people that she worked with. Again, why wouldn't that be, inspirational to a group of young, and these are classrooms taught by white teachers and full of Black students. I've gone into them multiple times. The teacher
even in Atlanta,
excited.
Even in Atlanta?
Yeah.
I would love for you to come talk to my kids. You would be saying, I'm like, cool.
Yeah.
A bunch of kids, let's go. It's a white teacher. I get in there, 22 plus Black little babies in their classes. White teacher teaching these kids, but at least though I give them props because they see what we're creating and they're inviting and saying, hey, they just need to see a creative person, a man. And I'm like, dope, let's go talk. Oh, you got a whole classroom full of Black babies. Interesting. Well, I'm glad I'm here, kids. Let's talk about this stuff.
Get out of here, teacher.
It's true. It's true.
So, but yeah, that's where we got. That's where it started, and it's been a wonderful ride, man. Like you were saying, it's just interactions with people that don't know. We get a lot of people that pronounce airs as hairs. Of course, they look at the cover. If you see what's behind me in the background, they'll look at the actual characters and say, there was no female pilots back, sir. This is in the future. We put our story in the future. It's okay. We got young ladies in the future. It's okay.
I don't mean to cut you off and derail, but I'm glad you said that because where's my finger? This lady here. This is our Black History Month variant cover, illustrated by some guy named Marcus, the visual. I know that dude. He's okay. But anyways, I wanted to point to this lady because now when people say, because I had to research all these people, right? Now when people say there were no pilots, blah, 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 and all that dumb, misogyny type stuff, this lady, Willa Brown, actually was the first Black woman to earn her license in the United States and her pilot's license. She actually helped to set up a school where she trained and taught, where they taught, people aviation. A lot of them, the people that went to the school, turned out to be Tuskegee Airmen. Right. So now I can say, man, miss me with all that dumb talk because these dudes were learning from women.
Right.
And then I step off like, woo, and then, they'll just be looking crazy.
Right. So where's the animated series? Where's the animated series at?
I was just about to say, it goes back to the concept, which is the good thing about me and Greg is we've been working together for 20 years, man. And I respect this man like few men on this that's walking this earth because he is not willing to take shortcuts on quality and or values. Not that he's ever shown me. Maybe he does it on set, but no, seriously. But like literally, we've had these conversations a bunch of times, and it's just like because we have been in pitch rooms, we have talked to studios, we have we've been talking about this animated series, and it's not even about being in full control as much as it is about protecting the actual heart and soul of this. This goes way beyond us. So if we put it in the hands of a studio, we've been in enough pitch rooms, Greg, that the questions start coming. Go give them some of the questions. The questions are very they're normal now to us, but we're like,
Which one are you talking about? Like the ones where they're trying to possibly change the race of people?
Yeah. Do they all have to be black? We love what you're doing. Yeah, do they all have to be black?
We had could at least one be Afro-Latino? Well, there is one. If you read the books, the thing is, the Afro-Latino, so I don't know how else I can help you there. But yeah, that one comes, David. Yes, and we have to look at people face to face, right? So that look that you're doing, we can only do that in our mind. But on the outside, we're like, yeah, no, not really. They all need to be, black, just like the Tuskegee Airmen were. It's a lot, man.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. I was just got to reference. Marcus, you play that Monster Hunter game, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I went and watched that movie. I've never played that game. I think I watched Marcus play it a few times. I've never played it, but when I saw that movie, I was like, there's no way that the people that created this game and created this story, I just can't imagine there's any way that they meant for it to turn out like that. And we see that so often that they get your story and it's like, oh, that's a cool point of reference, and then they just go wild with it. And so we toggle, like as entrepreneurs, it's like, yeah, I'd like to take your money and then say I created, I'm the co-creator of this show or whatever. But at the same time, it's like, is it going to be something that, we're proud of? Is it something that can advance the culture? Because I totally, without trying to sound too self-righteous, I think that the work that we're creating, everybody on here, you too, Dedrin.
Yeah, absolutely.
The work that we're creating is helping to advance our people. It might not be like the creation of the iPhone or anything, but I see it, man. When you look, those babies look and they start identifying. Remember, Marcus, we were in a convention in North Carolina. This lady comes in, her son, he's not into comics. She buys him like the first 2 issues of Tuskegee Airs. He comes back the next day dressed as one of our characters, but not in cosplay. He just found a jacket. He found some goggles. He turned the hat around. He had a super soaker. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And it's like we see the reaction and how kids light up. And we know 100% that if Marcus and I would have seen this when we were little, like we would probably be way further along in our process than we are now. Because we spent a lot of years of our life wondering if this is even possible.
I didn't draw black characters when I was young. And in hindsight, I remember very vividly there was no urge to draw black. There was no urge or, something that, pushed me towards that, to saying, well, what if the characters look like I did? I never put myself in, these animated shows that I saw. I never saw myself in the cockpit of a giant robot. So that's representation, right? But then exposure feels a little bit different, and it's weird to say that you form a bond with these fictional characters as you hear them talk, as you see them go through trauma or go through hard times. You actually, that's why we love Transformers and Voltron. You see these characters and you form a bond. Unbeknownst to our young brains at the time, that we're like, why do we care that a freaking Optimus Prime died? You know, it's a
Oh
fictional
no.
character, right? You know what I'm saying? But
Yes. Oh, my
heart
heart. I'm
wrenching,
holding my
you
heart still. Boy, that's
know.
Yeah,
oh my still.
But imagine doing
Yeah.
that in an animated series where you got five wonderfully,
Mm,
talented, skilled, working together, technology, giant robots, martial arts, cool weapons, and history all in
mm,
one screen, man. It hasn't been done before.
right.
So,
yeah.
in order for us to actually do that animated series, there's absolutely compromises that we will make, and then there's compromises we won't.
Mm.
And sometimes
Right.
that's a deal breaker, but we're open. We've had some people. Well, I think they're too old, and hey, we can age them down a little bit. Ain't no problem, as long as the
Right.
story
Right.
is. But can we keep everything the
It's
same?
Right.
But
like,
little things like that we can compromise, but not on. There's nothing wrong with five young black main characters. Y'all do it with any other show. You know,
Right.
mhm.
any other show you can name. Avengers, love the Avengers, love
Yeah,
what Marvel's
yeah,
doing.
Hmm.
yeah,
They don't break the rule of three as the main
yeah.
cast of Avengers.
Like,
Right.
do you
You
know
got
how many?
Rhodey,
Yeah,
yeah, you
Go,
got
go
Rhodey, you
ahead.
got
yeah.
Black Panther, and you have Falcon. How many non-white characters do you have on the Avengers cast? That's your
4,000.
three.
Right. Exactly.
The whole lineup.
Yeah,
Everybody else is cool.
think
Yeah,
about it. How many brunette scientists, like, are like I was watching WandaVision, and they mentioned like oh, we're gonna bring in, it's like a big guest star they're gonna bring in or whatever, and they mentioned it. Minor spoilers for WandaVision if no one saw
Yeah,
it
I'm gonna just
last
take my
night.
headphones off. Adjacently, keep
No, no, no.
talking.
It's
Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead. No, no.
it's nothing. They just mentioned they're gonna bring in like this aerospace like scientist engineer,
Right.
and everyone's like, who could it be? And they named like 14 different characters, and I'm
Right.
like, how many brunette
You
scientists who
see.
are white are are in this? And like, but if you add like Riri Williams and Miles Morales, it's like, whoa, it's too many black people.
that, that,
There's
that,
there's too many Negroes. They don't say that. There's too
you can
many.
only do three.
There's
yeah.
only three. There's two.
Rule of three.
And I didn't, going
Mm,
back to the conversation of representation and how it matters and how it kind of pushes young black people forward. I'm a little bit jealous of this generation because they got
mm,
to grow up like, I don't know. My movie was, I was like, wow, Batman Forever, and
right.
like Will Smith was my thing. These kids got Black Panther and Spider Verse in the same year,
Yeah.
and I think I didn't realize this just with my comic because I'm because at the time I'm having fun and learning about the real life Harriet Tubman and also like just combining it with all this other stuff. And someone said, "Oh, like, well, your comic book, like, it's like a black female lead book." And I'm like, "Oh,
Mm,
well, you have Storm, and they're like, no, but Storm is a supporting character. It's X-Men." And I'm like,
right.
"Well, you got Michonne." It's like, "Well, Michonne's a supporting character. It's not, the book tells and say Michonne. It says Walking Dead." And I didn't. I'm like, "Oh, it's like mine's Harriet Tubman Demon Slayer," and
Right.
it's her like as the lead, and she's not
Mm,
a supporting character who comes in and says three lines and then like deuces. I'm like, oh,
mm,
she's carrying the book. I'm like, all right, cool, especially in like this next chapter. Um,
mm.
but yeah, that is insane. That they were like, so they wanted to do an Afro Latina. Like, can we change the race? The hell?
Now, I
Like,
was gonna say, go
I just
ahead.
think
No,
your
go
book
ahead.
is really easy. I'm like, oh, that's easy to turn into an animated series. Here's some money. I'm gonna call, like, if I'm
It
like a
would.
billionaire. Here's line animation. Guys, shake hands, and we're going to just go hang out. Here's your writer's room.
And then
Have fun, guys. Have a good weekend.
and
Like, it
another
seems
thing,
easy.
and David,
Mm,
you probably have experienced this too. Like, we get people like, and me and Marcus, we've been experiencing this our whole life.
Yeah,
We've
we're
had
used to
people that come in and they're like, "Oh, this is great," blah blah blah, and they'll start to, like acting like they want to try to push and get this story done. As soon as we reach like the first obstacle, they start asking us to do stuff for them. You know, I had this idea for blah 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 blah. So that's one of the things I think that we see with Hollywood and entertainment as a whole is that most people that come into contact, and believe you me, we have people coming at us like all the time for the last 5 years. But most of them are really only trying to get what they can out of it. So number one, if they see that we're not stupid, like, oh yeah, remember the guy that was like, hey man, I am willing to give you guys $10,000 to license Tuskegee Airs so I can get it made into an anime.
Right.
$10,000. Oh, you know, and I think we're a lot older than people think we are. We're a lot more seasoned. We'd be like, nah, man, we're good. And so you get a lot of that. You're constantly weaving through a lot of disingenuous, offers. It's a lot. But one day,
I gotta talk on the point. Greg is leaving out the most important point. The dude was offended. Like, you're gonna turn down $10,000 and the chance to get your thing ready and everything. They're like, yeah. That's not what's important, man. Right now, I said we actually
10 million. Yeah, say that.
Say 10
million.
million.
It was a lot of points. It was a lot of points because his animation, studio was. Kind of sketchy. And, I was like, do you have anything to show us? Have you done anything like this before? Well, and he's showing like some Care Bears, little cutesy stuff. And I'm like, it's not really what we're trying to make, but, I appreciate the offer and thanks for I just don't understand. This is what's wrong with, I was like, homie, hold on, wait, and people think, well, just throw money at it, but that's not the case when you're partnering up with a studio. A studio will own your property in perpetuity if they pay for it. They will own that version of your property and can do whatever they want if you sign those papers in the way, because they're not going to let you direct it if you've never directed a cartoon before. They
might not even let you write it.
They may take your notes. And say, well, here we got a comic. Look at, that's nice. We're gonna hire some writer, a showrunner, and then they're going to it's going to be based on a comic called Tuskegee Airs, and they can do whatever they want. It happened to Andre 3000 with his cartoon, with Cartoon Network. The first job I had as a freelance illustrator was, did he get kicked out? Did the host get kicked out?
I don't think the host.
Did he just minimize his? Oh, okay, cool. Dedra, just make sure you ain't kicked out. In any case, no, my first job was with Cartoon Network, and it was the art director working on Powerpuff Girls at the time. And sure enough, man, once me and Greg had put the book together, he was like, listen to me carefully. Don't take it to Cartoon Network. Now, granted, Cartoon Network, if y'all willing to work, let's go ahead and call us. But I'm just saying, back then, he was like, they're going to change it. It's not an if. He was like, they're absolutely going to change it. I don't know if you guys know the history of Andre 3000's cartoon that happened back in the day.
We were there for the opening. Remember that?
It did not look anything like what came up on that screen. There was a black main lead character. The whole cast actually was black. Andre was he was that cool teacher character, but they completely changed out all the pieces for that show, and they tout our research or our focus groups and our data. Black Panther the movie didn't have any data to validate spending $200 million. There was no $200 million movie before Black Panther. There's Blade, but it wasn't $200 million budget. There was no black director, or, the 90% whatever cast that didn't have. They had no data. So they can actually challenge you and say, well, there's no reason for us to invest into 5 young black characters. We don't know if that'll work. But we do know that a token character and 5 white characters works, because there's tons of that. Storm is a token character in the X-Men. It's not a bad, you can argue or be upset about it. She should be the guy. I don't want to cuss. Storm is actually the most versatile character in the X-Men lineup, and she's a support character. It's the most ridiculous thing. You have a character that
She's
can
been a babysitter. She's been a assistant.
She can freeze the entire continent if she wants to. This whole eastern seaboard if she wants to, and you put her as a support character to a guy that
holds an umbrella while it's raining.
Come on, man. Yeah, that doesn't make sense either.
She's Storm.
Terrible writing, but that's why.
If it's raining, it's because she wanted it to rain.
Right.
Yeah, she's still using the umbrella. When I saw that clip, I was like, no.
Right.
Listen.
That's why the cartoon is in. It's in the works. Tuskegee Airs is going to be animated. That's not a question. How it comes out to the market is constantly being worked on between me and Greg, and the vision is what is a cartoon for? What do you use a cartoon for? What was Transformers? What was G.I. Joe? What were these cartoon? He-Man was an actual.
Well, those were all just to sell.
I know, that's what I was about to say, but that's what I'm getting to, which is you're marketing something. Those companies had a toy. Is how can we?
Yeah, but animation has changed. We argue about this all the time. Animation has changed since then. Like, there's more because people don't buy toys as much, but they do buy the other stuff. But there's.
No, I'm not saying that's what we're gonna make it for. I'm saying you're marketing an idea. So our idea is, hey, what would happen to a culture of young people that saw this? How would you change a culture? That's what we would make the animation for. We're not trying to. Well, I'm not against if we make some toys, but I'm just saying the concept is, hey, what happens to a whole psyche of young people if you put an animated thing like this? It's episodic. You love the characters. They go through stuff. They work together. What happens? I'm pretty sure that would actually resonate if we do it the way we're trying to do it in this book. Yeah. Man, I would have loved that cartoon. I would have been all over it. I would have been begging my mom for toys, clothes, posters, anything I can get my hands on, video games, everything. Star Wars got to do the whole branding world deal. You had sheets, socks, drawers, toys. Shampoo, toothpaste, whatever you wanted. So that's where, the animated is going to be real big.
So, David, have you, are you like in works as far as trying to get Harriet Tubman on a screen? I saw your the little teaser type of thing that you did.
Yeah.
It was beautiful, man. It was beautiful.
Thank you.
That.
Thank you, man. I appreciate it. It was stressful because it's like, I literally was just, I'm like, yeah, I should make a commercial for chapter 5, and it's just something that I just thought of. And my one friend who's a cinematographer said, hey, I'll come by and help you out. It's no big deal. But then again, there's only again, we're in a pandemic, so I can't have too many people on set. I want to make sure everyone's safe, and I think we had lots of constrictions, but I'm glad that it came out great, and I'm glad people liked it. But I've had conversations, either it being I've been offered money and money where I'm like, oh, I can get a mortgage and a 2020 Honda and have money left over. But then it was like, hey, what if we made the diet version of it? And I was like, I don't know about that. I had little kids dress up as my character for the reasons you want to change it. Right. I really want this Honda, but I love those kids. I really want a mortgage, but these kids, and I'm like, I can't do it. But it's yes, I have had conversations, and I'm currently having a conversation with people. But we'll see. I'm sorry, I can't talk about it.
No, that makes sense. I'm only laughing because I understand what happened.
We know that. We've had people come and you're when they're asking for details and stuff, it's nothing. You can't really say. So I feel you with that. I think, and I'm sure you already thought about it, but the way you shot that teaser, like I feel like you could do shorts, like even on YouTube or something
Yeah.
like that, and because it was nice, and the concept it's
Thank you, man. Thank you. Yeah, yeah. Freaking, I'm about to beat up this person. Just let me. Well, you can't tell me. Don't tell me publicly. But with your stuff, I'm like, ever since HBO Max. I mean, I don't know if you've spoken to HBO Max. You do not confirm nor deny.
mm,
NDAs are a thing. I don't want to get you in trouble. But no, I'm like. I think I just looking through. One kid did mention your book in one of the Zooms I did this week,
mm.
and was like, hey, like you should have them do a cover. So where's my fan art at, yo? I'm like, no, I'll commission them. I'll commission them. But we were discussing your book, and we were also discussing like different Voltron things and different like animation studios. I'm like, why hasn't Line Anim or maybe they have, I don't know. but like,
those guys are working on stuff. The gentleman over there is they pitching that beautiful concept. Grand Piton. I know what's going on. They're busy. They busy. I'm like, listen. As soon as you get done, holla at me. I got something I want you to do for me. But that's the line animation is amazing, man. That's the energy. They got the energy. They have the style. They have the giant robot teaser trailer on one of those pieces they did for somebody else. And it's like, yeah, all that. Just come on over. But yeah, they're actually pitching some stuff from in house. So that Grand Piton is beautiful.
One of the things, in order for us to do it the way that we want to, and I'm sure you know this too, is money.
Yeah.
Because if we've like, without throwing out names, the studios are down.
Yeah.
Like we've had like, intricate talks with different studios. Their whole thing is they can't, most animation studios are not going to front the money, especially if it's not their idea. So they're like, if you get the money, we're good to go.
Yes.
So that part is cool. We just got to figure out how to get this money without like selling our children or or like you said, man, I just, and maybe I get the whole entrepreneurial thing where it's like you create something great and then you sell it and, live off the money or use that for whatever. But this story, like the stories that we do, we're behind the scenes. We're working on stuff where it's like, we'll finish it and take it, But the stuff that we do for ourselves, it would just be really hard to just like take the money and then, just pray that they don't, destroy every fiber.
Yeah, I think there was one studio who, and I won't name names, but I will say they are a Viacom owned company, and they had made an offer, and there was arguments over even who would do the voices at one point. And they said, "Oh, who would you want to be, Harriet Tubman?" And I think I said, I was like just throwing out suggestions. I was like, oh, top of my list, I had Cree Summer on like the top of my list
I was
because
gonna say you better
legendary.
say Cree Summer.
Yeah, and these people were just like, we can't cast her. She's too light skinned to be Harriet Tubman. And I'm like, well, like the voice isn't light skin, all right? This ain't Terrence Howard who like sounds light skinned. I didn't say that in the meeting. I didn't say that. But I'm like, oh, okay. Well, and they said, no, when we do a convention, they're all standing up. It's going to be a light skinned woman. I'm like, listen, Cree Summer is so dope and so awesome. Like, I think us as a community could forget.
She's played. I mean, she's done aliens and animals and everything in between. Like,
yes, everything in between.
Did Into the Spider-Verse, did they consider that when they hired whatchamacallit, Zoe Kravitz to do Spider-Gwen? No.
So
okay, never mind. I'm sorry.
So I'm just like I'm like all right, but then they said, hey, what's the style that you would like to present this in? And I said, hey, well, I did mention line animation. Hey, I said, well, there's great company line animation, or we can go in a format where it's similar to Boondocks / Black Dynamite. And they said that's too expensive. And I said, what? I'm like, you're valued at $25 billion. What do you mean it's too expensive? More than 25 billion. And they said, what if you did it like that Black Panther show from 2007? And they were
Motion comic.
like, yes, and they were not budging on that. And I'm like, guys, I appreciate your time. or I think what killed it for me was sorry, David Crown, some true Hollywood stories. What
Mhm.
killed it was I said, okay, I'm like, all right, let me to work with people. Let me try to be as diplomatic, even though this is dumb. So let me explain and just um present it come off as an opportunity. So I just said, hey, this is why this can't work, and thank you for your idea, but I think this is why this will resonate across the board. And thank God Spider-Verse had just come out because I could just point to that. And then they're like, well, we'll see. If it makes $1 billion, then I'm like, oh my God, damn it! I'm so sick and tired of we have to be if we can't be
You gotta
good, we
be
have to be.
Michael Jordan, man. You gotta be the top of the
They still do
line.
it. They still do it if it makes $1 billion. Oh, that must have been. Well, we can't recreate that same
Yeah,
success. That was a
yeah.
fluke, or they'll,
He's
they'll,
like
they'll
Black. He's like Black Panther only did well because Infinity War is coming out, Davis. so I'm like, all right, what if Regina King is the voice of Harriet Tubman? I'm like, all right, well, let's make that happen. And they're like, well, she's gonna be too expensive. She's about to win an Oscar, so we don't know. And I'm like, I gotta walk out of this meeting. I didn't. I did that internal scream and nod and thing, and I'm like, yeah, even if I sign, I don't want to I don't want to lose hair um, from working with these people. I mean, I would be losing hair in my 2020 Honda, but it ain't worth it. There's just
I was about to say it's different for everybody. That's the decision every creator has to make. Dedrin, you're gonna have to make that same choice. Possibly depending on how you want to go. But animation is a part. That's an action series. It's awesome,
yeah,
fantasy. All that. Hey, I haven't seen a cartoon that looks like what you got, Dedrin. What's up? What animation then? What you gonna do? And then stuff's gonna get presented. Well, how would you like? What if it looked like a flash animation and very flat, and you have to
What
make
if they're instead of them
decisions.
being people, they're lizards?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And guys, sticking through our Comcast outage over here. So, short answer, though, is yeah, it's been there, done that, right? Like at least for my humble work with Sorghum and Spear, I've definitely been asked, where's the men at first, and then where's the white people at second? That's like the A and the B because I don't have either of those in our fantasy series, and then that's just the well, can we just have one guy, or you guys echoed it. Now I want to make sure that I kind of give. I know you guys. I've been fans of you guys' work from day one, and particularly here, in the Atlanta space, seeing Marcus and Greg stuff, and from behind the scenes has been a great footprint for me to try to understand how to actually be on the other side of the table and the other side of the game as it is, and trying to get your work out there. So I'll kick it to David to say, the kind of summation of Black Futures Month is the stuff that you're working on right now is going to be a lasting legacy, for what we're looking at in this Black creative space. For you, in kind of a 60-second blurb, I know that trying to surmise all of what you see. What is you feel like the next step for your work and that you'd like to take, towards that creative destiny that your work should
um,
understandably have.
just consistently making more Harriet Tubman Demon Slayer comics and have it um, just keep evolving the story. And yeah, like I like my ambition is to do 200 of these.
Mm.
And because I think, I don't know, someone made like a weird comment to me when I had like issue fives coming out and issue six coming out on March 10th, Harriet Tubman Day. And they're like, wow, there's more of these. And they really
Mm.
expected me to be like one and done after like issue two. And they're like, wow, it's impressive that you're able to keep coming with this.
Mm.
And I'm like, oh, okay, because we have a damn like World of Wakanda book that had 6 issues. It told the story in a limited way, but they were like, oh, like, Black comics only get maybe 6 issues. Like Steel, like I don't know, like in the '90s, Steel had like maybe 20 issues, and that was a big deal. you know, like no one like, I think just trying to get into that Todd McFarlane, Robert Kirkman space of just having consistent chapters of my book, and then doing other stories. Like I have other books planned that I want to do. If a TV series happens with like a great uh, showrunner, and I don't have to direct, but I would love to write something or creatively consult, and people who will just elevate what I already did in a good way, things that I might not have seen, and they can just pick and just feel like, oh, like what about this, and I can feel good about it, and I know that because I know how it'll affect other people when they watch it. And also be able to, like, have make money off of it to do other things, not just to support myself. Pay
Right.
pay for some kid to go to college, like to an art school. Yeah.
Right.
Money and creativity, creative control, and money, and wide distribution. That's it. Multiply.
Okay. All right. Okay, Marcus, what's your take to that? For your work, obviously,
Oh yeah,
years and other projects to name, sir, as well.
sure. I like to. I tell a lot of people there's great examples of success when it comes to branding and you know market penetration um, and I look to the people that have done it already. Man, Star Wars did a wonderful, wonderful job over the years. After the fans fell in love with a few movies. There was not a universe for fans to digest when those movies became popular in those first couple of years. But they rapidly expanded, the toys and the comics and everything started happening. Um, so looking at that example in my mind, I don't, me and Greg have already talked about it, but I mean, I see it vividly. I see branding at every level. And it's not just about cash grab, it's about market penetration, which is
Mm-hmm.
a kid should have t-shirts, backpacks, toys, comics, cartoons, movies, video games, you name it, anything that we can get. And then it goes, luckily, because of me and Greg's insight, like I said before, what if we could penetrate education institutions as well? What if it's not just entertainment? What if it's actually a tool that real teachers in classrooms can present to a class of kids and say, read this entertainment education thing, but then let's tear it apart and let's look at the real stuff that is nuggets of information that are in there. We're going to take that and create a whole, I always forget this word. It's the thing that teachers use, Greg, work, lesson plan. I was about to say work plan.
Curriculum.
Yeah, curriculum. Thank you. If we integrate that into the actual DNA of our brand from the beginning, then now Star Wars, I guess, could do that, but it's a fictional, but they can still take it about it. And if you got the right angle, a teacher or educator can take apart Star Wars and find those elements of STEM possibly, but we want it to be a little bit more, on a platter for you. But that was all in the DNA from the beginning. So we don't have to stop at just, branding. It's Now we're going to hand this into education. Let's target the actual education, put it into elementary schools, and that's all in the plan. It's never not been a part of the plan. When the cartoon comes, and a cartoon is going to make it that widespread exposure, people will digest a video quicker than they'll read a comic. It's just the way it is. But when that happens, hopefully, it trickles down into every other branch that we've already mapped out, and especially the educational side. So I'm looking forward to that future. So
awesome.
Yeah.
All right. And last but certainly not least, Greg, how with 2 works already out with Tuskegee Airs and Special Exotica, what's your next big push towards your creative future and Black Futures Law?
So like I want to send a shout out to you because this Villains and Vinyl thing that we're working on, I don't have the poster by me, but I think that's one of the things I'm really excited about. I also have a project I'm working on with Jason Reeves. So of course we're gonna continue doing these. Oh, Jason, also you should be getting this in the mail. I put them in the mail, but you know how the post office is. But yeah, so we're gonna continue on Tuskegee Airs. The Search for Sadaka, the next issue is almost done, like literally almost done. And these other projects. One of the things I want to do this year, one of my goals is to write or either edit on a lot more projects. Partly because it's fun. I love helping other people with their concepts, like taking them and getting it to a point where it's like ready to go. So I'm looking to do a lot more of that as well. And Marcus and I, we have, a publishing company. So, of course, we want to continue to put out more Tuskegee Airs. We also have another project that we're working on with my brother that'll be, published by our company as well. So that's the short. Long, we're trying to get some type of animation or even live action. It's fun because it's not about the money. So it's like like Marcus said, we're like trying to get the right offer instead of just taking whatever gets thrown at us. So, but in the process, we're learning so much. Like we're learning, because we talked about some of the shady people that we've encountered, but we've also had a lot of really good Hollywood people that have like kind of broke down how the game goes. Like we were like I guess a year and a half ago, we were really close to signing a deal where we were going to have a lot of control. The money stuff kind of fell through, but we learned a lot about that, just about the contracts and how to, every credit that you see, well, most credits that you see at the end of shows and movies are checks. And so the more of those little spaces you can get your name in, the more money you can get, on the production side. So, we've learned a lot. We want to just keep learning, keep sharing what we do. We've increased our online presence as far as sales go, but I don't want to talk forever, but the last thing I'll say is that we've also learned the value of, speaking to our fans more online. We're used to seeing them at conventions and stuff. But in this time, it's like we went live the other night. And it was great. Like the feedback that we got, I don't know how great we were, but the feedback that we got from, like people who haven't seen us or talked to us or never even heard of us, like the inboxes were full. And so like, let's go more often. Maybe not all the time, but let's go live more.
Right. But now, gentlemen, I appreciate all that you do. You guys are examples on, from just not only your ideation, but to your action and to the impact that you guys work just puts out into our space. And, for our creative diaspora, if we want to say for, the Black future and Black creative space. And I know that a lot of us look to you all as examples of what we to be in the not only see your success, but the following those successes. So again, I appreciate you guys and being so open with your time and really just being great examples of what we like to think of as the Black future, of that creative point. So first off, Parts, thank y'all so much. Appreciate you and everybody dealing with us in our little technical difficulty point, but we shall press on. So again, just want to give you guys last second to just drop where we can find you and follow you on social, and then we'll get right up to our next guest, patiently waiting with Melon.tech. So thanks. So David, we'll start with you, then we'll go to Greg, and then
Follow all updates on Harriet Tubman Demon Slayer on Instagram at Harriet Tubman _ Demon Slayer. If you want to follow me personally for funny memes, I'm at D Crownson on Instagram. If you want to follow me on Twitter, I'm at Wakanda Vision. That's my name. And Harriet Tubman Demon Slayer issue 5 is out now. Buy it.
Greg.
Greg.
That's my IG right there. Greg _Burnham7. And then Tuskegee Airs everywhere. It's spelled like, where's it at? Wrong one.
Wow.
I bring props. It's spelled like that.
Wow.
You can find that anywhere. Mostly. And then the Search for Sadaka is on Instagram and Facebook as well. It's spelled just like that. Yeah. I think that's TuskegeeAirs.com. Go there.
Wow, thanks, man. I was gonna fix it. I was gonna fix it. It's all right.
We're running out of these. This is a vintage Black History Month Tuskegee Airs issue number 2, illustrated by Marcus. We actually signed all of these, and then this is the color version.
Sepia.
The sepia one. We only did 50 of these. I think we got like 15 left. And then this one we did color. We did more. So, and they're equally beautiful. So go there, TuskegeeAirs.com. Go now as soon as this is over, but then hurry up and come back.
Yes.
Marcus, out.
Yeah, I gotta figure out this. Marcus the Visual. You can find me on Instagram, Facebook, and Twitter. Apparently Tumblr. I just share stuff to Tumblr. But yes, you can follow my art if you haven't seen my work. MarcusTheVisual.com as well. So .com, and of course, yes, Tuskegee Airs. We do that often, and then appreciate you, Dedrin. Look, man, salute to all the stuff you're doing, man. We've seen this guy, from his starting venture with the questions, and I've literally watched this man gather information, gather all of the tools, and I couldn't look if I could clone myself, I would have been drawing on Dedrin's book way back in the day when he first had me drawing some ideas, sketches for him. But man, I'm proud of you, man, and more respect to you and what you're doing, even with your events that you're throwing, all of this stuff, man. Everything you're doing is absolutely important as well. So you guys don't sleep on this gentleman right here. He is gonna be. He should have said just as much as we said during this interview. So,
and then another thing, man, he's like, I often find myself trying to battle with this man. I feel like he supports harder than me. I try to support really, really hard, but this guy right here, dude, like talking
about drove to different states, fly to different states.
Yeah,
and
just to show up and handshake, buy a poster, and like, y'all jump back on the plane tomorrow, huh?
Yeah.
What?
At first, I used to I look at him a little sideways, like, why he always stuff? I'm supposed to be that guy. Man, I embrace it, man. I love it. It's like people, like, with all jokes aside, people like you, man, like the heart and the genuine effort that you put into making this community, helping this community thrive is beautiful. And also, I don't know if I told you, man, but that sorghum and spear,
We'll see one day. It'll come out one day.
No, I'm just saying that.
I'm talking about the one that, one that we got to see, boy. I was like, every page. All right then. Oh, all right then.
Yeah,
Looks. Oh, yeah,
it was worth the wait. I say it like that.
yeah.
I appreciate it. All y'all, man. Thank y'all so much. I'm go blush offline while I try to see if I can afford this internet. But with that, we're gonna keep it going. Thank y'all. I appreciate
Thank
you
you.
guys. Off.
Good,
All right.
man. Thank you.
Thanks, Nedrin. Bye, guys.
All right, everybody. Thank y'all so very much for your time and consideration here. Looking to now bring on our next part of our show. So, again, we were talking about Black Futures Month, and I think we'd be remiss as we think about the future and creativity and our own technology opportunities here today to absolutely look at technology and our place as basically as Black people, and how do we make sure that in this digital and technological future that we're represented, that our voices and our impact is felt, and that we are truly represented in the digital tomorrow. So with that, we wanted to make sure that we had an opportunity to bring in yet another pioneer that's making our space more more a part of that conversation. And so with that, we're blessed to have a founder of Melanin.tech. I want to bring Shanita to the stage here with us right now, if we can. And
Hello.
thank you so very much for your patience And if anybody, I hope, understands the technical opportunities, it probably would be Melon.tech. So, it's kind of apropos that we get a chance to come in and chat, have a chance to chat again. So, on this Saturday, want to give you the stage and give a chance to introduce yourself as well as Melon.tech. So, please, Shanita, please take it away.
Okay. Hey, everybody. Happy Saturday. Happy Black History Month, Black Futures Month, everything Black. Happy about it. My name is Shanita Christmas. I am the founder of Melanin.tech. I am also an artist, a photographer, an explorer, and a lover of good food. But before all else, I am a Black woman, and that is my most proudest thing that I've ever been in my entire life. And I love the life that I live. Now, a little bit about Melanin Tech. Melanin Tech is a place for Black people in tech to make those meaningful connections, have access to a group of people that you may not have otherwise met. And then we're here to help you find jobs and collaborate, but also to build your own team too. And of course, we're a space where you can learn from mentors and explore new career paths. And since we have the time, that's like my short elevator pitch, but I'm gonna go all in on Melanin Tech.
Please.
Okay, so we're also here to encourage personal and professional advancement by creating that safe space. And I do want to emphasize safe space where everyone can indeed be themselves. MT is here to unite, inform, and inspire Black professionals who either work in the tech industry or those who aspire to do so. So this organization is not just for people existing in the tech industry, it's for anyone and everyone who's ever even had that thought of what it takes to be in that industry too. So our main mission is to cultivate a close-knit community, provide safe space, again, safe space, and accelerate the Black tech ecosystem. And of course, we'll do this in the interest of our shared identity as Black people and a shared sense of purpose that serves not only the individual or the whole community of Black people in tech, but also the companies that employ us too. And to our members, we offer, a global community membership directory, job board, event calendars, because we do have events, workshops, which are all online now. I cannot wait to see all of you in person again, though. We have community conversations, so think about Clubhouse, but we started it first. Mentorships, webinars, and resources. And then beyond what we do for our members, we are also doing diversity, equity, and inclusion consulting, because it is very important for the companies to know what they don't know. And that's what we're here for. So we do offer consulting. We're building out a software right now so we can do that a little bit more asynchronously, AKA I need some more time to myself. So we're trying to build that out right now. And we're just also developing an employee resource group that's global, because if any of you work in the tech industry, 9 times out of 10, you've experienced that employee resource group, which was led by one of your incredible coworkers. But that is not their job. It is not someone's job on top of their existing job to make sure that the Black and brown people in their company are taken care of and their ideas and opinions are being heard. That's not your job. We want you to focus on the wonderful work that you do. And we want to take that emotional stress, that emotional labor off of you, because you don't deserve it unless you're getting the coins for it. And then we'll just be there to help you and, be on the sideline cheering you on too. But all in all, Melanin Tech, we believe in Black liberation. We understand that we've tried so very hard for so very long to be included, to receive the equity that we so much deserve. And things haven't always gone our way. And it's taking a little bit longer than it should at this point. So beyond just trying to work with other organizations to improve their inclusion efforts and their diversity efforts, we also want to make it very clear that we're here to help you build your team. So if you want to start that idea, you want to start that company, we will encourage you to do so. We'll try to provide all the resources that we can. And we have a space for you to find your teammates, because at the end of the day, if you're not going to let us in, baby, we'll do it better.
And so many things well said. I'm just, it's absolutely necessary, your service and your insight and leadership in this space. And to be able to do it here in a cultural and now technological hub of Atlanta, is, I think, even more appropriate that, as we talk about a Black Mecca, that we're having so many companies like a Microsoft, Apple, and plus a lot of homegrown technology spaces, like how, Black-owned, new $1 billion unicorn company. And I think, we have other ones like Lease Query and other points behind that. We hear a lot about the technology divide, that we hear for opportunities within like Black and Brown communities. You know, what's your initial thought when approached with that? You know, we know that there's a digital divide, but whether or not there's any actionable things that are done by those in control of those technologies. What's our first point of interest to combat that?
I think to combat that, it's something that we've all heard before, and that we continue to say we have to be at that table. And yes, don't get me wrong, we have gotten to the point now where we are working on building our own tables, and that's beautiful. But because tech is such a globally known and used thing, we all have to make sure that we're at these tables making these big decisions. You know, we were shut out for a reason. It's not by accident by any means necessary. It's all purposeful act on people who like to oppress others, because they know that there is a lot of strength in the Black and Brown community. There is a lot of power in the Black and Brown community. But above all else, there's a whole lot of intelligence in the Black and Brown community as well. And, you know, sometimes people get a little bit afraid of that. And we've all had an instance where someone may have shown some type of oppressive behavior only because they were afraid of our greatness. So at the end of the day, if we are not allowed in those spaces, that's why we have to create our own. Now, will it take us a while to get to the point of having like a mass tech infrastructure within the Black and Brown community? Yes, that's just how it is. Tech takes a little while to build and to build and to get perfect. But until those spaces are openly inclusive and having us in those spaces, we'll continue to build elsewhere too.
No, you're absolutely right as far as the idea of building our own tables. And for me and our platform of Subsume and a lot of the interest of my work with yours is that it's such a universal language, technology, and particularly for our youth that, you know, are ingratiated and just kind of inundated more specifically in this culture. So the way that, you know, we think of code and this being a, you know, a job or a career for them, that is not only a lifestyle, that is life. So it's I've always felt like, of course, it's even more imperative that again we have our youth be able to be fluent in that language, but
Yeah.
at the same time that it is intentional that these opportunities, you know, are given to some but not to all. And so like
Yeah.
for that equity stake that we can have in that, where does I guess to say in your insight, what would be the next step of again, like you said, being there on that table? Is it truly education? Is it more access? Was it a combination of many other factors?
I want to say it's a combination of access, education, risk taking also. And you mentioned the youth, and I'm a believer in Gen Z is going to save us, you know, and not that it should be put on their shoulders to do so, because we shouldn't be where we are anyway. But those kids do not give a damn. They are with it. They are with the shits, if I can say. Like, and I love that about them. I love how strong they are in their beliefs, and how a lot of the things that we've dealt with in our generation and past generations, they're like, no, like we're not doing that. We're not standing for that. And they are making a way. You know, these kids are so smart. They are so smart. But not only are they smart, they're empathetic, they're compassionate, they're, you know, some people like to say they're lazy because they grew up in a technology age, but if anything, they're more driven than we've ever really been able to experience and understand. And I think with their efforts is where things are really going to change, because they're not going to wait for people to give them access to things. They're going to take it, you know, and they're finding, you know, education from what we know thus far, as far as like, you know, secondary, like high school, college, and all of those things, they're understanding and they're learning like, wait a second, that may not be proper education. That may not be true if we're being completely honest. And they're going out and they're finding these resources and this real education on their own. And they're enlightening themselves, they're enlightening their friends, they're enlightening their family. So I do think that, and I might have gotten completely away from the question, but I do think, you know, this next generation is what's going to take us to that above and beyond, and make sure that as a Black and Brown community, we have what we need, and they're going to push us forward.
No, you're I agree there that their disruptiveness, you know, to you know, in some is part of all this. I think is really a part of the social change and innovation that we're seeing currently. That you know we're getting to enjoy on a lot of different aspects, and like you say, they just move, and I think they move in this space because they say this is they've taken all of the power of that space and figured out how to harness it in a very agile way. Now, whether or
Yeah.
not, like all people, and I think they also have a great understanding of identity, one that is so nuanced and so individualized that again they take that as a badge of pride. And same thing that we're wanting to do here with Black Futures Month is to take a stake in that identity. But I think that we owe a lot of that empowerment, obviously, to Black history, but to this idea of Black futures, where we're saying, not it's again, it's not of an ask of a permission. It's an expectation that this is being built and you're with it, or you're in or you're out. But it's
Mhm.
going forward. And so I'm absolutely empowered myself by Gen Z and by the folks who embrace that type of a future forward thinking.
Absolutely. And that's why I love what you're doing with this, because it's so important for us to not only celebrate and understand our history, but to get like hype and lit about the future too, because our future is bright. Our future is strong. Our future is it's ours. And I don't know if I've ever really have been able to think that like my future is actually mine until the past couple of years. And I do think, that comes with that those liberatory practices, that comes with learning more outside of traditional education. It comes with learning yourself. And it's a beautiful thing to when you feel like the future is yours. So I love this whole initiative that you're doing. This is so dope.
So, man, again, ma'am, I appreciate you being a part of it, and I can honestly say that you and your work with Melon.tech and why I reached out was part of this idea of celebrating this. I think we're just turning the fresh soil of innovation, and that the idea again of a Black future is not just represented in traditional spaces, right? We've got our own space that we haven't even dreamed of yet, and we've got a real sense that we will be there and in full and in agency. So again, that's right in on it. Now, speaking more specifically to Melon Not Tech and your own initiatives, where can we, I guess to say, where can we start to find the ways that we can support you in your endeavors? Because again, I know that you're not only coming from a point of experience and expertise, but also that sense of community, which I'm all about. And so, like in building your community, what have been some factors that again, or I guess to say, where are some points that we as the viewers and as all of us as wanting to build Black futures, where can we lend our support to start off with?
Well, the first thing is, so there are so many incredible organizations and communities out there right now with the main focus of the Black tech ecosystem advancement. And I'm a fan of every single one that I know of. But it is my very strong opinion that we've got to stop doing this on an individual basis. And it's time for us to all be one big community. And not to say that we can't still do things separately that was already in our community practices and things like that, because that's totally fine. But with Melanin Tech, I'm not only trying to build another sub community, I'm trying to build a hub. So I have been in contact with, um, as of right now, at least I think 45 different organizations about branching into the Melanin Tech community so we can create that space where we all live. So instead of us having these separate Slack groups, we're all in one very detailed space that gives you more resources, gives you more engagement, and gives you more a sense of belonging than you can get with probably just a Slack communication. So that's the first thing. If you know of any organizations or any online communities or in-person communities, send them our way. Like, I just want to have a conversation with y'all. And I think one very interesting thing I've run into is a few people who have had the notion of this is like a hierarchy thing. So I want to make it clear with you right now, this is no sense of hierarchy. My existence doesn't even, I don't operate like that. You know what I mean? Like, that's not even within me. This is a sense of joining together, joining forces. We go so much further together. It has been proven time and time again. So yeah, if you all can, if you know of anyone, send them my way. Let's have that conversation. I'm on all social platforms at Melanin Tech, or my email address is info@melanintech, which I'll talk about again later. So that would be my main thing. But also right now we're crowdfunding. That software, the software is a little expensive to build, and nobody told me that.
Yeah.
So we are getting the resources together for that and the proper developers that we need. So we are crowdfunding right now. You can find a link on the Melanin Tech website to donate there too. But just keep us in the conversation, keep us in spaces, and mention our names when you're talking to your, your tech companies or the people who work in tech or just anyone. Because honestly, tech is all around us. You don't have to work in a tech company to actually experience tech and to work with it. So keep us in conversation, but let's just start. Let's come together. I love and respect the subgroups. That's where I started too. But it's time for something different. Let's just all hop in the same house. We'll all have our own wing in that house, but let's come to the same house for a little bit.
No, absolutely, and I agree that we do need our own space, but also we need that connectedness within that space, right? We can't be separate circuits that don't have any type of electricity or currency, or current or currency between us. So for that community build. Now, just if you'll take us one step back, of just the founding of Melanin.tech. What was that experience for you as a founder, particularly a founder of color, and specifically a Black woman founder of color, in this space? How's that journey been for you so far?
Well, when I founded Melanin Tech, it was back in 2017. I was working for an all right tech company in Buckhead. It was it was full of a bunch of Georgia Tech graduates who all were from the same sororities and fraternities, and I'm like, are y'all all siblings? Like, what is this? So it was a very interesting dynamic. But I remember bringing up the conversation of like, hey, maybe we should work on our hiring practices because all y'all are friends, and it's only about two of me in here, being Black women. And I remember getting shut down with oh no, we don't have a problem. So, and not only did I get shut down from that, but also at that time I was looking to expand my career over into QA. And I was looking for, in-house mentorship, and, built my whole proposal and all of that good stuff. And instead of doing what I wanted to do or even getting anywhere close to that, they asked me to stock the snack room. And I was like, oh,
Oh, see,
y'all got me bent. So,
Lord.
I don't think I've ever been that professionally frustrated in my entire life. So at that point is when I realized, okay, I know this is not only happening to me, this is happening to a lot of people. And that's when I began to discover some of the other organizations, especially the ones that are built in Atlanta. And again, I became huge fans of them. I joined a few of them too, but I never really found that space for me. I felt like everything was a little bit too technical or too male dominant, and I was, I always had to shrink when I was there, and I didn't want to shrink anymore. So I was like, okay, let me just try and start a little something, something to where I can feel comfortable. A few people that I've talked to feel comfortable. And when we started when I started Melanin Tech, I thought it was gonna, just be something very small. We meet up every now and again and just kind of talk and vent, it quickly caught fire. It quickly grew. In the first month of actually launching it, I had 2,000 plus members in our Slack community from all across the world. I didn't know what I was doing. Some days I still don't know what I'm doing. Let's be real there too. Still learning and figuring it out. But, I didn't know how to deal with time zones. I was like, what is happening? I don't hold on now. I thought it was going to be Atlanta with a few, like 5 or 6 of us. So it grew quickly, but the demand of it kind of broke my heart. I was like, oh no, all of y'all want something like this. Why do we all want something like this? So it was a little hurtful at first, but quickly I just tried to figure it out. But then someone tried to sue me for having an organization that was discriminatory. And if we're being honest, it was discriminatory against white people is what happened.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
See, I didn't know that.
Hurt.
See,
it hurt so bad. It hurt so bad. Because for a while, I know the world it wasn't perfect, but I definitely lived in the space of roses and unicorns. I'm thinking oh, it's okay. It's gonna be fine. And for someone to attack an organization that I felt so strongly about, that all I want to do is help people for, it really broke my heart. It was one of the saddest experiences I've ever had, and I couldn't really understand, why anyone would come for us like that. I completely said, forget history. I didn't even think about thinking historically, because and in those moments, everything else just seemed so gray. It doesn't even seem like it's real or relevant. So after that, and after some therapy, lots of therapy with that, I decided to come back, like, because we were doing in-person workshops, we were doing intro to HTML and, all these wonderful things, and also having conversations about embarking on your journey in tech and using your soft skills. Soft skills, I don't like that term, but I don't have another one to use. But, using your skills to embark on your journey, and the fact that you don't have to be technical to work in tech. And it was just beautiful. People would hit me up after these workshops and these webinars and tell me how empowered they felt, and Black women just believing in themselves because they believe in me. And I'm just like, little old me, but I felt that I was making an impact. So I was like, okay, I'm not going to stop now. And then the lawsuit came, which thankfully, I had some incredible people basically give me their lawyers, and they were lawyers who scared other people pretty badly. So nothing actually took place with that. So shout out to those boss lawyers. Really appreciate y'all in that moment. Important little side tip: if you have a business, just go ahead and get a lawyer, or just have one, ready on the side, especially if your business is to advance or liberate any specific culture, because apparently there are trolls that exist in this world, and they may come for you. So it's always good to have that in your back pocket. But yeah, we took a pivot. We were ready to come out strong early last year, and then had our full program, in-person programming set up for Atlanta and Houston, and COVID hit, and now we're still pivoting, but it's all good. We're figuring it out. We're still able to help. A lot of our help now is more so privately. We've had a lot of people who just reach out to us like, hey, I don't know where to start, or I don't know how I'm going to afford this boot camp. And so we've offered private scholarships. And I do believe that, like, well, yes, I need to be more public about the work I'm doing inside right now, even while I'm trying to relaunch. Sometimes that's not what it's about for me. It's not about the glitz and the glam and the acknowledgement. It's truly about just helping the people who need it. So here we are now. We are relaunching the community in a much more detailed, engaging space. We're actually beta testing it now, and the beta will launch on February 15th. Hopefully the community will be launched in full by March the 1st. And we're just going to keep on going. We're going to figure it out, keep on going. But as long as we're helping, we're doing our job.
Oh, that's just such an empower. We always say, "Oh, that's such empowering." We always do that, and I just take the step that I feel like we always look at Black women and say, "Oh, you're so strong, and you have to go through this, and we appreciate you for it." And then we're right back at it. But I do just want to just acknowledge that, yeah, that's a lot to go through just to want to find community, in that sense. So, but again, obviously you're on the other side of it, successful. And again, I think the COVID pivot is real, right? I think a lot of companies have danced that dance, and some have had their cards pulled, right? Like that they haven't made it through this part. So again, I just want to acknowledge that, that perseverance to do that, in that sense. So the next steps of your beta, what would you see as really that Black Futures moment, that once your beta has moved into its full on launch, and we fully do get the breadth of support and opportunity for Melanin.tech. What is the future forward for Melanin.tech and for yourself in your creative endeavors with technology?
Well, as soon as the beta is full blown launch, which I'm really excited for, I can see Melanin Tech being in more spaces as far as more existing corporations, existing organizations, almost as that pillar, like that North Star of what you should follow, the practices you should follow for your Black and Brown teammates and employees, but also that space for those employees and teammates to always have a place to go, whether you need help with negotiations, or whether you need help learning or sharpening the skill, or you're looking for a mentor. I want to be that hub for the tech space. And I also want to really empower these other leaders to do better work, because sometimes they only have so much to work with. So I want to be able to provide additional tools for the community leaders who are already existing, who are already empowering their communities, to give them a little bit of a break, but also to give them a little bit more of a push when they need it too. So I want to make sure that everyone, not just members, not just community organizations, but everyone can feel comfortable in this space to either A, do their best work wherever they are and to bring their full authentic selves, or B, to say, enough of the work they're doing wherever they are. Let's, take some people that I've met in Melanin Tech. Let's talk about really building our own thing here.
Yeah, that's
So yeah,
that
that's where I want it all to go.
that's wonderful, and and I'm excited, and in partnership and in support to see these next steps. Not only go forward, but to ascend to the heights that I think that Melon.tech in all spaces, not just in the Black technology space that we're talking about, today, that in tomorrow, that it is a galvanizing and unifying space that can all see us with a more technology point of tomorrow. So again, I want to just thank you and just give you just an open platform to just say, what else is on your mind and on your heart for you and your work in making the space more accessible for everyone.
Okay. Look, something I say a lot to many people is, especially if you're in, and this is not just for people in tech, this is for every person watching, no matter what you do. If you're ever in a space where you have to sacrifice your psychological safety for a paycheck, it's time to bounce, y'all. It's time to bounce. Like, we've been through quite enough. We've experienced enough trauma at this point. We don't need those types of things. And, think about your family. If you can't think about yourself, think about your friends. You're such a better person once you can be free from anything that's holding you back. So again, if you're in a space where you have to sacrifice your psychological safety for a paycheck, it's time to reconsider. And to anyone who, because after we lost brother George Floyd, everyone wanted to come out with their diversity, inclusion, and equity initiatives and their goals and all of that good stuff. Do not believe the hype. Make them prove it to you. And if they don't prove it to you, it is okay to call them out on it. Or again, it's okay to leave, because we can't continue to allow people to tell us what we want to hear. We need to see that action. We've got to see the action. Protect yourself at all costs. I love you. If anyone hasn't told you today, I love you. I believe in you. I love all Black people. We are here, and I'm so, so, so very proud of us. And thank you for this time.
Likewise, we love you and appreciate you and your effort and energies to not only build a great today, but to make sure that we have a sustainable and successful tomorrow. So, again, thank you for
Thank
you
you.
and for Melanin.tech.
Thank you.
So, with that, just keep the good energy and good vibe going. Thank you so very much, Anita. It's been a pleasure. I'm glad we got a chance to connect here and on a connection to come. Again, thank you in advance. So, yeah, we'll just say thank you.
Thank you. This has been great. I appreciate you so much. I'm happy we finally got to work together. More to come. So it's gonna be amazing.
Oh yeah, yeah. Some awesome next steps together. So for sure that absolutely. All right. So with that, again, thank you for your patience as well as we keep the show going. We'll be
No
back
problem.
here at the top of the hour with our 1 o'clock session. So again, thank y'all so very much for tuning in and being part of Black Futures Month 2021 with Subsume. This is Dejan Sneed here, Miss Shanita Christmas of Melon.tech, and we'll keep it going from there. Thanks y'all.
And it's time. I think. I think I have my internet back on. So here at the house. So I appreciate everybody so very much. And it is time for our 1 o'clock guest and the opportunity to speak with someone I am a fan of, not only on page, but also her ambition in making sure that we have a space that we can all be included. So that is Virtuous Con. And first off, let me just start by introducing our first guest, well, our next guest here for the 1 o'clock hour. We have Cerise Renee Murray with founder of Virtuous Con, the Ultimate Sci-Fi.
Hi, Didrin.
Good day, good day.
If you were speaking, I can't actually hear you.
Uh-oh, am I muted? Let's
Oh, no.
one more time. We'll get it squared away. Let's see. Let's see if we got the green light on nothing right now.
Oh, I'm so glad you guys can hear me, but I can't hear you.
Uh No worries. We will figure this out. We're going to. I'm gonna give you a proper introduction. Let's see, and then we'll take a look and see what we need to get. Make sure you're all squared away. So again, we are pleased to now speak with the founder of Virtuous Con, the ultimate sci-fi and comic culture experience that is going on here this Saturday from February on February 20th from 12 p.m. to Sunday to February 21st to 5 p.m. Again,
Let's
for a
see.
quick note, it is the first recognition of Black History Month. Virtuous Con, it will celebrate the excellence of Black artists, authors, and creators of color throughout the various mediums of speculative fiction and beyond. So again, you can always check out virtuouscon.com for more information as we look to try to bring Cerise in on us. So let's see if we can reset this and let's see.
Oh, no.
Let's see. All right. So it may be something, Cerise, on your end to see if let's see if maybe your input. Are you using a mic, Cerise, or using your computer? Okay, no worries. And the cool thing I can say about Cerise is that I've had the opportunity to, fall in love with her series, The Wolf Queen, as well as seeing her. I've actually got one of her books that is right here. Oh, see. And I actually and I tried to do this. I tried to stage and have cool things from people. And I know I've got a copy of the Wolf Queen, but I'm going to showcase this book that you actually edited. And I know we'll be able to talk here in just a moment. So we have Where the Veil Lies Thins through Outland Entertainment. So that'll be a very cool part in on that. So this is one of your books, Where the Veil Lies Thin, where you were editor along with Delana Jolie Abbott. And so I'm going to place that back here on my little part of the book shelf that I trying to like product place. That's something that Dana Morgan taught me that I need to be better about is putting people and products in place in our spot. So happy to do that. So what we will do is let us reset this part here to see if we can get your sound and things up right now, Cerise. So we still have a full hour to make sure that we get that time. So let us take it backstage and see if we can get you up and set, and then we'll see if we can bring Cerise back on.
Didrin, I'm going to uh, take off my camera for a minute and try to do some technical work, and I will be right back.
All right, perfect, perfect. So I hear you on my side, and again, hopefully we got things set here. So it'll only be just a moment, and we'll be right back. And actually, what I can do while we are waiting to get that update is I'm going to give you guys a tour of our virtual space here with Subsume. Let's see. So yeah, so actually we're looking at it through my partner Sarah's space here right now. The awesome and talented Waffles Kitty. Let's see. I'm going to see if I can also jump in my spot for it. Yep, I'll switch to my screen. No worries. So, I just want to give everybody a quick snapshot, if I may, of yeah. So, see, Sarah's given us a great look at our 3D virtual reality space that we have here for Black Futures Month. That you actually can come in and engage and talk to people as well as interact with our virtual space. So, this is kind of a point that we had from our build out earlier. And let's see. All right, and Sarah, I'll jump onto mine here and kind of show folks how the service works as we kind of get Cerise all level set here for us today. So appreciate that. So let me go ahead and share. I'm gonna share this tab. Let me just give me one moment. So again, it's very easy that you actually get a chance to get a opportunity to see us look at a little part of the future. So hopefully, again, this is sharing here. So we have our Black Futures Month presented by Subsume. And so our event is actually live where, again, you can come in here and we got 166 attendees that's come through so far. And we thank everybody for that. But we want to make sure that you can enter the event. And all you have to do is just basically have a Chrome enabled computer and you're able to see yourself built in and set. So I'm already logged in here with my information. But again, those are simple login that you can use through any social channel. Once you enter the event, and I'll bring this in. There we go. And I'm speaking about muted. You do have the opportunity to be through video, through chat, also be able to share your screen. Yeah, you get a walkthrough of our little digital space. Let me give you a private quick tour as we get this up and running. Yep. And so part of our show here is sponsored by the awesome people at Beautiful Ventures, as well as just trying to click this off, as well as Artist King. So what you get a chance to do is walk around in our virtual space and you can actually interact with vendors in that sense. So we'll see some folks walking through here in just a moment, but I'm gonna give you a direct review here. So it's a chance where you can have a fully interactive and immersive space to learn about more Black creatives and art, creativity, tech, media, as well as social innovation. And so this is a chance for us to kind of see this. Now, you won't hear any sound here because I have this tab muted. But from there, we get a chance to learn about one of our partners, Beautiful Ventures, who've been able to sponsor us not only for the original Subsume Summit, but also for all three of our engaging events here to come. So, yeah. And as you see, the traditional booth space is back, so you get a chance to look at information, for each of these places on their social, being able to look at their vendor points. So, Beautiful Ventures again, a creative social enterprise that influences popular culture, disrupts anti-blackness, and elevates perceptions of Black humanity. So, something we absolutely are all about. So, with that, let's see. We want to exit out of this. See if I can jump back here to our service here. And yeah, I want to shout out to Otis Galloway, who gives us all types of dope sounds. So the music that you get to hear piped into this space is from a awesome composer across the pond here, Mr. Otis Galloway. Get a chance to see my friend and fellow compatriot Tanya Woods, Thrill Bills, enjoying a nice cup of coffee here. So again, what cool thing about this space is you get a chance to see and engage with people in real time. I could be rambling on to Tanya incessantly about World War Z and her latest build for cosplay. But again, you get a chance to get all of your information and be able to be engaged in it from there. So I think, room 3. And you also get to, we had a little bit of gamification where we got collectibles, and whoever has the most collectibles today will win a little art pack. courtesy of Artist King. But I want to kind of show you like a table. Now, this is one that I have. And I see some folks over here chatting and messing around, which is good. So this is a dope table from one of my good friends and fellow creative, John Scooter Williams, and you get to see his point for Scorpio. So it's a way where you can take a look at, independent comics and creators and be able to see them in their space. So again, John may or may not be in the space right now, but the cool thing about Subsume Space is it gives you a full gallery experience of service, and we can actually check him out on his store. So again, very cool, very cool. So it only takes a moment. And again, everyone has a sign, and you get a chance to take a look at this within your browser and see the cool story of Scorpio, as well as learn more about the creator and his works, right? Immersive with your service and set there. So again, being able to not only get the story, but also being able to subscribe. So already as a cool subscriber, already set there. And again, we have to ask John, maybe through our stream a little bit later on, where is issue 3? So with that, let us proceed. So I'm going to just jump out of this really quick and just go back to where we are with our show. All right. So I think we have Sharice logging out and logging in here to try to see if we can kind of get some things set. So what we'll do is we will let our show double back. So I think we are going to try it again and see if we can bring Miss Sharice to the stage and see. Sharice, do you hear us now?
I hear you
There
perfectly.
you go. The power of a reset. That's it, right? And
Reboot.
sometimes we all need that reboot. 2020, I needed a reboot. I know that that's part, and to that likewise. Yeah,
Absolutely.
no pleasure. So again, let me make sure you give you your official bona fides where you can hear them. So we do have now the pleasure to speak here with Miss Sharice Verde Murray, author, innovator, and founder of VirtuousCon, the ultimate sci-fi and comic culture experience. To which I'm a pleasure to be a fan and support on all fronts. So, Sharice, how are you doing today?
I'm fantastic. How are you, Dedrin?
Doing great, doing great. And again, I'm happy to not only hear your voice, but to have you as part of our show so that we can make sure to learn more about you and all your great endeavors and how we can support. And so, of course, here for Black Futures Month, we're always talking about not only the Black creative future and state thereof, but again, we need spaces and places to cultivate and incubate that future. And so, looking to build those type of spaces, such as with Subsume, obviously we're glad to see the work of you in VirtuousCon. So, just to take it from the top, please tell us about yourself and all the cool things to come on your side.
Oh, well, thank you so much for having me, Dedrin. I wore this hat because of you. I was like, Dedrin's going to wear a cool hat. And I
You
see
know,
that you are. And I
and
was like, I'm going to wear a cool hat because of Dedrin.
oh, and it's funny. And because of I had internet issues, and I had a hat. I had my little signature blue hat. Like I was going to switch hats and books every little session. So like I had like my excellence hat here
Excellent.
from Corey Randolph and Brandon Thomas, and had my traditional gentleman's cap that I wear at all my conventions. See, now I'm underdressed for my own little ploy, but
No.
I'll take it as it goes. A lady of your magnitude always comes in the good class. So I appreciate that and that nice sentiment. So no worries.
Oh, absolutely. And I love your hat. So that's a great hat.
Oh,
Great
fair
sentiment.
enough. Right, right.
For
So
Black History Month and all the months.
yeah, true, true, true. So and thank you for that. But I'll make sure to have my stage changes now that I finally got my internet and all of our points set from there. So again, thank you so much.
Of
Teresa,
course.
please tell us more about you and your work.
Oh my gosh. So I'm a science fiction. First of all, hello, everybody. My name is Therese Rennie Murphy, and I'm a science fiction and fantasy and children's book author. I'm the founder of Narazu, which is an online blog that highlights independent creators in film, books, graphic novels, comics, and visual arts. And then also, I'm the founder of Virtuous Con, which is a virtual convention that we beta launched in October, and Dedrin and SUBSUME were a wonderful part of that beta launch. And we're having another event on February 20th and 21st, 2 weeks from today, where we highlight independent creators and innovators focused on Black History Month, on particularly Black creators and creators of color, and their contribution to excellence in the speculative fiction space. So that's what we're doing.
Very cool, very cool. And I was saying earlier, I don't know that I knew that you edited this book, right? I mean, your editor. I want to make sure we add that to your
Yes.
your list of accomplishments, as
Oh,
well as where I came to know you and become even more of a fan of your series, Wolf Queen. And we've got a lot of cool things that we can definitely go down the list. But obviously, top of mind right now is the necessity of being able to find spaces where works, particularly Black speculative fiction works,
yes.
for those that are starting and looking to get themselves in space, are set. So I guess the first question is, what made you create these spaces, to find and give people the opportunity to be found?
I'm a fan first. And when I go to sci-fi conventions, I mean, I love meeting readers and sharing my books. But what I really love is meeting the artists and being so inspired. I've talked about this before. I feel like the the sci-fi comic convention is like a unique space in the universe. And it literally, when I go there, it sort of restores my faith in humanity. There are so many people doing so many amazing things that are not being sort of elevated and advertised in, I guess, popular media. But these are creators who are out here who've always been innovating. And in fact, because of their commitment to innovation, both in storytelling, media, all kinds of media, they've remained independent in many cases because they wanted to tell the stories that they wanted to in the way that they wanted to tell them. And Black creators are a foundational part of that. So, walking through finding comics and books for my kids, for myself, I've just always been a fan. And so I wanted to find a space that could help folks find us, because after the convention, it's easy, to go to a convention, you meet all these cool people. And then afterwards, it's hard to find us. And so Narazu started because I wanted to, put that work out there and make it a little bit easier for folks to find. And then, of course, COVID happened. And, we all weren't going to conventions, but I knew there was incredible work that was still out there that needed to be shared. And I wanted to find a way for my friends, artists that I'm fans of, to be able to do what we love, which is meet our fans, meet people, and really talk about and introduce our work. And so that's kind of how Virtuous Con started. So,
no, such a needed and and just simply a needed thing. I think myself being on the exact same side of that, of not only being a fan of a lot of people's work, present company included, is then how do you stay connected, once the shows are over? And I
yeah,
feel like a lot of us, it's especially as creatives, I've always felt like it's been feast or famine, right? It's like you get the energy and motivation to do so many things once you're in those spaces. But then when you get home, and then there's a reality that hits, especially if this is may or may not be your the only thing that you have. We all have families, we all have other obligations.
yes,
We all you may even have a career that's outside of what you do in this creative space. But then the necessity to, when can I get that high again, right? When can I get that
yeah,
connection with some other folks that are
yeah,
thinking like I'm thinking about, about these subjects and about these characters,
yeah.
that now being in COVID and having a withdrawal, if we're going to look at it from there. If we're going to use the idea of a high, then we're in withdrawal right now, right?
Yeah.
We can't we can't not only be in the same physical space, but even in the spaces that we are in, there's limitations. and now the thing that used to connect us all been the internet. Now we have an over kind of oversaturation of that. So how have you as Virtuous Con made sure that in your way of reaching out that you've been able to make your I guess let's say your pitch, but your points of communications more engaging to those that absolutely need to hear your voice.
It's marketing and communication is always a struggle for us, right? Because we're creative first. But I think first is just putting our intention out there. I have an amazing marketing team that knows a lot more than I do. Shout out to Thailand Creative.
Oh yeah.
But first of all, putting the intention that this is an event that is about celebrating the excellence of Black and Brown creators in speculative fiction, putting that out there in front so that everybody's really clear. And it's not an exclusionary statement, but it is a statement of what we're going to be focused on, and we want everyone to come out and support that. But that's what we're going to be focused on. And so putting that out there clearly in every piece of communication, just sharing that information on social media and as well as with our newsletter, with my own social network, so that people know that this is really an opportunity for groups that have experienced some of the most in that withdrawal. Really know that this is a place where they can come and shine, and that's the intention of our event. It's just shine a spotlight.
Yeah. Now, is there any? I mean, Virtuous Con is just such a nice, magnanimous name. Is there any history or an idea of how that came to be?
Yes. So the first, it's sort of a play on virtual. And that's what I say, because when I shared it with people, people had different reactions. But the true meaning of it is because of my experience at conventions and with this independent creator community, I see it as very much a virtuous circle of people helping each other, of fans caring about the success of artists, and artists caring about what fans really want to see and how they can be engaged with the stories that they're hungering for. So it's really about that virtuous circle that I've experienced as an independent creator and a fan, and just creating a space where we can continue that circle.
No, that's too true. And I think in our community, we've seen it that, I think there's an authenticity that is a indelible thread between us that, again, is really the true magic of that convention space. And for us as light creators that are all floating adrift on the same raft of this creative journey, like like wherever the ocean takes us, we try to put an oar in and try to say, okay, I'm going this way, and then the muse and life takes you completely opposite space. No, that's very great. So what I guess to say, let us take a moment to then just talk specifically about Virtuous Con and what you have in store for us.
Oh man, it's gonna be we're so excited about it. It's 2 days. We have 2 full days of panels and a showroom. So when you come in, you'll have 2 panel rooms, and we have an actual floor show that looks very much like what you're used to in a in-person convention. So we have booths for our artists where they can display their work and talk about it real in live time, actually face to face, like we're doing now. And it's just, people can move throughout the booths. We have different floors and aisles. And when you get there, it's amazing. You really do start to feel like you're at it. It really mimics the function and the feel of an in-person convention. And I know that sounds like that's not true. But as you saw in our beta launch in October, it does feel that way. And I hoped that, I thought that, but to actually see, those little dots moving around and people talking and, us jumping into each other's booths like we normally do.
That is exactly.
It's really exciting. And so we're doing that, but on a much bigger scale this time. At the end of the day, we'll have over 75 artists over the 2 days. We have panels almost every hour of our programming. And in fact, we're expanding our panel times from 11 to 6 because we had so many, and I just couldn't say no because we got so many awesome panels. So that's what it's going to be. Got some great stuff.
Yeah, and to that, not only a great set of artists and things from there, you got some fantastic and very prominent panelists already kind of join in from there. Can you give us a little rundown of the roster right now?
Absolutely. So, in addition to Dedrin Sneed, who is the founder of SUBSUME Publishing, we also have, oh man, we have John Jennings, who I believe is going to come speak next, talking about an amazing new project called Megascope that he started and some of the exciting projects that are going to be coming out of that. We've got Tanana Reeve Dew and Stephen Barnes, who are going to be coming. We've got, oh my gosh, of course, I'm blanking now. We've got so thank you. Oh my gosh, we've got LL. Yes, thank you.
Right? Hey, no,
LL McKinney, who's
fan. I got it.
Coming,
I got you.
and Robin Smith and Alita Martinez, and the Blurred Girl, who's going to be moderating that panel, Karen Mahorn, to discuss the release of Nubia, Real One, which is the second comic in the Exploring Nubia, who's the twin sister of Wonder Woman, and it's L.O. McKinney's. I guess it's her second book, writing and discussing Nubia, because she also did that in Immortal Wonder Woman. So this is the second one. So we're really excited. I think the graphic novel is going to be released 2 days after the convention, and so she's coming. And thank you for reminding me, because of that incredible connection, DC Comics is now a sponsor of Virtuous.
Right. I'm trying to get the finger snaps, and yeah, there you go. Right.
Along with SUBSUME Publishing. We're really excited about just the companies that have stepped up to support us. So thank you. As I blank out.
No, you're quite all right. Quite all right. Now, before I get to the speculative fiction space, I want to make sure to keep you in your event planner and founder space. How has this journey, COVID, your own creation, and your own life outside of this, how has it been to try to set up and build the space that we all know is necessary? You taking on this task as a founder, how's that journey been for you?
Busy. As you know, I mean, I have 2 young kids, a family, a full-time job. I'm also writing and putting out a new project, a collection of short stories. So there's a lot going on, and it's, as you know, it's not easy to create something. It takes sacrifice, it takes time, but I'm so excited and so honored just by the ability, to have the time and the ability and the wherewithal to actually do it. And in that, I found support, and for the beta launch in October, my goal was to keep it small. I wanted to have 15 artists, and I wanted to invite people in just to see if everything would work. The platform that we're using is very different. It's not, a Zoom call. And so I just really wanted folks to test things out. And you and so many other artists just stepped up and volunteered your time to just try to help me see if this idea would work. And now, as we're doing, the next iteration of that in February, I mean, just the team and the people and the love has just been amazing. So when I'm tired, when my brain is sort of crashing, I still have that support, and that makes it an amazing experience, even though it's been, a challenge, in many ways, but it's also been wonderful too.
Oh, that's what we're here for, right? That is to not only make and build stuff, but to see the connection that it builds and brings along. So so again, we thank you for that. And again, it was very much a no-brainer. Once I heard of this, back then, and was to say, okay, yeah, how can we see this go? And again, to see this take a next step and even further steps, is fantastic. So now I get to talk to you as a fellow creative here for a little bit. So I want to take that time of talking about you, and you've got already a nice library of works. So let us just set and again give you all of your bona fides there as far as your creative spaces. As being on the other side of the table, right? Of the
Yeah.
person that that has books and materials for review. So let's hear about you as the creator. What is your plethora of good things that we can kind of share with everybody?
Oh man. Well, I'm honored to be working on releasing my 10th book.
Mm.
And it's 11 if you include some short story sort of anthologies that I've been in. Um, I have a sci-fi trilogy called Order of the Seers, which is about a group of people who can see the future and they're enslaved for that ability. I have a fantasy duology about a young woman who discovers she's part of an ancient legacy of sorcerers, and she needs to reclaim that tradition if she's going to overthrow a very evil ruler and reclaim her land and her legacy. I have a children's book series called Alice in the Magic Mirror, which I started with my son when he was 6, and it's been a journey, but we are about to release, I think by summer, we'll release the 3rd book in that series. And I'm really excited about it because with the first 2 books, my son gave me the ideas, sort of elements that he wanted. But with the 3rd book, he came up with the entire storyline himself. And so I'm really excited to get that out into the world. And then I've been working on a short story collection, which is called Between Two Seas. And it's sci-fi. I have a sci-fi story, a sort of horror fantasy, a sci-fi Western. Often in between writing series, I do short stories. And it's a way to sort of cleanse my palate and try something different and sort of get my brain to rest and reset between one series and another that I'm usually researching or outlining. And I had all these stories. Some I dreamt, a decade ago, and others that came to me, last year or within the year. And I'm so excited to get them out because my short stories tend to be very different from what I spend my novel time on. And so there was a lot going on in 2020, and there's a lot going on since 2016. A lot of things came to the head for me and really sort of crystallized. And I that's absolutely reflected in the collection Between Two Seas. And so I hope to have that out by April. But it's with the editor now, and so she will tell me how much work I still have to do on it.
No, that is it's an amazing legacy already. On top of what you're building right now. So that have you been affected at all? From a creative standpoint with COVID? Because I'm hearing like all these things coming along, which I have to ask. From like has there been a creative cloud or a change of or pivot of the way that you've approached your creativity, kind of based on where we've kind of are coming on a year of being with COVID? Has that impacted you at all in that sense?
I haven't felt stagnant creatively. I felt more focused. 2020 was an awful, awful time. And what it did for me is it made me more committed to what I could do to contribute to the positivity and the good, in this world. I think it made me realize more than ever that no one is going to do this if we don't do it. Whatever calling, whatever idea that I have, I need to get on that because, life is not promised. The forces against Black people are profound and consistent. But I believe that good is better. I believe in the good side of the force with all my heart.
Right.
So our energy against that has to be equally and more powerfully consistent and prolific, in order to counter what we're seeing. And we can do it. That's the thing. We have a roadmap. I mean, our ancestors dealt with a lot more and created the roadmap for how we move forward. That, I think, was an idea that really crystallized for me. And after the death of George Floyd, it was, and I didn't watch the video. I can't, I will never, I'd never recover if I saw
No,
it. But I read
I,
about it, and obviously I knew about it, and it just crystallized, and those that week, where I was just so devastated. And I looked at my two children. My son is 13, my daughter is 9, and just thought, really struggled with, like, what do I tell them about how to move forward with hope and positivity and be in the brilliance that they are? What do I tell them as I'm watching this, disaster unfold, like, daily?
right.
And I thought, you know what? My ancestors had to deal with much more, and they found a way to hope and to create and to build within unimaginable circumstances. So that's how you know you can do this, because they did it. And it sort of flipped a switch for me. And it just made me more motivated. I've always been a supporter of independent artists. I've always been a supporter of independent Black artists. But, when I thought about Virtuous Con and trying to create a space, it just made me more committed than ever. And I think that's how COVID, and because I'm isolated and frankly, I can't go to the movies, you know what I mean? It gave me some more space. But it also, I think that really crystallized for me last year in a way it never had before.
Oh, I mean that is pretty much right on point with somebody as ambitious with all of their work kind of going forward with with good motivation and set intent, which is good. We need that. We need those type of examples that it can be done. And I think in a very similar sense, that like that's part of us imagining a black future, right? And the idea of celebrating Black Futures Month is as hard or as arduous as the task seems to be right now, that we're descended from folks that, to your point, exponentially more difficult lives, and knew well, in fact, that they weren't going to see the fruit of those labors, right? Like it was like we're doing this, and there is no way, shape, or form I'm going to live to see, a Black president or a Black Madam Vice President, or or Asian or biracial. But at the same point, or just even the fact of I may not see my own freedom, not even looking that far and fantastic in the future. Like the stuff I'm doing today, I'm not going to benefit from by any circumstance. Um, but that's the cloth we're cut from, right? And that's why I feel like that's we talk about speculative fiction. It was born out of that necessity of hope, right? It's to coin a popular book, The Audacity of Hope. Like, how dare we think that there's going to be a future when our present and our past have so much pain and concern. So that's again but we have to have a place to nourish that type of legacy. And so that's why I think, when we're talking about having to build a future, the future has to come from a past, right? And it has to have has to have a resonance in the present. So, we have to have that launch pad for the future to be built upon, right? Or blast off from, if we say it that way. So kind of in closing, for you and in the legacy of Virtuous Con, what does that future look like for you? And in the legacy that we'll obviously see come from it.
Okay, so what is the future Virtuous Con? I want to answer that, but I want to add something to something you said, because it's why I love speculative fiction so much. It is at its core. I always talk about speculative fiction as a deeply spiritual genre, because it gets to the core of what it means to be human, what it means to be in community, and what it means to be different or like, and what's your responsibility as a result of wherever you land in the sort of environment that you're in. And you're absolutely right. Speculative fiction, the idea of imagining a different world, the world that you want, or fighting against the world that is inherently an act of hope. And that is so true. I'd never really thought about it that way, that in many ways our ancestors were speculative fiction because they were creating a world that they didn't even necessarily see or have a context for. And that's so inspiring. So I just want to thank you for that, because that's a gem right there. But the future of Virtuous Con is just to keep building keep creating spaces where independent artists and, traditionally published or, established artists can come together and elevate innovative storytelling and mediums, and yeah, keep creating spaces where our audience can find us and be inspired to be a part of that hope that I think is speculative fiction and what we're all inspired by in this field as creators.
Oh, well said, well said. And to that point, we've got 2 weeks to see the growth and development of the future kind of come forward. So, in closing, for Virtuous Con and for yourself, where can we find you? For where can we support this event? And yeah, and just keep in touch with this part of our Black creative Black futures.
Absolutely. So you can go to virtuouscon.com and you can sign up as an attendee. It's completely free for both days. And if you are interested in being a vendor, we still have spaces. So you can sign up for our mailing list there, and then we send you the application and all that good stuff. So everything can be found at virtuouscon.com.
All right, and for yourself as a creator, where can we find you?
Sure. You can find me at CeriseReadyMurphy.com. And all my books, you can read samples, all that good stuff.
It is that good stuff. I can personally attest. And excited to partner and be a part of Virtuous Con and its ongoing success as well as yourself. So again, Sharice, I appreciate you making this time on a Saturday
Of
to
course.
come in and talk about all this cool stuff to come. And yeah, and see the Black Futures spaces being created and in real time is an honor. So again, thank you for that. And the work that obviously goes behind making something like this happen. So again, we appreciate you, and we'll say thank you yet again.
Thank you. Thank you for having me, and thank you for being a part of creating those spaces. This is amazing what you're doing. So thank you so much for having me and wading through the technical issues. It's like,
Oh, that's it's again we have to imagine ourselves in the future despite our technical difficulties.
that's
This is
right. That's
that's
right.
how we got to do. We got to be speculative in success as it's going on, right?
You got
So
it.
so we wish you a seamless show for you, and we'll be there. So
All
thank you
right.
so very
Take
much.
care. Thank you
All
so
right, take
much.
care. I appreciate you, obviously. Thank you
All
so
right.
much. Take care
Thank
now.
you. Bye-bye.
All right. And so we are on track to end back with Black Futures Month 2021. Here again, my name is Judge Sneed with SUBSUME, and we just finished speaking with Sharice Renee Murphy. I'm gonna make sure I don't get that middle name right. With not only the founder of Virtuous Con, but a brilliant speculative fiction creator in her own right. And so we just finished our own spaces with Virtuous Con. And now up next at the 2 o'clock hour, we will be talking about curating the culture with educator and innovator John Jennings. And right after that, Manifest Your Destiny with Roya Coupe, founder of Unique Studios at 3 p.m. And also do a quick cut to a Solar Power King music with Rock Stages at 3:30. And then we got it going on just until 7 o'clock this afternoon. So again, we appreciate everybody and their time and attention for being a part of our legacy with Black Futures Month 2021. So again, it's the Dejan Sneed with Subsume, and we'll be right back. Da, da, da. All right. Thank you all so very much. We appreciate you being part of our Black Futures Month 2021 celebration. And it is 2 o'clock. And so we've already had three great panels, and we are on to our next one. And I'm sure will be just as exciting, and the chance for me to talk to somebody I am a fan of yet again, and someone who is absolutely helping us craft our space in the Black futures and Black speculative fiction space. Of course, I'm speaking to our guest here today, John Jennings. So John, pleasure as always to talk with you. Appreciate the
Well,
time to connect.
oh yeah, thank you for having me. I'm really great. I'm grateful y'all are doing this. I love the concept quite a bit. Because we're always thinking about blackness and our history. But what about the futures are? We need to really be concentrated on what the next move is going to be. So thank you for inviting me. So.
Oh, and an honor and a pleasure. And just kind of speaking from our last panel to here, I've always been fascinated by that as part of the speculative fiction journey is that we have to imagine the future, based off of a resonance of the past and a cognizance of the present.
Mhm.
And where do we go from here, and how do we get there? And even if we don't see it ourselves, what's that impact? So
Yeah.
it's works like yourself that actually help make this conversation. And really in that sense of obviously we want to talk about you and the work with Megascope and those parts from there, but I wanted to key in first and foremost, to take one step back, let you get a chance to introduce yourself and your many great parts of work and bona fides, and do want to take the conversation here to how you're just in our essence a curator of our speculative fiction culture, and in that sense a vanguard of what our history is going to be, and I think a director of the direction we're going. So for those who may not have yet heard of you and your wondrous works, please introduce yourself.
Okay. Again, my name is John Jennings, and I am a professor of media and cultural studies at the University of California at Riverside. I've been teaching in the academy, as they call it, for about 20 years. And I started out as an artist, so I'm well known as an artist, both fine and applied. And I used to taught graphic design for like about 19, 20 years, something like that. Design history, design methodology, studio, those types of things. But of course, when you're in that space, you start to question like, well, what aesthetic are we teaching? What I'm saying? Like, why is this a westernized European aesthetic? Where are the Black designers? Which, actually there was a conference just about that, a few months ago. And it starts to, so I basically started to question like, well, what are the ethics of making design, and who are these particular designs for, that kind of thing. And of course, when I say design, I'm not just thinking graphics, I'm talking about architecture, I'm talking about industrial design, also like systems, the design of systems. So when you start thinking about that, that leads you, I think, it's going to lead you to like thinking about science fiction, fantasy, or like different types of like fictional constructs, right? So that's what led me to going into doing research on what has been called Afrofuturism, and since then a lot of my artwork has been associated with some of the more seminal texts like Ytasha Womack's book, Ronaldo Anderson's work, things of that nature. I just happened to be in the right place at the right time. Another thing that happened too was me and my friend Dr. Adelifu Nama a few years ago put together probably, I guess you call them Afrofuturist think tanks called Astro Blackness. So that's another thing. I'm an organizer, a cultural activist. So once I got introduced to spaces like the Black Age of Comics Convention, or the East Coast Black Age of Comics Convention, Onyx Con, spaces like that, I realized that there needed to be some type of effort, to basically archive and categorize the work, because it's just being created, and so that was one of the endeavors that I started with my friend Damian Duffy, who was my longtime collaborator for like 15 years. So, and we kind of started out as academics, just looking at, okay, well, this is a wonderful culture that we actually also happen to be a part of, right? And then doing curatorial work like Black Comics Returns, putting on art shows that like the Out of Sequence. Hold on a second. Hold on a second.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think my wife just bellowed at me.
Oh no, no, those that again. We want you to have a future. So to that,
Yeah, I
please
know,
feel
right?
free as you go. Right, you gotta
Hold,
hit that.
hold on a
No,
second.
of
I just
course, of
want I
course.
wanted to look at. I'll make up the time. Okay, hold on.
No problem. So, also, Mr. Jennings forgot to, again, with so many accomplishments, I can see why. Is that one of the curated spaces that is near and dear to my heart that I can honestly say was a change and a positive pivot to my career was the at the Schomburg in New York. There is the Black Comic Book Festival. And so I think that this was the ninth year of that iteration, where himself and Dr. Holloman and let's see, Dr. Is it Dr. Gale? I'm gonna blank on his first name, as well as let's see the new kid on third, Jerry Kraft. I'm trying to make sure I give all of the original OGs who helped build and pioneer that space their credit. So again, being able to relevate that, excuse me, make that relevant to our earlier discussion of creating and curating spaces. Again, that's just a necessary space that there was a need, and absolutely from that point in that time that we are able to see so many great pieces of work and talent come out of that. One of our next guests, I think a couple of our next guests, Roy Coupe of let's see, of Unique Studios, who we'll have right after this, is one of those stalwarts, as well as Diesel Funketeer Tim Fielder that we'll have at 5 p.m. So I think again, and being able to be able to curate that type of content. Again, we're speaking about particularly Black speculative fiction and the prescience of Afrofuturism. That we have to look at all mediums of that. And again, we're talking about a fine museum in and of itself, with a Schomburg having a rich history and legacy of itself. Being able to bring in talent from around the country and around the globe to be that kind of space, so we can definitely understand and appreciate that as part of that as well. And of course, again, we are speaking here, in full here with John Jennings, who will be with us here momentarily. And again, my name is Dejan Sneed here, and I think he's holding part of our Black future here in
Yeah,
his hands. So,
exactly. Yeah, what's up, man?
yep, yep,
We'll
yep,
cover back in
absolutely.
temporarily. Yeah,
Dude, you're quite fine, but by all means, again, that's as we're just saying, this is part of our legacy scene in real time, so it's all good. So I know I was just giving you your propers again for creating, a curated space for us with the Schomburg and the Black Comic Book Festival, which just
hmm
recently came through, as well as out in California,
yeah,
that you guys have a space there as well.
yeah.
So again,
The Black and Brown Comic Arts Festival. Yeah,
absolutely. So
yeah,
be us being able to have those spaces, but to your point, being able to have agency to make sure that that type of history is being presented and represented, and
yes,
then also brought to a space where not necessarily to only be academic, but that academics is part of that appreciation of the craft and of the story.
right, right. No, that's definitely true. And the other thing is, trying to make sure that uh, there's an archive of these particular types of spaces that people can access for future generations. Which there's another reason why I ended up teaching at UCR, because there's a science fiction archive here that Nalo Hopkinson and myself and Cheryl Vent and Andre Carrington are, faculty collaborators with. I'm sorry. Babe.
Oh, you good? You good?
Oh no. Oh my goodness. Okay.
No problem. That's all right.
She's coming back, baby. She's coming back. Okay.
Yeah. So now, likewise, we have equal frustration when we don't see that type of legacy held on to. I mean, there's been talk about a lot of Black history and Black legacy being held in spaces that aren't ours, right? If we look
Yes.
at places like Harvard and
Cornell.
these spots, and yeah, again, that have a wealth of our history, but we don't have that direct access to,
Yeah.
and absolutely don't have a way to curate that conversation as
Right.
far as to how our images, how our history, and how literal parts of our being and our ancestors are handled and portrayed. So
hmm
I think us being able to claim and reclaim, what we're building here now, and still actively going back to seek ownership of those points of the past is still a thing we need to be doing. So
Yeah.
again, that just speaks to the relevance and necessity of this type of work.
No, definitely. I mean, it's funny because I'm getting ready to do a talk at USC called "Becoming the Data Thief," And I'm kind of basing that term off of a trope that was created by John Akomfora in his film The Last Angel of History, where he basically comes up with this idea of a time traveling archaeologist, that's actually trying to put together through the detritus of time, connections between Black creativity, and then also it ends up being that the data thief becomes the last angel of history and beams that information backwards through time, so he becomes the future and the past simultaneously. Oh, you back, man? He's just like,
it's a great conversation. He gets to hear it a lot. For us, we're thirsting for it. So by all means, you can feel free to join us.
Oh no, he's just kind of hanging out. Oh, yeah. Anyway, he's more interested in his mom right now. So yeah, and the other thing I was thinking about too, like first you create these spaces where people can empower themselves both economically and culturally, create catalogs and archives of this information, and for posterity. That's why it's so important to do something like this at the Schomburg, for instance, which is repository of the Harlem Renaissance. It's one of the most Black spaces on the planet.
Yeah.
And it's one of the reasons also that when I was doing these types of shows, that I was pairing myself up with institutions, institutions that cared about Black creative spaces, and then the final piece is to try to figure out ways to distribute information, and that's kind of like why Megascope tend to be like the next space for us to be in, is to have a lot of books that are dedicated to BIPOC creators, primarily speculative work, and actually like with a very wide distribution lens, so that's kind of like how the thought process went for me, to protect information, find information, and then collect it and disseminate it,
Right. And now, no, absolutely. And as you brought it up, having the imprint of Megascope, which obviously has a fantastic historical context, but to your point, is now in real time where you're able to craft those type of things that'll, I'm sure, in some sense, be part of a repository before its time, hopefully in its time. How has that journey been in crafting and really as a creative on both sides been for you so far?
It's I've learned a great deal being on the other side of the desk, so to speak. I think for most of my career, I've been very collaborative. I love collaborating with people, and I feel like you get more things done. You have more information that you can process, and I think that everyone's opinions are equal. When it comes to this kind of collaborative work. And that's kind of like been a boon to me as far as like being not only like a developmental editor, but kind of like a bridge between, a lot of work that's coming out of, the community, various communities throughout the African diaspora, because we're not just working on like work by Black folk, but people from all over the planet who are dealing with like, these types of issues in their work. And then also there's been kind of a learning curve between like people who are like super independent, people who are coming from the quote unquote mainstream comics industry, and also just kind of getting the corporations up to speed on, what's really happening in the, in this kind of underground, well, it's not necessarily underground, more independent,
right?
Independent Black comics network of folk, if you think of it that. So it's been really interesting. It's a lot of work. It moves a lot more slowly than I had anticipated. It's even slower than academic publishing, because it's so many hands-on things. You know what I'm saying? We made an announcement about Megascope like 2 years ago. It was 2 years. And our first book is now just coming out. And of course, COVID, the virus was a huge detriment to that, of course. I mean, the first book was supposed to be out in October, and it disrupted, distribution, printing. The publishing industry in general has been affected by COVID-19 virus on multiple levels, and it actually has also caused a lot of, disruption in various aspects of like getting stuff done, from just a psychological affective piece to, systemic issues around like, oh, how do you work with an artist who has COVID-19? Like, for instance, Abrams just put out a new adaptation of Dune, Frank Herbert's Dune, which is actually really lovely. But both the artist is a husband and wife team from Spain, and they both caught COVID-19. So they basically had to get better before they could finish the book, and the husband caught it again. So
Oh wow.
yeah, it was crazy. So that's the kind of stuff that has been happening in those spaces. And that's kind of changed it. So being kind of having a managerial hat, I tend to take the side of the artist because I am an artist, and I understand that, if a corporation could just if they could take the thing out your head and print it, they would. It's like so basically like having a connection between like the artist and the large kind of faceless corporation has been really interesting. Even though Abrams as a space has been very good. I mean, because and of course this deal came out of the success of the two Octavia Butler adaptations that Damien and I did. So yeah, so that's kind of it's been interesting. But it's very exciting to see the books come out. And how people react to them. Like I was very trepidatious about the first book, which people seem to not hate for the most part. It seems that's been good. Yeah, and then basically trying to figure out what the next moves are, trying to understand what Abrams is looking for. So far they've been really supportive of my suggestions. But before I bring them a project, I have to really look at like, well, how is it going to sell? What pieces are we trying to fill? Because there's a business. That's the other thing too. It's like it really is the intersection between art and commerce. Like definitely want to put out the best representations across the board, and so try to bring like high profile projects, or at least extremely innovative things that I felt like haven't really been done, or honestly, like catching a trend that actually might be able to make some money doing this publishing thing. So that's at the end of the day, that's
what it takes.
Yeah. So there's a lot of things to be considered.
From that to your point, we're talking about a sense of sustainability. Do you think that across other either publishing houses or other academics that we'll see more of an involvement or investment in Black speculative fiction? Are you seeing that from your purview as not just a temporary thing, but more of a thing of a true appreciation that we might be able to see going forward?
Yeah, I think so. I think that everything has its time, everything has its season. Like right now, superhero movies are the westerns of yesteryear.
That's
that's where I look at it, because essentially, like the cowboy is just a superhero. It's an antecedent to the superhero, and it's like it's just the superhero is like a new iteration of the cowboy. One person that can change the world. That kind of thing. Right. So hold a second.
No worries.
All right. I think my notifications were on. Yeah, so I think that right now there seems to have been like a sea change for different reasons around Black speculative culture. You have like before Get Out, after Get Out. You have before Black Panther, after Black Panther.
Right.
Kind of, whereas like now that mainstream corporations know that they could make something that actually centers a Black audience with like Afrocentric or even political themes and actually make a ton of money. I think it was Michael Moore that said, a capitalist will sell you the noose to hang himself with. So, we'll see. We'll see how it goes. Everything swings back and forth. I'm saying? We're probably going to have some pushback, but for the most part, it seems that, Black speculative culture in general is kind of going the way of like what happened with hip hop, actually. You can't even sell a can of orange drink now without a hip hop beat to it. So that's kind of, for good or ill, our culture affects the world. It's always been that way. So I think that's kind of where we are now to a certain degree. But you have like larger houses picking up speculative work left and right, actually, from like HarperCollins to, Tim Fielder's book is with HarperCollins. I think it's a massive deal. I know that there's other writers that have deals with like places like Simon & Schuster and Little Brown, and there's also a lot of interest in graphic novels from different people with different backgrounds. Abrams, for instance, Megascope is focused on BIPOC creators across the board, but they also started a line that Mariko Tamaki is over called Surely, that is actually dealing with like, the queer community or the LGBTQ plus community, and their stories, and their perspective. So it's like, they really want to make comics for everybody, because honestly, I think at the end of the day, studies have shown that they're leaving money on the table if you don't deal with the actual constituency that that's out there, But there's so many mythologies around what Black people, the Black community like, right? Well, Black folk don't like Doctor Who, that kind of thing, right?
Oh man, I know that.
I'm like, what are you talking about? That stuff is cool.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. That's like we and on the line. Obviously, we got two protesters to that, but for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we hear that a lot, right? It's the idea that we either as a monolith like the same thing or expect the same opportunities for one or for a few. Looking at us kind of as kind of to a point of the Schomburg being from the Harlem Renaissance. Do you feel like we're in a creative renaissance for Black speculative fiction currently? And if so, is this something that is tentative, or you think it's something that has a little bit more lasting power than just say like a time and then kind of ebbs and flows?
That's a good question. I think yes, we are. In fact, a few years ago, I coined the phrase the Black speculative arts movement, and then of course, Ronaldo Anderson and then Maya Crown Williams actually started up, these Black speculative arts movement nodes that kind of popped up eventually all over the world, So I think that what we're seeing is like the obvious like revolution of Black creative thought, which seems to me has always manifested itself in different types of speculative manners. If you go back and you look at like Sherry Renee Thomas's work, for instance, she's basically the architect of looking back at, where speculative fiction and Blackness kind of like originates from, So if you look at like the Harlem Renaissance, there's a lot of speculative fiction writers. I mean, Du Bois was writing speculative fiction, County Cullen was writing it, Zoe Neale Hurston, people like that. And then, of course, you move into spaces like the Black Arts Movement. You have people like Toni Morrison and Henry Dumas and Amiri Baraka who are writing magical realist spaces or Afro-surrealist spaces, as Amiri Baraka would call it. So I think this particular movement has shifted quite a bit, but I think it is in line with what has happened before. Now, is it more sustainable? I think it might be, because more people of color have the means of production at their fingertips. We have more folk of color who are financially able to do it, or have the systems in place to do it, or have built enough of an audience to actually align themselves with other companies too, like Roy Coupe's new deal, for instance, with Dark Horse, my deal with Abrams, or people like David Stewart II, who has Lion Forge and has purchased Oni, the comics, that kind of thing. So yeah, I think I don't know, nothing lasts forever, but such is the nature of being human on this planet, right? But I do think that it could be more sustainable, just because a lot of things have changed, as far as
right.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I always tell people, it's like, I don't necessarily need to be Jay-Z. I can just be Tech Nine.
Yeah.
Tech Nine's a millionaire.
Yep, absolutely.
He doesn't have to, if you can build an empire like a little bit at a time. I don't necessarily need to have a huge bunch of distribution. You just need dedicated fans, who really love your work, and that's what Tech Nine has. So I would rather try to go for that than like be a billionaire. Anyway, I mean, being a billionaire would be cool, I guess. But then again, somebody's going to get shafted in that particular instance too. So we have to be aware of that trade-off. But anyway, I'm sorry, I'm going off in a rabbit hole. Anyway.
No. And to keep it in that same hip hop vein, like you said, of a Tech Nine being a millionaire, if we look at someone and like that, I feel like fits in this speculative space, but it maybe not recognizing their time, say like an MF Doom, right? We see that, we have brilliant people that are creating and building legacies, but again, a lot of times we don't get to realize or recognize them until it is too late. Yeah. So in that sense of us being able to curate these spaces, how do we go to make sure that we do see the new people, not to say the new people, or we're seeing opportunities being built for a lot of people. But looking at the legacies of those that have come before or really like have pioneered this space, what can we do when I'm curating our spaces that we aren't leaving out those legacies, or again giving these people their roses, in their time.
It's a hard question because a lot of times you only know what you know, you know. So
Mhm.
I guess you have to try to know as much as you can.
Right.
I was like, I read very widely and deeply, so I try to figure out and try to stay on top of who's in the know about these particular types of things. And also too is like trust your resources. Make acquaintances who actually can keep you plugged into those particular types of spaces. That's the thing. Is like understand that you don't know a lot. You don't know as much as you think you know. In fact, the older you become, the more you realize, like, oh, you know what? I am so ignorant.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, like clueless. The other thing is, to be a leader is not what you think, like what a lot of people think think a leader is. A leader is a servant. A leader is a servant to the people. And I'm a professional servant. That's what I'm literally like I work for the state of California. That's my main job. And part of that job is to archive information and to recontextualize it and try to understand it, and in the humanities try to protect it and make sure that it's the right information so that it could be accessed by the public. So I'm a public servant. Now the extension of that is being like a cultural activist to try to make sure that Black folk are being seen in the proper light, and that our stories are being curated, collected, and stored properly for the future. So the thing is like if you're talking about an Afro future or an African future, people are going to need the roadmaps. They're going to need They're going to need the source books. They're going to need all this stuff in the future too. So think about trying to create a time capsule. Like me and Ronaldo, when we did this show at the Schomburg, it was called Unveiling Visions, right?
Mhm.
We were basically thinking about the idea of the data thief as a curator. It's like, what if the data thief is actually collecting information for the future?
Mhm.
The time capsule, right? And so, so when your kids get to the future, they're going to need all this stuff, so you got to make sure it's there, and have public access to it. So those are the different things I think about. That's how we ensure is to realize that we're part of a network and that neither one of us is more important than the other. I try to like, everybody has ego, but I try to like keep mine restrained and be like, actually it's better if we do these things together, or it's better if we work forward and towards a brighter future together. I know that sounds real kumbaya and like real cliche, but if you think about it, no, we have not progressed in this country without collaborating or collaboratives or moving together. We just haven't because we don't really have competition. It's just it's a group effort, and sometimes people disagree. Everybody wasn't on the same page during the civil rights movement. There was a lot of unrest and a lot of different attitudes about what should and should not be done. But people like to think of it. Oh, everybody was unified. Yes, they were, but there was different types of blacknesses, and Black futures are not monolith either. Like some people get tied up in different things, but I think at the end of the day, Afrofuturism or the Afrofuture is more of a destination than a genre.
Mhm.
So anyway, sorry, I went off on a tangent.
No, you went right. Went right in the space. Now, I guess in an ideal circumstance that we are able to recognize and realize the people in their time, and we do build a general appreciation for Black speculative fiction, and in keeping it in that same hip hop vein that it goes mainstream. Right now, everybody has access and opinions and influence in this space, and it becomes bigger than the artist that created it. We hear this a lot of times that with hip hop, like you said, it becomes commercialized. Is that something that as artists and as creatives, is that something we should be concerned about, like the commercialization of speculative fiction, particularly Black speculative fiction, as we're trying to really get on base and have it shown? Haven't
I
seen
mean,
that with other things that particularly are Black owned. If the word a lot of time we get here, it gets co-opted or kind of goes beyond our control.
it's not just Black culture; it's just creative culture in general,
Exactly.
specific to Black folk. I know that everything ain't about us. It's just we live in a capitalist system.
Absolutely.
And basically, like if something sells, they're gonna make more of it. That's just how it goes. The thing is like, how do you control that phenomenon? We're in a capitalist system right now. And so until, some other better system comes along, that's what we're dealing with. We're dealing with a capitalist space that is going to try to copy what you do, is going to try to like take what you do, is going to try to like disseminate it as much as possible, right? So what you have to do is like maintain as much control over your voice as possible, work in both fields, you know what I'm saying? I was just talking to Yatasha Womack about this the other day. You're not going to be able to control it totally because culture, that's part of the, it's not meant to be controlled, Hip hop wanted to be co-opted. If you think about if hip hop was a loa, like a spirit, how could it not want to be everywhere? That's what it wants to be. You know what I'm saying? It's about sampling and remixing, right? So it's probably very happy that it's everywhere right now. If you think of it as a person, right? If the spirit of hip hop was like real person, like, yo, I'm in China,
Exactly.
I have been remixed and I've infested everything, because culture gets into the into the cracks and crevices. Exactly. I mean, that's what Ishmael Reed was talking about with, Just Grew, like Black culture as a virus, you know what I'm saying? So that's kind of the nature of what we do. I think the thing is like to try to maintain as much of the control of, of the means of production, which is a lot easier these days, because how we produce things has been so ubiquitous now, because one of the things about a capitalist system is everything is up for sale, even the means of production. You know what I'm saying? So think about it. You have a monthly subscription to Adobe Creative Suite. You can make a whole book, and because we have stuff like Lightning Source and other places now, or like places like Peep Game and Comixology, there's nothing stopping you from building an audience. It's just yourself. So yeah, maintain control, protect yourself, because it's a corporation's job to take advantage of you. That's kind of like their job. It's like, it's funny to me, like when people say, oh, they should do more, Black Lives Matter stuff and all these things. I was like, no, that's actually like a corporation is actually bound by law to make money. That's actually its purpose. Right. It's the people inside of it that are making these different decisions. It's like, okay, well, there has to be some type of like empathetic zeitgeist in a corporate culture to move it differently, So that's something to maintain as well. So I don't know if you can control it. You need to do the best that you can to do it, but try to work with larger spaces, knowing that you're going to have to go in there with your guard up a little bit, but also work with the community. You can do both. You don't have to just do one thing. You can work for Marvel and put out your own book. A lot of people do that, So I think diversify the content, actually also to have more than one idea. That's the other thing, I mean, so, just make a lot of stuff, put it out and get it into the world, because of this particular, content is king, and there's a lot of really bored people looking for something to do right now. Just remember that too. So anyway, I hope that helped. I mean, I know it's kind of
no, absolutely. And speaking of capitalism and wanting to consume, what's your on deck for you with Megascope? Obviously, you've had some great releases to start things off. We see not only the work of yourself, but a lot of independent creators now getting an opportunity to bring their work and their voices forward with that, which obviously we appreciate. So speaking to Megascope and the docket of talent and projects that you have right now, what can you share with us?
So the first book that just came out with, some fanfare, which is pretty awesome, is I did this book with Nedia Corafor and David Brame called After the Rain, which is an adaptation of her short story, On the Road. And I did the adaptation. Damian Duffy did the lettering. David did the art, like the pen and ink, and I did the colors on it. And that's a really cool. And I, was a developmental editor on it. Then of course, next we have Up Hard Ears, actually in April, by Matthew Clark and Nigel Lynch. So I've been a fan of the work coming out of Barbados for a while, and we had opportunity to work with them, and they had a lot of the book done. See, that's the other thing too, is like, don't get ready, be ready. They had already, I say when we signed that book, they had about 80% of that book done, and Hard Ears is kind of like it's almost like we took Spirited Away and mixed it with like Pirates of the Caribbean, and then but put it into like a fantasy version of Barbados with a lot of political satire. Yeah, it's beautifully done. It's beautifully done. So that's our next book. After that, we have two more dropping in May. Across the Tracks, which is a short primer written by Alvarin Ball and illustrated by Stacey Robinson, with a contextualizing essay by Colette Yellowrobe and Ronaldo Anderson. Just a kind of a primer for the deals with the tragedy and triumph, actually, too, of the of the Black Wall Street massacre, race massacre. 'Cause a lot of people, they didn't come back as strong as they were before, but they actually did start rebuilding that space almost immediately, as soon as they could. So a lot of people say, "Oh, it was over with." Say, no, they actually look like these Black people were made out of something different, and they were like, "Nope, we are hunkering down, and we shall get our land back." And also Black Star, which is this book. It's I want to say it's kind of like Annihilation meets something else. It's an all female crew, and they basically get stranded. Well, actually, there's an explosion, and two people actually get stranded on this planet. So it's a race for survival, but also it has these really interesting ideas around I guess you would say morality. It's a morality tale to a certain degree, but in outer space with an all-female crew. Really, really great book. Other stuff that we're working on, The Heavy by Sean Martinborough. It's coming out hopefully soon. It's a neo-noir piece that he is writing and illustrating. So it's like, if you look at something like Payback or things like that, it's actually because we actually do crime fiction as well. Let's see. We're doing a book with Tananarive Due and Stephen Barnes, with Marco Finnegan doing illustration work. It's called The Keeper. This kind of coming of age narrative set in modern day Detroit. It's horror. It's a horror piece, of course, with Tananarive involved. It's probably gonna be scary. Also, too, we're doing an adaptation of. Oh man, I can't think if I can mention that yet because we haven't announced it. Damn it. Okay. It's not.
Okay.
I remember because we made an initial announcement. I don't think it was on the list. Never mind. We're doing it. I can't talk about that book.
All right.
But there's also Yatasha Womack and Tanner Tucker on a book together called Black Cube, which it's a phenomenal script. And we're also doing a Afro-Caribbean futuristic version of The Count of Monte Cristo with Ayize Jama Everett and Tristan Roach. So imagine The Count of Monte Cristo 400 years in the future after the polar ice caps melt, but in the Caribbean. So it's like solar punk / like cli-fi, Afrofuturist. It's
awesome.
So that's just a few of the things we're doing, but we actually have a really dope slate of work and the stuff that I'm just trying to push through the pipeline. It's hard, because Abrams puts out a lot of books, and they have to gauge how things are doing, and everything's tight right now because of COVID. It's been very interesting,
right,
to launch right now, but so far so good,
Well, yeah, that's a ton of talent and opportunity that, again, for yourself and Abrams and this platform with Megascope to be able to bring forward. So we're thankful for that. So now, lastly, want to talk about your work with your cohort in Black Kirby, and with yourself and Stacy having been curated before, right? You had your work put into these spaces, and now you have the lead in charge to see not only your work but the work of others kind of put in that. Is there any lesson or any kind of point of epiphany of now going from the curated to the curator that you take in building and developing not only your own work but seeing the work of others move forward?
I think what I would say is that it's all one thing. Curation, being in a show, doing editing, making a comic book, making a piece of art, it's all the same thought process. It's just different mediums, That's what I look at it. So for instance, when you do a show like the Schomburg, to me the Schomburg is just a design project, right? So it's like, well, Black people are treated badly because of oppression and racism, right? And that particular racist thought affects our very core, our very being is affected by that. So we have to create, resistant art that actually fights against that affective change, right? So in a sense, you have to actually realign Black subjectivity. How do you do that? Well, what you do is you create a design, you design a space where when someone comes to a space, that all they see is themselves, because that's what happens with white audiences. They don't have to worry about not being in the middle of something. And when they don't feel that way, it's very disconcerting to them, which is where a lot of the pushback of this stuff has happened from, like when you what's the phrase is to the privileged, equity feels like oppression. You're used to being the center of the narrative, and that goes across the board with men, with rich people, white people. If you're coming from a patriarchal space, which we are in a patriarchal space. When women come in, they're doing well. Men are threatened, right? Same thing with white people. Same thing with rich people. Oh, all these like poor people are everywhere now.
Yeah.
I mean, so what I'm saying? It's like
we do. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there's a sense of ennui that we feel when we think of people in the other space. So so to answer your question again, I would say that all these different things aren't different. They're just the same process. You're just applying it differently, in different spaces, and that's what I've learned. Primarily. I also want to do like another shout out to, Damian Duffy and the work we've done together, and on Octavia Butler pieces. We're actually getting ready to work on our, the Parable of Talents, which is going to be very daunting, but yeah, looking forward to that. So.
Well, again, you've already amassed quite a legacy in your time and tenure, from what we see now, and obviously you've got a brilliant path that you're not only making for yourself, but obviously a torchbearer for the success of so many others. So we obviously wanted to reach out when we're thinking about this Black Futures Month and the fantastic path of Black speculative fiction, particularly. That we have pioneers like yourself and innovators as well that are doing that. So again, we appreciate you in that time. So just in closing, where can we find more about the work of yourself and Megascope and of its constituents?
Okay, well, you can see all the things we're doing at Megascope currently at the Abrams. I think it's abramsbooks.com. We have a tab there. If you look for us, you can find us. We actually have like a space there on their website. All the Megascope books are available for pre-order right now, or ordering right now on Amazon. I have an authors page on Amazon, so you can see all the stuff I've been up to over the last few years. I'm actually working on a website.
Nice. There you go.
Yeah. It's gonna be John Jennings Studio. A friend of mine pressured me. It's like, dude, you need to get a website. What is wrong with you? I've had a URL for years. I just haven't needed it. So but johnjenningsstudio.com is going to be the website URL. You can find me on Twitter at JIJennings, and on Instagram at John Jennings Art. That's where you can find me on Instagram. Everything else I think is available through, wherever fine books are sold. Oh, and I would be remiss not to mention Box of Bones by Rosarian Publishing. Yes.
Absolutely.
It came out about 3 days ago, actually. It's a horror anthology / narrative that me and Ayize Jemai Everett are the creators of, with a plethora of dope creators. And shout out to Bill for being for starting Rosarium. So yeah.
Oh, absolutely. Yet another curation space of many successful folks, yourself and forward from there. So it's necessary and it is appreciated, and your efforts absolutely want to be recognized and acknowledged here. So again, thank you so very much for your time, John, and being a reference and resource for me, and building my little work here with SUBSUME and kind of getting things forward for so many of us. So again, we're thankful for you.
All right, man. Thank you. I appreciate you.
Right.
All right.
All right, man. We'll talk. Appreciate you.
All right.
All right. Thanks. And so again, we just finished talking with cultural curator and fellow creative John Jennings on curating the culture here. And we are still celebrating the Black Fantastic here with Black Futures Month 2021. Again, my name is Dedrick Sneed, and I'm the founder of SUBSUME, which is a creator-based platform, which is the intersect of creativity, technology, and community. And so we are taking this February 6th to celebrate the excellence that surrounds us in the Black speculative fiction and Black creative diaspora. So with that, we're going to take a little bit of a break, and we're going to double down at 3 o'clock, and we're going to have two very cool cats come through. So we're going to have our next session of Manifest Your Destiny with Roy Coupe, founder of Unique Studios, and I'm sure we'll pester and find out more about not only his newest good news, but also why does it go forward with him and how to get there, and then also to introduce fellow producer and music creative Rock Stages out of Virginia, who is known as the Solar Power King, and talk about the creative journey of music and where the next stages of being able to look back at the past and also look at creating a musical and digital future and seeing the intersection of both. And we'll talk with him at 3:30, and then we'll kick it at 4 o'clock with more house magic with filmmaker Coors Van Diver, and then 5 o'clock we speak with graphic novelist Diesel Funketeer and all around cool cat Tim Fielder. We'll talk with him about his newest book, Infinitum, and I'm sure all the work between in our session called Negroes and Spaceships. And then finally, we'll close out the day with our team here at Subsume, three-fourths of such, with myself, fellow writer Marco Lopez, and Robert Jeffrey II. And so we'll take a quick break. We'll be right back at the top of the hour. And then this is Black Futures Month 2021 with Subsume. Thank you. Break. All right, everybody. It is 3 o'clock, and I am called to the stage, and I appreciate this. So, thank you so very much again. This is Dejan Sneed here with Subsume as we are celebrating Black Futures Month 2021, looking at the pioneers, the innovators, and the future of the Black creative experience. And so we've had a great opportunity not only to have our live stream here today, which is a kickoff from 11 a.m. to 7 p.m. this afternoon, with so many great examples as you see here on the screen, but we also have our digital space of Subsume, where you in 3D interaction can go in and connect, chat, and view our vendors and takes a little future approach to the convention experience. So, of course, if you are not signed up for that yet, you can just go to our Eventbrite for a free ticket that'll bring you into our digital space. That again will be open between now and 7 o'clock. And so, we are at the top of the hour here at 3 o'clock. We'll have a double dose of innovation. And our next guest in our next conversation of manifesting your destiny is with someone that I've been a huge fan of and who I can personally say shaped my career and is not only a great creator, not even a great friend, but just a great man. So let me please call to the stage uh, Mr. Roy Okupe, founder of Unique Studios. Roy, how you doing, sir?
Hey, what's going on, man?
Brother, I could give so many words here, of us getting a chance to come to connect and converse. It's always a pleasure. And, I want to be succinct with these 30 minutes that I have with you. And again, thank you so very much for joining us for this. Man, what can I, yeah, what can we say about when we bring one of the 100 most um, I'm going with it, right? One of the 100 most influential
uh,
Africans of our time.
you're
This,
too kind.
I
Too
mean,
kind,
not
my
not
friend.
not not of a country, not of a few countries, but of a whole continent. Man, that's saying something about the power of this brother right here. So, Roy, what else can we say about you? When we say that.
Hey, man, like I'm happy to be here. Like you said, man, you've been a great friend of mine and somebody that has always pushed me in the industry and supported me. So I'm just happy to be here, man. I'm happy to be part of this exciting lineup, and yeah, I'm looking forward to sharing my experience and hopefully helping other people out there, who are trying to get into comics, already into comics. Just talking about what it is that I've done to get to this point. To me, that's the most exciting part, is to be able to share with other people the journey, and to be able to pass on knowledge, just the way I've learned from others. And yeah, I'm just excited to be here. Really, really excited to be here.
No, man, it's not without a lot of dedication and hard work and
Oh
investment in
yes.
yourself that I'm thankful to say I've seen from day one and saw just that you were going to not only be here, but there's a special place for you. Let's give that voice and in the same point that is so much more than comics that is going to be your legacy. But for those who haven't had a chance to see all of it up front and up
Hmm.
close, just let's take a step back and let us
Sure.
know about you and your in the story of you and Unique Studios.
Yeah. So my name is Roy Okupe. Born and raised in Lagos, Nigeria. Proud Nigerian. And I grew up like many people who are probably watching or in the industry, loving things like X-Men, Batman, Superman, Transformers, The Matrix, like you name it. I watched them all. Watched them all twice, 5, 10 times. I've always been a fan of superheroes, fantasy, and just speculative fiction in general. But for me, obviously, I always felt like it was a missed opportunity not doing stories from the African perspective, not just with African characters, but African creators creating African characters, because I think that also brings an additional level of authenticity, to the product. And again, when I do say African, like I said, I was born and raised in Nigeria. I use it in a broad sense. So that's one thing that I always want people to know, is that when I say African, I'm not excluding the diaspora, which is also very important, because we are brothers and sisters. So that's something that I want to make very clear. Like, so when I talk about Africa, if I need to get specific, I will say Nigeria. But I wanted to clarify that. But yeah, I digress. Yeah, so for me, I always felt like there was a missed opportunity, because Africa has a wealth of history, culture, and mythology that's just so vast and very compelling, and very entertaining, for lack of a better word. And to me, it was, like I said, a missed opportunity. But when I moved over to the United States in 2002, and then I started seeing how the superhero industry was exploding with the Spider-Man movies, the X-Men movies, Blade, and some of all these different pioneers in this blockbuster era of superhero movies, I was just like, look, I need to figure out a way to really create African stories on the same level as some of these stories that people are seeing on screen, whether that's in theater or TV or through animation. And fast forward 2015, I started my own company, Unique Studios, and I launched my first title, EXO, The Legend of Wally Williams. It was I launched it through Kickstarter, and it was featured on CNN, BBC, Forbes, The Washington Post. And that's when I knew that, look, this is more than just Black people that want to see this. The world wants to see these type of stories. So I doubled down, and I went deep into it with comics first. And now I'm happy to say that slowly we're making those transitions to animation as well. And then hopefully sometime down the line, with live action. And I'll dive in detail into these things individually, but I'm trying to give the short version of my story, because it's a very long one for another time.
Oh, absolutely, and I'd love to take that time to we'll get that in. We of course want to appreciate, like you said, that this once you saw that the necessity of building your brand and building your expertise was more than just one book and just more than one story.
Yeah.
What do you feel like was that next step to kind of go forward from there?
Yeah, I mean, I've always been a fan of the MCU from the inception, Iron Man 2008. And I very quickly saw that this was a whole new level of storytelling that, obviously we hadn't really seen before on screen. And to me, it just created an intriguing possibility to do the same thing, but with graphic novels, not with floppy comics. I know, with Marvel Comics and DC, it's always been a connected universe.
Right.
But the way that I write my stories, like each graphic novel is like a singular story in itself. Like what you would see if you went to watch like Iron Man 1 or you watch Captain America. That's really the approach I took with my storytelling. Again, no, I don't have anything against, floppies or issue 1, 2, 3, but I really wanted to really bring that cinematic feel to the graphic novel space and the comic book space, because I felt like people appreciated it so much, watching it in theaters or on TV, that I felt like I had a chance in my own way to replicate that sort of excitement through graphic novels. So we've been able to, over the last 6 years, do that with EXO, Malika Windmaker, and most recently Iyanu. And we're building up to something in the future. And obviously with the Dark Horse partnership, it is just, giving us a whole level of, opportunity to be able to not only bring this to a larger fan base, a broader fan base, but also give me the liberty to focus on what I do best, which is telling these amazing stories and really put my energy into that. Because what you have to understand, self-publishing is a very hard thing, especially when you're trying to do it well and the right way, because you're not just a writer or creator or an artist. You are a marketer, you are a publisher, you are a PR person, you are a liaison to distribution, you are, the packaging guy, you are the mailman. And I say this as a joke, but literally you wear, multiple hats, and it can get very overwhelming very quickly. And for me, going into the tier where it's like I started releasing 2 to 3 graphic novels a year, and you now have 4 ongoing series that we're doing at the same time, and all these characters are starting to really connect. It got to a point where I needed help with some other things, like so that I could focus on storytelling. And that's to me, that is the most satisfying part of this deal. And again, I'll dive more deeper into that. But yeah, the next step is really getting aggressive and expanding the universe further, with more exciting stories, and diving deeper into these characters, and now like the interactions amongst themselves, because the connection has been mostly loose, from the books, and I did that intentionally because I wanted people to appreciate Malika on her own, or Exo on his own, or the Windmaker on his own, or Ianu on their own first, before you started seeing the connections between these characters. But yeah, there's so many exciting things to look forward to, and I can't wait to share that with the world.
Again, those are the steps to creating a legacy, and that's absolutely the steps that you've done. One step I want to kind of ask a little bit about is that you do this full time, right? Like
Mhm.
like this is your job. When we speak with a lot of creatives,
Yeah,
myself included, for a time, that
yeah,
this is we juggle the creative side of ourselves, what we're looking to build and what we're looking to develop, with
yeah,
something else.
of course.
Not talking about family, but talking more like a career. Like
Yeah,
the thing
yeah,
that we do is,
yeah,
this is how we pay our bills.
yeah,
And that's something I always just try to give you credit for. And I've also tried to mold myself in of, you have to be, there's another level of success when there's no safety net, in that sense of,
yeah,
oh, well, I do this and I do that.
yeah.
But so that, I think that was a step that I want to make sure is acknowledged,
Hmm.
in your journey, is that you made a conscious decision that for Unique Studios, that was going to be part of that was part of the plan. So, and making
Yeah,
that transition, because a lot of us dream of, okay, I'm going to make my own company, right?
yeah, yeah,
And get to that point of
yeah.
some sense of sustainability. For you, what was that thought process of doing that, and kind of looking now of having to do that even further now, where we have good news here and to come,
Yeah, I
looking
mean,
at that decision.
that's a great question, and I'm glad you brought that up, because I've spoken about this before. So originally, I quit my full-time job. I was a web developer, um, and I worked for an IT company, and I used to do government contracting. I was making a decent amount of money. Yeah, so I quit that full-time job in 2015, and I went straight into doing Unique Studios, and that was a very conscious decision. It was something that I had planned for a year before doing it. But what a lot of people don't know is that in 2019, I had to get another full-time job to supplement myself, because for those first 3 years were extremely rocky. Um, and looking back at it now, like even when I made the decision to go back and get another full-time job, like you said, to quote unquote pay the bills while I continued to build Unique Studios, it felt like a failure at that point in time. And it was something I was very embarrassed about. But honestly, if I look back on it, it was one of the best decisions I made, because what it allowed me to do going back and getting a job was it allowed me to take a step back and really look at, okay, what is it that I want to do now? Because there's a way when you're doing this full time and you're not making a lot of money, you make a lot of rash decisions because you want to make money. And I didn't want that pressure of, okay, you have to do this, or you have to sell this rights just to bring in some cash, and, so you can keep things going. I wanted to have the clear mindset to be able to make decisions, not based on solely financial reasons, but also, just logical and reasons that are, not just based in, okay, how much money can I make? Because sometimes that can lead you to some very terrible decisions. Um, so yeah, it's something that, again, looking back, it was a great decision, because it allowed me to make in 2019, make a lot of very good decisions that led to me actually getting a dark horse deal. I can tell you that I might not have been in the position that I am in now if I didn't take that job and get that security. So I don't want people to look at the fact that they have a full-time job and they're doing this as something that is a bad thing, or it's not, you're not being successful. To me, it's like that doesn't make any sense, and that's what I told myself initially, and it makes no sense. One thing you also have to understand is that everybody has their own race, everybody has their own path. Some people are going to be able to quit their job, go into this full time, and whether it's struggle or live a minimalist lifestyle to get through, and then they get their break. Some people, you might have a full-time job and you do that with this at the same time for 5 years, and you get to a point where you get like a big contract, or you get something, or get an acquisition or something like that, and then you do it full-time. There's just so many ways. It's not just one way to do it. So while I'm happy that even now I'm doing this full-time again, I want people to understand that there's really not one way, and juggling both a full-time job and doing comics at the same time is, to me, is actually a very smart decision. Don't, I would say, this is the last thing I'll say about that. Don't quit your job and go into this full-time, first of all, without a plan. And when I say a plan, I just don't mean for 1 year. Like, what happens if you don't make money in 3 years? What are you going to do? Right. And then don't just do it because somebody else did it. That's the worst thing that you can do. And then, like I said, there's multiple ways to find success in this industry. It's not just about, it's just what you define as success, and how you internalize that, I think is really all that matters.
No, that's so true. And again, I appreciate your candor in sharing that, Roy, because that's so, again, something else I've always admired about you is, and we needed more of this. It's just simply the fact that as creatives, that idea of failure, or
Yeah.
the idea of if I can only talk about the good things, and if
Exactly.
I don't have anything good to say,
Yeah.
then I should be quiet, right? And so I've definitely made a conscious decision on my side to try to be more more transparent when things
Yeah.
just aren't going
Me
good,
too. Me
because
too.
it's I think it's necessary. We always
It
talk
is.
about the things, all the celebrations, and when it's the time for the confetti, but it's the right, it's the, okay, man, I got to make a decision of printing this book or paying
Yeah.
this bill, right? And then
Yeah.
again, and I know that's
But
something that is. Go ahead.
let me ask you a question. Like, if I, and again, we should always celebrate successes. That's something, because especially for people like us, it's good to see Black people succeeding in whatever industry. We need a
Right.
lot of that. But if I post something like I did, I got a deal with Dark Horse. Yes, it's a celebration. You can't really learn anything from that. And again, I don't mean that I shouldn't talk about it, but if I say something like, I quit my job, and in hindsight, I thought it was a failure, but actually it wasn't, because that allowed me the comfort level financially to make smart decisions. You can learn something from that, right? Because I feel like we learn more from failure than success. And again, it's not that we shouldn't celebrate success, but we should have a balance when we talk about, this is the great thing that happened. But we should also talk about, when things are not so great, which is like why, when I first announced on my personal page, the Dark Horse thing, I spent half of that announcement talking about this went wrong, this went wrong, this went wrong, and this is what I did, and this is how I came through it, and this is where I am right now, because I want people in the excitement to also see, there's this image of, this thing that we always see where it's like, oh, the iceberg, and then you see, like, you can only see the part of it that's above water, but the one that's below is like so massive. It's important to show that as well, because I think a lot of people can pick a lot of lessons. Because the worst thing is that if you make the same mistakes that I made, then I'm not doing a good job, because that's not what's supposed to happen. I'm supposed to be able to share those failures, so that people coming after and people that are with us right now can learn from it, and vice versa as well. Because I learned from so many. I learned from you. I learned from people like Greg, Brandon Easton, just so many people out there who do this for like do a good job of talking about the good and the bad side, as well. So like, I agree with you 100%. I think it's something that we need to embrace and continue to do, because it's helpful for everybody.
Yeah, I mean, it's just part of that creative journey, and it's just, that's the thing I love the most, is just everybody's got their own different path to this
Yeah.
this point that point in time and space that we all want to get to. So let me go ahead and get to that good news, right? That
Yes.
now now that you're rich and now that you're famous and got the deal, you got the bag. What else?
That's
What
funny.
else can we expect? Right? Is that how it is? Because again, real sense. As independent creators, like you say, we want to celebrate successes, but
Yeah.
to make sure that we do take this point in time to say, what you've accomplished, with Dark Horse. We all feel like we got on that deal, right?
Right.
When you see that, that's like, oh, okay, it can happen.
Yeah.
So now what again, the confetti's falling, we got to win, right? So now in this space as a creator and now having to build something that now you have that audience and now you have that reach and
Mhm.
hopefully have those resources that now the stories you want to tell get a chance to be told your way.
Yeah.
Now what?
Yeah, now the hard work begins. It's funny that I say that, but this is where I think it gets really. And I'm not saying I don't mean to say that it was easy getting to this point, but now there's a certain level of expectation, which I don't shy away from. I've always been somebody that I don't run away from lofty expectations from me because I feel like that that challenge only makes me better. To me now it's about really 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 and it's not, I don't think I'm going to do anything necessarily different because I've always treated my company and my characters like they're a multi-billion dollar franchise. And I think that's one thing that I think has really helped me is that I've never looked at myself really as, oh, I'm just a small time person doing a small time thing. Even when I just had one book, the mindset was always enterprise level thinking. And that's what I think people should always do. Like if you're going to go into and do something, you better go into it with an insane amount of excellence because that is really what's going to separate you from other people who just want to put out fluff out there. So I think it's very for me it's business as usual. But there's going to be a certain level of going into a higher gear for me personally because that's a challenge that I put on myself. Like there's a lot of people that has gotten me to this point: Kickstarter backers, colleagues in the industry, friends, my family. My parents have sacrificed so much for me. My wife has sacrificed so much for me. I have people in the industry who have supported me since day one. Mentors like Joe Illich, Kara Mahorn. I have people like that have worked formerly at Diamond, like Trevor Richardson and Megan Martin, who they don't work at Diamond anymore, but they took a chance on me when nobody was talking about African superhero comics. These are the people, and so many more people that have allowed me to get to this point. And also, I should have said this at the top, but even just the artists that I've partnered with, people like Sukomi Akimboye, Ayodele Legba, Tonya Gentumobi. There's just so many people, Godwin Akpan, Raphael Kazim, like these people have helped me get to this point, and now I cannot let them down. I feel like I owe it to every single person that has shared my posts, donated to Kickstarter, worked with me, partnered with me, cheered me on. I feel like I can't let them down now. Now is really the time for me to double down on excellence and provide quality stories, quality work, and basically continue to make people feel proud.
Man, that is simply what I would have expected, from somebody of your statue, which again is excited to see. So, and I feel ashamed for only having 30 minutes to talk to you here
It's okay.
today. But
It's
and again,
fine.
we're gonna have this talk again. And
I'm
again, just to
sure.
say for those, I want to make sure to shout out Moana McAdams and
Yeah,
Dana Morgan, who I got a chance to hear on their podcast.
yeah,
That a lot of these points. So that's why again I wanted to make sure to defer to like a little bit more of that full
yeah,
conversation. They
yeah,
can definitely catch that there,
yeah,
and and shout outs to them as friends and supporters. So I have to leave with this question. We're talking about Black Futures Month, and
yeah,
to your point, where you're being seen as the future of of the creative diaspora, particularly of what we're talking about for this Black future, right?
Mhm.
What is your opinion of the importance of agency in being able to tell your own story in the steps to come?
I think it's absolutely crucial. I think it shouldn't be done any other way. Like, people should be allowed to tell their own stories. A lot of time we get caught up in diversity in terms of just the characters. I think it's even more important to have diversity behind the characters. And talking about writing, the art, directing, producing, character designs, animating, you name it. Like, we need people that look like the characters that we are creating and promoting. We need people that look like them, have similar experiences, to those characters, to be more involved with, in the back end and the decision making of how these characters are going to be portrayed and written and promoted and marketed. And it doesn't mean that people from a different background or race can't write characters
Right.
that don't look like them. I'm just saying that, it has to always, other people that look like them there has to be an effort to involve those people. Because I mean, I've been in a position where, I have, even though they're Black characters, but writing a character like Malika, like, I'm not a woman, but I do try my best to interview people, talk to people, and get into a sense of, okay, how do I bring them into the storytelling so that, as a Black man, like, I don't want to just write something that I feel like, oh, this is what an African queen would say. I'm not an African queen. These are things that I feel like, we need to see more of, because the more we control our stories, I think the more authentic and ultimately the better they're going to be. It's just, to me, it's just a logical thing that I don't know why it's so difficult and it's taken so long to get to this point. If you want to create great stories, you put people that know the most about these characters behind them.
And well, just well said, and in that eloquence, man. Let us figure out how can we support you, Unique Studios, in the next steps to come.
Yeah, please. So just go to uniquestudios.com. It's YOUNEEK, and the word studios.com. And if you click on the shop menu, it'll take you to a pre-order page for the new Dark Horse books. I know we've for the last 5 years, everyone has been screaming, we need more diversity from mainstream. We need more. Now we have a 10-book deal. We have no excuse but to go now and support these titles. So, and again, like, these are great titles. Like, you can look at reviews on Amazon and everywhere. I'm not just saying support because it's Black. These are excellent stories. So yeah, check them out, and follow me on all social media platforms at Unique Studios. And we're looking forward to creating excellent work.
Oh man, that is, you have in abundance, which again is why you're here, and why you're going to go to places you're going to go. But I just want to leave before we bring on our next guest to say, for folks like me who have all of your books, have
Yes.
everything that I possibly could afford of yours.
Yeah.
I want to make sure again we reiterate that the work that you have with Dark Horse, here in the earlier podcast is going to be new and enhanced content. So that means for us that have these stories, have the Malikas, have the Ianus, that we get a chance to now come back and not only support it again, but support it and get new content as well.
Yeah, so the first half of the books are going to be Dark Horse editions of the Unique Studios titles, and even those ones are going to come with bonuses in them. I can't talk too much of that, but definitely it's going to be worth buying again, because we're going to add some things to that. And then as we get into books 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, those are all new titles moving forward. So starting next year, the titles will be all new, but this year, the first 4, those are going to be, repackaged editions, but there's cool bonuses that I think fans of Unique Studios are going to appreciate.
Awesome. So yeah, so that just means my collection just went up that much more in value. I'm ecstatic.
Yep, sure does.
All right, yeah. So again, Roy, brother, I appreciate you. Thank you so very much. And again, please, hope you get a chance to enjoy the success. And again, like you said, I know the hard work's just now beginning, but I know I speak for so many of us that we are proud of you. And,
Thank you so
again, we know that this is something that's ordained for you. So man, just embrace it and know that we got your back no matter what.
Thank
man,
you so much.
man, appreciate you.
Thank you. All right.
All right, brother. All right, we'll talk soon.
Take it
All
easy.
right. Take care. All right. So that was, again, one of the top 100 most influential Africans today, Roy Okupe of Unique Studios. And so, again, we are right on schedule and right on cue. Again, this being Black Futures Month 2021. My name is Dejan Sneed, again, founder of SUBSUME, Black Creator Platform, that is the intersection of creativity, technology, and community here in Atlanta, Georgia, getting a chance to rock with our folks here, not only on our live stream here, but also in our 3D digital platform where you can come and engage and vibe with all of our vendors as we talk about the creation of Black excellence in speculative fiction, comics, media, technology, and music. And to that, well, I wanted to make sure I made some time for this gentleman here that's coming up to the stage next. His name is Rock Stages. Refer to him as the Solar Powered King. And we want to talk to this gentleman about his fantastic legacy of music that I first want to make sure we introduce to y'all and talk to this gentleman about the way that his music and that his work is going to be innovative in crafting the soundscape of Black speculative fiction as well as the sound of tomorrow. So to that, we're going to go right on into it. Let's bring this gentleman on to stage.
Peace, peace.
So peace, raw stages. Again, man, it's an honor and appreciate you and the
Honors
time
all
to
mine,
come in
brother.
and be a part of it.
Yes, sir. Now the honor is all mine, man. I really appreciate it, man. Like I, always tell you, I love what you're doing. I love the work that you're doing. And so the honor is all mine, man, to sit down and chop it up and build with you.
Oh man, no, thank you so very much. So, as we kind of bring it into our main screen here, and again, take just a brief 30 minutes, which I know won't be enough to go over your catalog and any points, but I just want to make sure we got this stage to learn more about you and your platform, and really the stuff that you're doing musically and as a fellow creative, to be part of this Black future of talent that we're building out. So let me just step aside and please introduce yourself to Subsume and our listeners and followers today.
Yes, sir. Well, a peace to everybody that's tuning in, man. I go by the name of Rock Stages. Oh man, I'm an MC, a producer, graphic design artist. I do a little bit of everything, man. Of course, I'm a father, I'm a brother, I'm an activist, I'm a black man, I've been doing music as long as I can remember, to be honest with you, man. In some way, shape, form, or fashion. And I really live to create, man. It's my passion, and so I feel like if I'm not creating, then I'm really not living, brother. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
that's the
And
word.
whether that's music or photography, graphic design, whatever, I have to be creating, man. And I really feel like that's the creator's gift that I'm blessed with, man. And so it's my duty to show gratitude by continuing to put out content.
No worries. And bro, again, I mean, you said a word right there. If you're not creating, you are not living, and
Mhm.
that's part of that creative journey and that creative life that kind of gets us to where we are now. Now, where you out of, right? So I know obviously, we want to talk about, your music and stuff there, but where are you from and what's and how's that influenced your music and your take on bringing those talents, to the stage and beyond.
Yes, sir. I'm born in Richmond, Virginia. Um, and for people that may not know, I mean, it's the capital of the Confederacy. And so
Mm.
to be a black man born in what people would label the capital of the Confederacy, it's a unique experience. You know what I mean? It's unique. It comes with its challenges. But in terms of how does it affect my music, I think that when I got to a point where, and I don't like to use words like woke or conscious or as I started to learn more about myself, more about my culture, more about my history or our story, I think the evidence of what has been done to us, what's going on, in terms of quote unquote oppression and things of that nature, so many examples were right in front of my face. And so it wasn't hard for me to go out and look for evidence of that, which what I was studying. And so, from that point, it just became my duty to express what I was learning. You know what I mean? And what I always continue to do my best to learn more about through my music. In Yoruba, and I don't want to go off too far, but in Yoruba, they had this
No, you're
term,
fine.
it's called Ofo Ashe, and it's the power of the spoken word. And so, of course, we know that our words have power. And so if I say something, it has a power to it, right? And so I used to think that now if I record something, now let's say if I say one word to you, brother, right?
Mhm.
And I can say, man, I love your work, brother. Or I can say, man, I hate your work, it's garbage, right? It's going to make you feel a certain type of way. Of course, I would always tell you, I love your work.
Right.
Now, when you think of that concept, now let's say that I record this, I put it on wax, I put it out to the world. Now thousands of people, possibly millions of people are going to hear this. And so now my responsibility for my words is even greater now, you know? And so I try my best to take that approach with the music always, man, and just be conscious of and considerate of what I'm putting out into the community. I make my music specifically for people like me and that look like me.
That said, words are, that's the testament of power, right?
Yes, sir.
Is the
Yes, sir.
idea of, whether or not we're talking music, whether or not we're talking conversation, we're talking laws that are made on our behest, or laws that are made against us. When something's written down or when something's said, that is a testament of power. So no, that really means a lot. And for yourself to be, a craftsman of these words and of these sounds, which likewise have that same resonance. How is this being, as far as your career, have you seen that impact in being able to make your own story?
Um, I've definitely seen impact for sure. But I will say, and this is more of a request to the universe, maybe
Right.
not as widespread as I may have wanted to be, but definitely, man. I mean, honestly, I wouldn't continue to create today if not for the testimonies that come from the people that vibe with what I do. That's really like the gasoline that keeps my engine going when I have, brothers and sisters, and even sometimes, young adults, kids, come to me or email me or, ask me for advice just based off of music, just, that's what keeps me going. It reminds me that there is a need for this type of music. There's a need for this type of vibe. And so, it's funny because today I kind of got some news in terms of working with, I'll just say the Grammy nominated hip hop artist who I really feel like is really in tune with what we're trying to do. And so
Hmm.
um I feel blessed, and I see that, in this coming year and the years moving forward, man, you'll hear a lot more from me.
Oh no,
Just a whole lot
that's
more.
it. Like I say, we have to speak truth to power, and to that, just to give even just a simple sampling of what I think is to come. Right, we used your, you blessed us with the opportunity to use your song "Melon and Magic." Just on just a small snippet of such. On us doing a production of this, and I can tell you, man, it's like how many folks are like, where is that at? Like, where can I go find that? So I'm hoping that at least in the simple sense where we can direct folks to you. And obviously, we'll make sure to put all the links and points to get to your music. Is
So,
that, I think that, like you say, you're talking up something right now. And, so in a good way, we talked, of course, we're talking about music and creativity. And but we seen this before when we're talking about the power of this, particularly within the black community, right? So the black
mhm,
community, whether or not, we, and again, it's endemic in all cultures, but I think particularly for the black experience, especially for the African American experience in the Americas, the idea of songs, whether those are, from a Negro spiritual to jazz to rock and roll to the advent of hip hop, that we've lived in this musical space, and a lot of times, when we're looking at representation or when we've seen black people being in part, it's always a lot of it's been entertainers first, right?
right.
So that's part of our legacy, that's built into our advancement, whether that's thinking of like a Harry Belafonte, with the civil rights movement, or you thinking of Chuck D and Fight the Power, or there's just a million of those representations there. But now where we have artists that have a lot of tools at their disposal, right?
Mm,
Like you can be at home and you yourself, with all your talent, you can make your music yourself, right? You
yes,
can
sir.
go from sampling, production, all the way through to building and curating your own audience. Now, in that power, are you seeing that? artists, particularly black artists, are cognizant or aware of that, of really of having that type of impact, or do you think that because there's so many people that can do that, that is anything lost in translation? I'll say it like that.
Yeah, that's the unfortunate part. I don't think when we talking majority, because I don't want
Right.
to discredit a lot of the artists that are definitely right on top of it, man, that are putting out, excuse my language, but just really dope shit, man. I mean, that's impactful. But I think if we talking majority, no, I don't think people are cognizant of it, and I don't think that many artists understand the true power of music. I don't think we really understand it, like we should. Because if a person was to ask me right now, which one of the major things, or what's the number one thing? I'm gonna even go that far. What's the number one thing if we were to change in a certain way, that would have the greatest impact on our culture? It would be, for me, music, 100%. And the reason I say that is this: if you look back in antiquity, everything revolved around the song, the chant, or the song chant, dancing and drumming. If a brother and sister were to get married, it was song, dance, drumming, right? The djembe, or whatever the case may be. If it was a case of, we plant these crops and we want our harvest to come right, song, dance, drumming. If the ancestor made this transition, song, dance, drumming. And the list go, birth of a child, song, dance, drumming. This was just an essential part of our culture, period. And so this is why the powers that be, would want to put such a strong hold on the music, because they know, like, think about it in this context right here. I could put 200 brothers and sisters in a room that have never met each other before, never met each other. If I put on a beat, then we automatically become unified because we like this with it. That's our sense of rhythm. We all on one accord. We right here with it, right?
Right.
Automatically. And so that just speaks to the divine rhythm that we have, but also the connection that we have via music. And so now we have to address, well, okay, the beat will get us there, the beat will get us unified, but the other aspect of it is the chant, the song, the word, the song, the Odu,
Right.
And now if you take that beat and it's all got us unified, but it's saying, oh, shoot a brother, kill a brother, I'm a this or that, a whole, blah, blah, then now we're unified with that energy, and so I've seen it. I was a nightclub photographer for 7 years, and I can absolutely tell a person that you can put a certain song on it'll completely change the vibe in the room, 100%. And that can be the difference between fights and Corona bottles going off across people's heads, and everybody just kind of having this unified sense of bliss and love, and people, just depending on what song you put on. So it's very important, and I would love to see more artists look at it in that perspective. And it doesn't mean that every song has to be preachy, but there certainly has to be a lot more balance, if nothing else, in terms of how we approach music.
Yeah, I mean, in the music there is a message, right? And we all translate it down, whether or not you understand the literal words of it.
Mm-hmm.
But I
Mm-hmm.
think you're right on, and I know in the same space. I've heard songs, and we all do it, right? We put on songs, and we want to feel a certain emotion, we want a certain
Mm-hmm.
response or appreciation, or again, everybody to be on the same accord. We translate that through music. So
Absolutely.
so the future of music, right? If we're looking at it here now, where we say, we have the means and we have the technology, but to your point, maybe we don't have the perspective of what we can actually build with a lot of this. And again, not to discredit those who absolutely are out here doing it, but in
Mm-hmm.
yourself in some or in mass, particularly among music for Black creatives. Where are is it a lack of spaces that support us, or do you think it's a lack of education of what our of what tools or assets are around us? Because again, those things change too, right?
Mm-hmm.
What from your professional opinion, what is that ingredient, or what's that galvanizing thing that would help build us in a musical sense, to kind of have a little bit more agency over our over that musical future?
Well, I think that's a tough one, brother, because that's an onion. It's so many layers
Yeah,
to it.
that's true. That's true.
So
That's
many
true.
layers. But I'll just speak from what I feel is that I don't think there's a lack of platforms or opportunities. I think maybe there isn't enough support to the right platforms and to the right creative spaces, and you know, I think that's more because it's a lot. I mean, look at what you're doing right now. You know, this is a space. This is a hub for content that is powerful Black content. Look at all of the pictures on the back of the walls. Like I told you, when I look at your car, first thing I do, I call my daughters. Hey, look at this. Look at that. Look at it. You know, so the platforms are there. The support is just not where it should be, in my personal opinion. Um, and so that's one part of it. I also think that, you know, and we just speak in majority. Or I'm just gonna say many of our people. Um, God, man, I'm just gonna speak freely with you, brother. Many of our people are just kind of still under that quote unquote spell. You know what I mean? And so, you know, you'll have a person say like, I remember when I first started to kind of venture off and read more around high school, people say, "Oh, Rock, why you into that Black shit, man? You all into that Black stuff, you know?" And so we've been so brainwashed that many of us, not all of us, many of us, we reject that which is good for us, you know, which is good for our legacy and which is good for, you know, our children, man. And so I think that's the other part of it. And so because of that, now this segment of our community, you know, they're not going to support something that speaks positive, you know, that highlights Black or African or Nubian or whatever, you know, term you want to use, that highlights us in our glory, that highlights us in a proper way. And this is not adding or taking, that's not adding on, because we are glorious people, we are majestic people, you know. So that, I think that's the other part of it, where, you know, but and I don't want to say that to sound pessimistic, but I do sincerely think, and I see that the tables are starting to turn, you know, that more and more people want to be in tune with something a little bit more cultural, whatever perspective. I don't want to get into the perspective, but their heart and their soul and their spirit is starting to yearn for something that's a lot more natural to us.
Yeah, I mean it's a nourishment that you know when you have it and you know when you're missing it, right? It's the
Mhm.
idea of, that's sustenance, music and the way that it converses between us. So again,
Absolutely.
otherwise we wouldn't have these multi-billion-dollar conglomerates, built around music, right? It's the idea like these folks spend millions upon millions of dollars on songs, right? Things that they don't write, that they made themselves, may can't do, but at the same time they realize it's a currency, right? It's a cultural
Mhm.
currency. Whether or not we're talking about music in maybe even in the sense of even from African America or Black or from diaspora or world music. It's just an idea of, in every sense, that's something that has an intrinsic value. And so
Absolutely.
that, yeah, man. And so said with that, for you in your journey, what's been your steps to try to build value, as you say, and which I agree that, you've got some great steps to come. So as a creator that has that purview of, you have things at your disposal that can get you way from where you are to where you want to be. So
Mhm.
kind of what are those steps to now look at, a 2021 where, again, hopefully we all have some positive things in light. What are the next steps to kind of galvanize yourself for the journey ahead?
Well, I'm right now. I'm in the process, and this is like more on an individual note. I'm in the process of just completely rebranding a lot of things. And so that's kind of step one for me. But I think in moving forward, and I would say this is just a module to all creatives, man, is to just put out more content. You know what I mean? Just put out more
Mm,
content. Because what I realized, man, I did this, and I'll make this a quick story. So I put out an album in 2016. I had taken a long break from music. I was just doing photography and beats and stuff. And I put it out, and it was just typical rock stages. It was songs like The Ritual, Freedom, Power, Love, Justice. It was like real hard hitting Black Power type vibes. And I had it, I think I put it out for like $7 or something like that at one point. And I was having this conversation with a good friend of mine. She has a huge platform, right? And I said, you should start putting some type of products through your just putting products out for your audience, products that they would enjoy, products that are educating, books, things of that nature, whatever. And she was kind of reluctant. I said, I'll tell you what, I'll show you how powerful your brand is. I said, listen, because she's a super huge, we met because she's just a big fan of my music. I said, okay, I'll give you a product that you can put out there as a tester. Go ahead and put my album out there and tell people I'll sell it for $1. It was like 19 songs. I produced it was like my blood, sweat, and tears. Just do it for $1.
Right.
No lie, 500 that week. Boom, off the shelves. Shelves digitally, right?
Right.
And they kept going. And what it made me realize is this, and that's not to toot my own horn, but it's to make a point. It made me realize this. Whereas it's not the majority again, but there is a segment of people in our community that are starving for content like what we do. They are starving for it. They need it, they want it. And so, like, me realizing that and continuing to understand that, that's going to be my fuel in moving forward for this year. And me and you will kind of rap behind the scenes, but what I will tell people is don't stop pushing. I've been doing music since forever in 2 days. And, it's just coming up into this year where I've been able to kind of what I would say is link with certain people that can sincerely take what I'm doing all the way to the next level. I mean, out of here, out of the park,
Right.
And that's not only just from a music, like, okay, you make beats and you rap, but from a perspective of saying we appreciate your mind and we want you to kind of come in as a creative director, to be able to feed the people this new level of content that we're ready to bring them. And I don't want to mention the person's name because I don't know where that's at as far as how much, but what I will say is they are starting to come into this zone where it's more like, okay, listen, man, what's best for our people? And that's the powerful piece. So for me, and as far as just getting it more out there to people, I just plan on putting out a lot more content, collaborating with a lot more. Man, you got things going on. Lending my services to artists, man, that I feel like just doing something that needs to be heard, so whether it be from the beat side or the photography side, or just kind of plugging in with other people in the industry that I know, because I feel like all of that will ultimately be a part of my legacy. It's not all about what I can do behind a mic, it's more about the value that I can add in those creative spaces.
Brother, you're giving me a lot of good insights that I have to not only reaffirm but put into action, especially the points and I always feel like this, and this is not my word, but it's definitely been said, right? That it takes you 10 years to be a overnight success, right? It takes you, it
Yes,
takes
sir.
that decade. It take a decade of you just blood, sweat, and tears behind the scenes for somebody to look up and say, "Oh, who's that?" Right? just to say
Right.
you did, you were doing something. That don't mean that anyone else is going to look, but I say that just in happenstance to, how I become familiar with your music. Like I follow Ski Beats, and they were doing, and you guys were doing the beat challenge. And, I heard some work of yours, and then I went to same thing. I went to your site and I just started listening to his music, and I was like, and then to start learning to learn more about you. That you were, you're building the graphic design, you were rapping, you were producing, you were in all this stuff, and I was just like saying, like, why isn't this on the shelf? Why didn't I just go buy this at Best Buy like today?
Right.
I was like, this dude
Right.
is dope. I mean, and again, we're gonna post your links. I mean, that proof is there.
Thank you.
You got a talent beyond just this music stuff. And but to your point of that grind that it takes to even say, okay, who's over there? Who's over here with all that smoke, right? It's because you over there either you over here making and you're producing. Now that's something I haven't been good at, is that constant production. That's something I'm hoping to change. But in summation of you and your work and the Rock Stages brand and the rebrand that you're working on, knowing that what you're building here now is part of that Black creative legacy, which a lot of us agree is, we're in a renaissance now. Like the stuff that we're building right now is the stuff people are going to be talking about. Like, hey, remember when? Like this is a set off point. Now for you and yourself, how should we look to remember and appreciate your work in the steps ahead? Like what would be the message you like for us to get from your creative journey, Rock?
Man, that's hard to summarize into one thing, but
I
I
know, right?
mean,
I'm not setting you another onion, right? I'm giving you, giving you onion stew here. But
yes, sir. Yes, sir. Brother, honestly, God, that gave me chills, brother, just even thinking about it, man, because for me, it's all about the legacy, it's not about the money. I do it because I love it. So that really gave me a chill to even think about, like, how do I want to be remembered? If nothing else, man, and if people look, and this is even outside of the music, if people just look at my life story, the organizations I've been a part of, the things that I went through, and the path, the journey that I traveled on to get here. I just want to sincerely be remembered as a person that was a warrior for our people on many different fronts, and that an individual who was not afraid to stand up for what he believed in and stand up for what he sincerely felt like was best for our people. And that really, and like I tell my sister all the time, and definitely a Renaissance man, because I feel like I was built for that era. Like I was born in the wrong time. You know what I mean? So if nothing else, though, that on a serious note, um, and no knock to anything that anybody feels or believes, and I'm not one to do that well with the political correctness. So I'm trying to get better with that. But um, from a man's standpoint, from a black man's standpoint, and a warrior standpoint, I'd like to be remembered as such, in that line of um your Malcolms, your Khaleds, but in form of music and art, and somebody that, and in terms of hip hop, and I'll say this, a person that really sincerely did his best to keep the essence of hip hop alive, where there was a message and where there was still that soul in that need to be creative with how you express yourself lyrically, and to be an individual, and all of those things, and to not look like a young drug addict, to represent masculinity, and all of these things, man. I mean, I could go on forever and ever in terms of how I want to be remembered. Let's just say this: a solid brother, a warrior, scholar, and a king when it's all said and done, and somebody that left the community better than when he came into it.
mm, no, that no, all of those needed, Rock. And to your point, that's you hit it right there. Just leaving things better than you found it. If anybody out there just can take that gem and just roll with that, then your legacy cemented right then and there. So man,
Yes,
that's
sir.
that's awesome. So lastly, man, with these last couple minutes, and then likewise, man, I'm truly blessed that you took the time to jump in here with us. Where can we find you? Where can I let these folks hear this dope legacy that you already got, and how can we keep up with you forward?
Well, I got everything. Is on all of the streaming sites. I would say go to Title first, because I mean it just kind of makes more sense. But if you just type in Rock Stages, the last two albums, one is just called A Dope Album. It's just simply put, a dope album. The one before that is ROCXP. It's the Rock Stages Experience. It's on all streaming platforms everywhere. If you just Google it, it'll come up. Whatever you prefer in terms of your streaming platform, it's there. I'm Rock Stages on Instagram, ROCSTAGIS. You're not gonna find much content there. I recently just erased everything and just started, so
Oh,
it's like 3 pictures there.
nice.
But
Yeah, that's it. They'll get a chance to get reintroduced.
yeah, man, you'll get definitely, and I'm one of those brothers, especially within this space that you're creating. I'm very reachable, man. So if you check me out on Instagram or whatever the case may be, send me a DM if you want to hear more or see more. I keep track of all of my content. I keep everything in the tuck somewhere. So if it's one of those things where a person's just interested, they say, "Oh man, well, you don't have anything up here right now." Well, here you go. I'll just show you a lot, man, and we can build and we can chop it up. But yeah. So that's Instagram. I don't do Facebook that heavy. Um, I got a couple meditation joints on YouTube. I mean, if you just type in Rock Stages, you'll be able to follow everything I've been doing in some way, shape, form, or fashion. Again, that's ROCSTAGIS. Since I started this thing, man, it's all out there. It's all out there. Just email me, call me, whatever. Just let's link up, black folk. Let's link up. Let's create. Let's build. You know, like, hey, I'm all for it. I want to link. I want to create. I want to talk strategy. I want to talk future. I want to talk past. I want to talk present. So I'm here, and I'm very easily accessible. I'm here.
Awesome. So now, brother, I appreciate you. Thank you so very much. So again, you have heard it, from our warrior king himself, Rock Stages, brother. I appreciate you. Thank you for your example and for the talent. So we will be talking for sure. And again, I thank everybody for again, this is the guy y'all been talking about that dropped that gem on you and gave us that fantastic flow to kick off Black Futures Month. So again, Rock Stages, man, I appreciate you, brother. We'll be chopping it up soon.
Absolutely, man. I appreciate your work, brother. As you already know. Yeah,
All
I
right, man.
appreciate
Absolutely.
the
No,
tape,
no,
brother. You already know
no,
what
man.
it is,
Likewise.
man.
Yeah, brother.
All
Appreciate you,
right, man.
man. Thanks, Dale. All
Likewise.
right.
Peace.
Peace, bro. And to that, man, we are still rolling through Black Futures Month 2021 here with Subsume. Again, my name is Dejan Sneed, founder of Subsume, and part of a dope creative team of folks that simply are making their presence felt through their creative journey. So, there's one of them here. Rock Stages just came through with the Solar Power King music portion of our show. Right before that was Roy Coupe, founder of Unique Studios with Manifest Your Destiny. And up next, we're going to bring to the stage yet another powerful brother that is doing his thing, not only in film, but in the social impact and innovation of education through such. With a little point that I wanted to bring in a little Morehouse magic. So, with that, we're going to have filmmaker Cores Van Diver is going to come through here, and we're going to bring him right onto the stage. We're going to just keep the party going while we got this gentleman in and set. Cores, I appreciate you, brother. Thank you so very
Absolutely.
much for the time and being a part and being an example of Black futures. And for this, we want to thank you. So, man, how are you doing?
Thank you. I'm well, man. How are you?
Good, brother, doing good, doing good. So, though your work resonates around the world and all this stuff, it's cool to know that again, somebody with your impact is a couple of blocks up the street from me. Here
Yeah,
in
yeah.
the greater areas point, but I'm excited to not only hear about what you're up to, but again to give people an opportunity and showcase where you've been and what you've done so far. So let me step to the side and please let us get a chance to let you introduce yourself and your efforts.
Cool, man. Thank you for having me. It's just an honor to be here, bro. Yeah, I'm a filmmaker, more so an artivist. Um, that's what I've been coined, and so a person who kind of combines art and activism, and that's my thing. My Morehouse connection isn't direct. I am. Started in the AUC at Clark. My brother is a Morehouse grad. My stepfather a Morehouse grad, and I'm the black sheep. So, but my relationship formed with Morehouse directly through the Morehouse Human Rights Film Festival, and so yeah, I was able to cultivate a relationship with them where I started. They picked up a couple films I had first, and then they asked me to teach a class, and it kind of went from there. And so I started a class called the Artivism of Filmmaking in short films, and helping people kind of look at short films from an aspect of creating short films with a message or with an intent to say something, even if it was in a unique way, right? And so there was that, and it kind of just kind of manifested more into this great partnership. And I also do these screenwriters RX classes with them, where I teach screenwriting, feature film screenwriting, and television pilot screenwriting. And they asked me to teach Rush semester, which obviously with COVID it's a little bit different now, but
Right.
yeah. So Morehouse has been really fantastic to me, and we recently had a partnership with Sundance, which I know you're aware of, and so it was amazing to have Sundance come to Atlanta and be a part of Sundance Atlanta and represent for our good city, the ATL, man, and be able to represent the film Judas and the Black Messiah. And so, that was was crazy just to be able to say, man, Sundance is in Atlanta and I'm a part of it, but to also sit, you know, in the theater and be able to see that on the big screen. It was very COVID friendly, but it was a very COVID friendly fest. I mean, it was like 6 of us in a private area, and they took our temperatures. They weren't playing games, but yeah, man, it was a magnificent experience. And then we did a panel with some, you know, some real Morehouse men. Avery Williams, who's a professor there. There was, gosh, man, I think Mr. Clark, a few other guys. It was great to be a part of that, though. And yeah, shout out to Morehouse Human Rights Film Festival, Carol Walker, and Jen Sapp, and my family over there. So yeah, I don't want to be long winded, but that kind of sums up at least the Morehouse connection.
Oh no, that's fine. And again, you know, like you said, you being a part of a legacy moment for them. You know, I did definitely wanted to make sure we at least, you know, under had that underwritten as part of the conversation for sure.
Yeah.
But to the point of, you know, you have a lot of your legacy just in filmmaking and in innovating in the independent space. So, you know, as I met you at a space, I just saw this dapper brother who had came in and talked about film, and I was like, I've got to figure out who this guy is, and you know, so again, just figuring out, you know, that we were, you know, neighborish to start off with, truly
Yeah.
neighbors now, but
Yeah.
you know, in starting in filmmaking as the agency, you know, excuse me, as a platform to be able to tell your stories, you know, it's much prescient, more prescient now, you know, of us
Mhm.
looking at, you know, things like a Fruitvale Station or some other parts where we're having smaller, I don't say smaller, but, you know, I guess initial opportunities in film to tell a larger picture that then, you know, resonates and builds forward into the space. You know, how was your introduction into film and finding your voice to start things off?
Wow, that's a really that's a really big question. I started out in the music business actually, um, and I was, you know, I was an artist. I had been kind of behind the scenes. I kind of got to start with shouts to Steve Rifkin. I hit him on Instagram the other day, Loud Records, and I was doing like a Loud Street team. Um, and kind of I started running these shows in Atlanta, these independent underground shows in Atlanta, um, doing hip hop, and I would open up. I had a brother who was, gosh man, he was kind of he was a hustler, but he was also a promoter, and I would open up, you know, with I started out Outkast when they were coming up, or opening up with, gosh, Usher, and then I'm take it serious. I met Biggie, and Biggie asked me, you know, he asked me to take rap seriously, which was like, you know, I played it off at the moment, like, you know, I'm because I was hustling and running in the street at that time. And I was like, I make more money than you and all that stuff. I'm telling my age, I guess. but you know, it hit me, and I was like, oh man, maybe I could do this. And I started opening up for like DMX, and gosh, man, I was on the bill with Eminem, and got hit up by like Rap City Japan to do a tour, and I did a small. Russell Simmons was doing these Def Jam tours, hip hop summit stuff, and he put me on. And I'd be sitting in the middle of like LL Cool J and like T.I., and everybody's like, "Who is this guy?" You know. But had an opportunity to open up for T.I. and rap and do that. Long story short, I met a guy. I started working with James. Shout to James Andrews. Really huge in music and even bigger now in tech. But James kind of took me under his wing and taught me a lot about the business and let me work with him. And that brought me into relationships with T-Boss from TLC and Ludacris and Disturbing the Peace. And I was doing management. I got onto management teams, and I was working with, Big Jeff, brand management for Ludacris, and doing social management for T-Boss. And with James, like just being a part of that, and that kind of woke me up a little bit more about the business. I really wanted to get out, and I met his uncle, and I had started writing scripts. And James had told me, "Hey man, I got this uncle coming to the party. Don't talk to him. He's racist. He's atheist, and he's blind." and,
Oh man.
and I was like, that sounds like somebody I really want to talk to. And so I did. So I found this blind, racist uncle that he said he had, and I pitched him a story about a hip hop version of Christ, played by starring Mos Def.
Oh wow.
And
That's it.
it was an interesting story. And after the story was over, after the pitch was over, he grabbed me and he said, "Man," I thought, I did it now, But he grabbed me and he said, "Hey man," he said, I was a racist. I don't think I am anymore." And I was like, "Wow, what's up?" And uh, he was like, "I'm atheist. I was atheist, and I'm not sure that I am anymore." And I was like, "Okay." And then he says, "For the lack of a better phrase, I was blind, but now I see." And I was like, "What?" He's like, "Man, you just pitched me a hip hop story about Jesus, and I believed it." He's like, "I used to be a screenwriter. I want you to come live with me in New York. I'm gonna teach you how to write movies." And I was like, "What?" And, he went into this whole story about like he was in Before Sunset and his eyes went closed. But the bottom line was, I didn't go to New York with him. I didn't trust
Yeah.
him. But it sparked something in me. I was like, "Man, maybe I should be looking at this." And then I got with a kind of a B movie filmmaker who I met kind of as an apprentice to study and learn. This guy named Andre Buckner, who had made like a bunch of B movies. And I showed him something I had written, and he fired me like on the spot. Like he called me in his office and he read it, and he was like, "Yeah, man, I read what you wrote. I got to let you go." And I was honestly, I was pissed. And then he was like, "It's not what you think, man." He was like, "I read this, and I'm telling you right now, you're a better filmmaker right now than I'll ever be without making a movie." He's like, "And if I don't let you go, you'll just me and you won't do what you're supposed to do." And I called BS because I was mad.
Yeah.
And I left, but I ended up putting what I wrote on Craigslist. I was like, "I'm gonna make my own movie. I'll show him." And in about an hour, man, I had like 60 hits, and these producers had hit me up, and ultimately they offered me like $500,000 and a 4950 deal to like do a project with them. And this, with the script that I had, and I first I turned them down for the first two offers, and then I was like, "Man, maybe I'll think about this."
Yeah.
And yeah, I took them up on it. The movie turned out way bigger than we thought, and there was a huge offer for the script, but they kind of argued over it, and it fell apart. And then I fired them, and I realized I was like, I can do this. And from there, I made a move to Hollywood, and that's kind of how I got started.
Wow, dude, that's a movie in and of itself in the making. Obviously, that's got some roller coaster turns in it right there. Just in for the first few minutes of hearing this, because I don't think I knew this about you.
No, man, I don't share that story often. So
Yeah,
yeah,
well, see, I appreciate that. Appreciate that Canada one, but then again, that just only increases, the, what I thought of you before. Obviously, it was just again being so, just such a great storyteller in that point. So obviously, being able to do it in multiple fields, it is again a testament to your talent. So with that now, where you're working and being able to kind of be in a particular space in your career. And the thing, of course, that I've always appreciated about you is again that you have the same sense of artivism that I have. That there's a connection of what we do creatively with the world that we want to see, and maybe and then going back to the mistake, not necessarily the mistakes, but going about to the history of where a lot of our culture and a lot of things have come from that maybe just we overlooked or neglected or don't want to say. right?
Yeah.
And so with that, now using having hopefully a little bit more agency in your art and in your film, how do you approach all the change that's going on around us right now? Because I feel like you could literally make a movie about something that comes in our headlines all the time. We're inundated with this stuff, right?
Mhm.
That not only just a cry for social change, but just for humanity, especially as we're more um, disconnected in space, but connected through media as
Mhm.
never before. So how could you even possibly think, okay, I'm gonna make a movie about X when it seems like the whole alphabet's going on?
You're asking some real questions today.
Oh, we'll get to fun stuff later. I'm not trying to hit you with all the hard stuff.
No, it's good. I mean, especially, I mean, you talk about me as an artist, but I mean, you're an artist. You're literally an artist, a fantastic artist, and a fantastic storyteller in your own right. And so, I'm flattered and honored, man. That you would, say these things about me. Um, but this is a very interesting time, and it's a difficult time. Um, it is a great time as well for filmmaking, but I think the idea of storytelling is still for what the question you're asking. I don't know that Hollywood really wants that from us. Um, as I work on the Tamir Rice project, right? It's been a very difficult journey to tell this young man's story, to walk with his mother, to walk with my co-writer through the process. Danielle Lee, shouts to Danielle Lee, shouts to producer Elliot Williams as well. And just walking through this process has been very difficult for all of us. And finding out who cares enough about this story, to see it come to the light. And so, as I'm not the only person having these problems. I mean,
Right.
Judas and the Black Messiah. If people know the background, that story went around the block, man. You know what I mean? It was like, I think some Jewish writers started out with the idea in comedy, and they took it to Shaka King, and then obviously these brothers, Kendrick brothers, I can't remember their names, but they got the script and did their thing with it. Ryan Coogler, put his name on it with his wife, I think ZZ, and these people who were trying to champion the project, and they thought it would be like, okay, well, Coogler's on it, let's go. No, you know what I mean? Like, you would think like somebody made $1 billion plus with the film,
You saying it?
right? And they want to do a smaller indie project, 10, 20 million. This project was probably a little bit bigger. I don't know the exact budget, but I'm guessing, from just looking at it and seeing it, it's got to be in that range somewhere. And it could be less because that's how they do us with our films a lot of times. So the bottom line is, you know, it wasn't, from Shaka King's mouth, it was a lowball situation until Warner Brothers, said yes. And I mean, that, I'll give credit to Naja Kirkendall, um, who I've known, is acquainted to for quite some time through another friend, Chuka Dubello, who's over at HBO Max. But I know that project was championed by Nigel. You know what I mean? And if he wasn't championing that project, it probably wouldn't have got the money it needed, right? And you have Charles King, right, from Macro. You got Aaron Gilbert from Bron. You take all these heavyweight people, to do a project like this that people should want to do. And here's the thing, it's not even about it if it's great, if it's fantastic, if it wins Oscars, if nobody watches it, Fred Hampton deserves that story, man. You know what I mean? And it's like you can give a lot of a lot of white filmmakers get a lot of chances to mess up. They get a lot of money to fail. You know what I mean? And it's like we don't get those opportunities yet. The glass ceiling is still in Hollywood, right? And it's one that needs to be broken. So, there are a lot of stories that can be told during this time. You have to choose wisely about the stories you want to tell, and you probably want to tell them in a unique way as possible. Um, I'm not saying this is an example, but just coming to my mind, sorry to bother you, right? It's kind of a story that's political and has some activism in it. It's just told in a different way, whether you like it or you don't. You know what I mean? There's a message there, right? And those kind of stories sometimes can get done a lot faster because they're not direct. You know what I mean? And so, I brought up Aaron, Gilbert, but he was on Birth of a Nation. Shouts to Nate, and that opportunity with Birth of a Nation, and now, he's American Skin is out, but American Skin was done, man, 2 years, 3 years, 2 years, 3 years ago. You know what I mean?
Mm.
And like we premiered that at Morehouse Human Rights Film Festival in 2019. Like, let me say not premiere because we shouldn't use that word, but we were the public American screening, right?
See, yeah,
For that film, right? And Nate came, Spike came, Omari came, a lot of people, who are friends and mentors and people worked on that film. And, shouts to Nate. I mean, you know, putting that message out there, putting that story out there. And again, I know his fight personally as a filmmaker and as a human being. It's tough to tell stories a certain way. I know people are talking about the ending and there's conflict around it, but I think, ultimately, if nothing else, he gave people. I had a friend call me. Let me put it this way. I won't say his name because he's actually in law enforcement. And he said, "Bro, I watched American Skin." He said, you know me, right? And I'm in law enforcement." He's like, that would have been me. He said, "Nate would have been me." Right. And I was like, wow. Like, wow. You know what I mean? He's like, it hit me like that. You know what I mean? And like, there are people out there, man, who believe like if you take their child, man, that's all they got left. You know what I mean? Like, I got nothing to lose. Right. And especially Black people are being beaten down in the way that we have been with law enforcement for years, not just because we're seeing it on social media, and the countless, brothers and sisters that are losing their lives and children, even younger than Tamir, right? Some 7, 8, 9, 10, like, we could go to babies, infants, right?
right,
I guess there's no age to put on it. And
right.
so, yeah, again, I don't want to be long winded and hopefully I answered the question.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So
I know.
thank
No, man. Oh, all that is absolutely relevant and accurate to that point because I mean it just goes right to say, if the film and the creativity of trying to put these type of stories out, one seem to have this opposition for the things like you say that are just simply that's American history. That's not it's that transcends to me like Black history. I think the
Mhm.
ideas of that's something that I hope as part of our Black futures that we as Americans can come to appreciate and attribute to that, right? That the struggles and the successes of the African American experience in America don't happen in a vacuum, right? It's not a separate section of that book. It's not it's all of us, right? That's
Mhm.
your stuff too, right?
Yeah.
We don't get a chance to dissect and just cut out those pieces, but um again, just the fact that it can motivate somebody that, like you say, in all intents and purposes, shouldn't be that person. Shouldn't see themselves in that point. That's their job to
Right.
not be in that set. But that just speaks to the power of story, right? But again, that we know actively, particularly as Black creatives, that there's still a resistance. No
Mhm.
matter how noble, how what you just did, I just brought you $1 billion, but I can't get five. You can't give me five of it to,
Right.
to do what I want to do. Right.
Mhm.
Like, oh,
Mhm.
well, or even just the fact that $1 billion movie, or, and so many of us, we hear it all the time. These things get shopped around or they sit and, we got to wait for a special occasion to break this stuff out. And then it's wildly successful and you still don't get the credit, right? You still don't get the,
Mhm.
okay, we need 10 more Black Panthers, right? We all
Mhm.
should be trying to make our own version of Black Panther, but we'll
Right.
just, we'll reboot Robin Hood. Oh, that's the one we like, right? Like we there's a piece of that story we've missed, right? That we can
For the
we can
fourth
go
time.
exactly for the 100th time, right? It's just but and we see it. But now let's kind of talk about and being in the future and as a creator in the current state,
Mhm.
right? With COVID, obviously things have changed for filmmakers everywhere. How have you seen with the change of not only the circumstance of filmmaking, but the technology of filmmaking, being an impact of you and you being able to tell your story the way you like.
It's a streamer's game now, and that I think people that's going to be hard for cinephiles, right? It's hard for people who really love film and love the idea of theater. Man, I love the theater.
Mm.
That's a tax write-off for me. Like I was in the theater, man. I got, and I miss that. But it goes into this realm where there are a lot of standards being thrown out. Like, people are like, oh, I'm going to Netflix, right? You hear that a lot with a lot of creators. People come to me about producing stuff, going to Netflix. I was like, you better have, Robert Downey Jr. You better have, you know, Aaron Gilbert, right? You
Mhm.
need these producers, you need some talent, you need like A-list stuff, right? And then they might think about it if it's good to them, right? Because Netflix, I think you heard the release, they're doing a new film every week with the A-list talent. It's
Mhm.
because they had 80 plus projects or more um, with A-list talent on slate, right? For the past couple of years. So I'm sure it's grown, at this point. Maybe it's in the hundreds, who knows? And I hear now they're looking for content. But from my understanding, Netflix is not looking for content, right?
Right, right.
Not what we think they're looking for content. And so it's really hard to break into those spaces. I mean, I have a project over there now with the Narcos producers. Had a project that was there for a while. Gosh, I can't remember. With one of the producers of Jessica Jones and uh, uh, Iron Fist, and he had done written on Dexter and gosh, man, the following a bunch of shows. Um, and those those things, they sit, man, with some Oscar winner talent attached to both projects, and they've been sitting there, and so it's hard to do something, with Netflix. Amazon, had a mandate last year where they were like, look, we only want action, we only want uh, adventure, and I think it was, gosh, maybe comedy,
Mm.
thriller. It was action, thriller, adventure, maybe comedy. That was excluding, right, drama, right? They didn't want to see drama. But here's the thing, you still have Sundance, and you have these people who they thrive off of this, and you can't deny what people want just because you have an algorithm, right? So now that Netflix has this top 10 and people are looking, and of course we see, you know, outside the wire with my shouts to Mackie, my homie, what I mean, up there number one for a while, and Chris Hemsworth, but you also see the TV drama, Queen's Gambit that stayed up forever, right? And so the idea again, as Coda at Netflix sold for $25 million, a drama about a child of deaf parents, which is what that acronym stands for, right? Sold for $25 million. That film connected with people sitting in their house on their couch, rubbing their socks together, eating popcorn, watching the flat screen.
Right.
And that's a big deal. You know what I mean? Like Disney was like, we want this, or I'm sorry, Apple, excuse me, purchased Coda, but they were like, we want this. And, even back to Birth of a Nation, and initially at the time was the highest selling film in Sundance history. That film Nate was offered 20 million from Amazon, right? Who was a new streamer at the time. Eventually they ended up with Manchester by the Sea. And Byron Allen, who offered 20 million, he turned both of them down because it wasn't necessarily about the money as much as it was about access for us. Like he included some things into his deal, with Fox Searchlight, who is no longer Fox Searchlight anymore, but I think just Searchlight Pictures. But he wanted some things for kids to be able to see this film, inner city people, and he wanted to partner. And Fox was like, look, we ain't got $20 million, but we'll do everything you want. And that's how that deal really went down for Nate. It was more about, who's going to have access to this film, and thank God he did that. Cause I mean, I don't think anybody would have saw Birth of a Nation with the controversy, the Birth of a Nation following up with the controversy if he hadn't done that. Because it was hard enough to try to get that movie seen and watch it, let people watch it. So, again, it's a streamer's game, and that's a very positive thing for technology in the future. And I mean, who knows what's coming down? I mean, I'm working on my own tech stuff that involves film that I have been for years trying to get stuff out that I think can be monumental and change the game. And there are tons of other people doing the same thing. And so I think you just have to be kind of ahead of the curve, right? Kind of think ahead and see where, by the grace of God, what doors open for you. Again, if I answer that question, but yeah, I think technology is the way for film right now.
I know you absolutely did, man. And to that, if nothing else, I think you broke a lot of hearts when you say, like, that we gotta when we, and I'll say this and take a step back. Like, a lot of us creators, we hear that idea, oh, Netflix is buying, right? Like, Netflix is cutting checks and throwing out bags to, hey, I got an idea, and you don't have this type of content on hand, so let me just give it to you and we'll have a deal done. But I think, to your point, the reality, particularly for filmmakers that have, like you said, we're seeing stories, and people that have been successful in this space still seem to have to wait. So the idea of you just, and again, I'm sure there's a one in a million shot that happens like that, kind of in that whole Hollywood story. But that kind of goes to my next point of, so what can we do as Black creatives and ensuring that our stories sustain and move forward?
I think you have to really focus on the craft of filmmaking, right? And what that really means, right? I meet too many people who still think I'm picking up a camera and I'm going to go shoot something about, my girl, cheating on me, because I was at the strip club, whatever. I'm not trying to be insensitive. I'm just saying, like, we have to be really creative about our stories when it comes to filmmaking, and really unique. And I think it also comes from a very personal place where I'm learning, right? I'm learning for myself. Like, as a writer, it's hard for me to write from a personal place until now. I did think just a few days ago, I finished a very personal story that I fought with for 6 years of not writing. But it deals with trauma and it deals with things, but it's entertaining, right? And I found a way to fictionalize some of my pain, but get some of the truth out and make it entertaining. And I think, that's another thing about this. It is the business of film and TV. And I'll be honest, they're not looking, most people are not looking for your positive story. They're not looking for our positive, because the business is saying this is what sells. And so, you have to really fight to get a message out if that's where your heart is. For me, it never can be about money, or I just, why am I doing this? Right? Because it sounds glamorous, man, but checks are okay, right? Sometimes, right? It's not. Film is not a business that people get into necessarily to be rich, especially when you get into the message portion of filmmaking and the activism portion of filmmaking, right? And so you have to really care about what you want to tell, the stories you want to tell, and how you want to tell them, and study other films, other filmmakers, see what's getting out there, and try to beat them, right? Try to be the best. I mean, for me, I say this all the time, like, filmmaking is a competitive sport. I don't care if you know me. I don't care, right? I don't care. Like, people know, they look at my work, they're like, wow, you know what I mean? Or they say, this is great. And there's stuff that I look at that people like and I don't like, right? But sometimes it's not about that. You know what I mean? Like there's a film I did called Fate, which, you know, it was at Morehouse, has been at a few festivals. But that film was really just set out to be a social justice project that I was doing with kids that I mentored. And we put this film together to help get a guy out of prison. And lo and behold, after 4 years, you know, I got a call from the New Orleans Innocence Project in December, you know, the day before saying, hey, man, Fate's getting out of prison, man, hats off, you know, for this little film you made and this process. And I was like, I was floored that I got a man out of prison with this short film who was serving life and hard labor for $20 worth of marijuana in America.
That is crazy.
In America.
We had dispensaries on every corner now, right? Exactly.
You know what I mean? And this is what the power of the pen is, right? This is the power of your art. And that's the things that do it for me. You know what I mean? Like every project I do, it's doing something for somebody, right? You know, I've had people, you know, be able to get through, you know, murders, you know, because of Lou, you know, which was the film that starred Nate and Omari. You know, I've had, you know, gosh, man, you know, I wish I could even kind of put together different things. I mean, because it's just been happening. You know, I lost a friend actually today. I found out I had a friend who took his life, but I had you know, a project that I did that, you know, stopped somebody from, you know, committing suicide. And those things mean more than a gold statue or an award. You know what I mean? So, you know, to people out there who are aspiring to do it, you know, if you're doing it for money, I don't know how well that's work, you know, but if you have a story to tell and you feel like you can help somebody, or you feel like this story is different or it's important and you want to put everything you can into making that story, do that. You know, because filmmaking is a process. And when you get into making a movie, you need to be sure that you want to waste that time, right? You want to waste that money. You know, and the hope is that you don't. You know, the hope is that it's beautiful and that it does something, you know, magical and great. And that's my hope for everybody, you know. So.
Yeah, well, you know, just interject. Obviously, you know, condolences, you know, in your loss, man. You know, any one loss is too many. But you know,
Yeah.
I appreciate, you know, that the candor of sharing. But at the same time, like you say, the legacy of changing folks' lives for much, you know, for the positive, obviously, is a strong weight and counterance to that loss. But again, thank you for that, man.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, you know, I want to just take just a couple of moments, and again, thank you so very much for all of this. One, you know,
Thank you.
you alluded to earlier of your project with Tamir Rice. You know, that's something we've talked about offline and kind of forward. You know, just give us a a synopsis of the work that you've done with their family and being able to, you know, from a cinematic circumstance, you know, try to see how the stories, you know, being able to be told and and again, just the impact of such.
Yeah, so you know, Samaria Rice, Tamir's mother, you know, working with her, her foundation, the Tamir Rice Foundation, you know, pushing in areas of activism, trying to, you know, seek out situations of injustice, not just for Tamir, but you know, for people across the country. So that's the Tamir Rice Foundation that, you know, has their hands in that, and you know, she's struggling with the constant support of Timothy Loman, the officer who shot her son currently. But what we did with this story is we wanted to kind of do something unique because there are a lot of, you know, police shooting stories in terms of floating out, right? We're not getting them out there, but those stories come out of us, you know, because it affects us so greatly. And so the approach to this story was to kind of take Tamir's last day and follow him on that day and see that he was a child and see the injustices of the system in various aspects, not just in policing, but you know, from the medical field and from, you know, the emergency response, you know, crew and kind of just lacking what he was lacking, you know, as a family support system. You know, his mom was given so much and she, you know, she was involved, she had him involved in things, right? And so he was picking up relationships, you know, he had other relationships in that community, but that community in a sense, had some flaws, right? And so we look at that, and ultimately his mom, who becomes an activist, right? After experiencing this turmoil, it pushes her into activism and into a fight. And so that's the story. That there's this bigger picture where created um, a policy that went out to Congresswoman Marsha Fudge, and who's now in the Biden office, and the Congresswoman in California. Uh, um, my brain is fogging, but
No
created the
worries.
reform bill, and they talked to us about possibly turning this into a law. Don't know when that's going to happen, but we keep pushing for that, and obviously you being part of what we're trying to do with these series of books that we want to put out and the artwork behind them, to kind of touch on the aspects of the talk, right, and the things that people want to have with their children, from all areas, right? So not just from the standpoint of the Black or Latino community, but what white parents have to talk about as well. And because we need to figure out how to fix stuff, and we can't just fix stuff with us, right? And so, yeah, I mean, this thing has a lot of arms. It's a universe in a way, and so we're pushing for that with Tamir Rice, and just continue to support his mother, as she joins with the other mothers in the fight, and has joined. And that was another great thing about being a part of the Tamir Rice Foundation. We had to go out to Cleveland and shoot a little bit,
Mhm.
just to save our tax credit, because they're very strict about tax credits. But long and short, Fred Hampton was at the event we were holding and that I spoke at. But Fred Hampton Jr., I'm sorry, spoke there. Got to meet him, and ultimately they were shooting Judas and the Black Messiah there, and that was mind blowing. And that some of the crew members and cast, Dominique Fishback and Algie Smith, and I think Daniel was there somewhere. Brian and all these different guys, Ian Duff, so it was amazing just to kind of be in the midst of that situation and circumstance when it was happening, as well. So it was really cool. But that kind of, I think, sums up Tamir and the movie 12. So hopefully we'll be shooting this year, and you guys will be catching that movie soon.
No, man. Again, just what a legacy of success and storytelling and just history. Kind of just surmise in the time we've had here to chat. I want to just make sure, and I, before we figure out how to find you and follow and support you in your efforts, to say that this is our opportunity with Subsume, kind of in a third year, to be able to try to have stories like this and see that we have that agency to be our own advocates in our story, right?
Mhm.
And that we're in that there's a there's a contract of who we are, right? And it's never lost on me, not only that you've done that and done that well, but that when we were trying to build this out as a project a couple of years ago, that you would take your time to be a part of that. And through Maya Crown Williams and her MechaCon International Film Festival, and shout outs to her,
Yeah,
that
definitely.
you came through. And when we were just talking about wanting to have a stage of black filmmakers, that you showed up, and again, that'll always be an appreciation of you for that, and again, not only showing your work from then, but then looking obviously, at a bright future of continuing that legacy. So, obviously we'll be working, but at the same time, just wanting to again just appreciate you for showing us a way, that through cinema and through activism and through artivism, that our black future and of what we're building here today is gonna last and be remembered the right way. So thank you for that.
Thank you for having me. And yeah, it's always a pleasure, man. Always a blessing. Yeah, I'm speechless, but I'm grateful. Thank you.
No honor, bro. I say we'll be talking, and I appreciate you for your time today, man. Thank you so very
Absolutely.
much. All
All
right,
right.
and that
All right.
is our master filmmaker, Cores Van Diver here. we are continuing onward here with the coolness of Black Futures Month. So again, this is Black Futures Month 2021. My name is Dejan Sneed, here with SUBSUME Media here out of Atlanta, Georgia, and we are just coming through with more How Magic and more with filmmaker Course Van Dyers. Corstian. Am I, of course, I make sure I'm saying your name. Am I giving you?
Corstian Vandiver, but it's okay, man. Chorus is what I go by.
I always call you Coors, but now seeing
Yeah.
it in words, I'm like, okay, let me make sure. As a Dedran, I understand we want to at least hear it right every once in a while.
Thank you.
No.
The white people don't see me coming. They're like, why Suge Knight in my office?
Oh yeah. Fantastic, man. No, I appreciate you. So with that, we'll close up for just a real quick break, but right at the 5 o'clock hour, we're going to go right into our next part, which is Negroes and Spaceships with Diesel Funketeer, graphic novelist, and all around super creative mind, Tim Fielder. And then at 6 o'clock, it'll be the team at Subsume rambling about staying included, in the Black future. And as we look to kind of work with the idea of our Black creative diaspora, not only of history, but of what's next and how we can be a part of it. So with that, we appreciate y'all. We'll be back here at the top of the hour at 5 and take it from there. Thank y'all. And we are back. So it is 5 o'clock on the dot, and we are coming into the home stretch here of Black Futures Month 2021, at least our celebration as such. My name is Dejan Sneed, and we welcome you all. And we appreciate everybody out there who's been tuning in with us since 11 o'clock this morning and before, as we've been trying to celebrate the Black Fantastic and the future of speculative fiction in the Black creative diaspora. With that, we've got a fantastic run of folks. And before we get to our collective group here with Subsume closing out the day, we had to make a special exception for this next young gentleman that we're bringing here to the stage, as we are ready to talk about Negroes in spaceships, and that is something that I'm so excited to bring this guy on, and because it's just so many good things to say about Tim Fielder, who is Diesel Funketeer and graphic novelist, animator, writer, and again, the captain of the future of the Black future of the Black speculative fiction in a lot of ways. So let us get our Diesel Funk in. So let us bring to the stage Mr. Tim Fielder. How you doing today, Tim?
Hey man, how's it going?
Good, sir. Good, good. Like I say, if for nothing else, I wanted to give you your props and bona fides with the naming of this panel. I feel like it could be no less apropos to finally get a chance to sit down and talk about this work and other, like, that's, but let us claim all things in truth. So, with
Right.
that, Tim, please, for those who've yet to know about you and your great works, please tell us about yourself.
Tim Fielder, from Tupelo, Mississippi, born in Tupelo, raised in Clarksdale, Mississippi, and came to New York in the 80s, and I've been stuck here ever since. And I am a visual Afrofuturist since I was a teenager, back when it wasn't cool to do. And now I'm been doing this for a while. I was in animation for a period of time. As an independent animator, which I guess we'll go into a little bit, and ended up becoming I got back into comics. I started my career in comics from the 80s all the way to 99. Went into game design, lots of instruction, raising my kids. And then in 2014, connected with Alex Simmons, who did this character here, Blackjack. Where's that? That side. Let's see. That side right there. That one right there on the cup.
Yeah.
And I started Maddie's Rocket, which was animation in the late 2000s, and moved it back to comics. So I re-entered the comic industry and did Maddie's Rocket, which is what I was primarily known for. And in late 2018, after self-publishing the graphic novel Maddie's Rocket, I ended up getting a book deal with HarperCollins Amistad, which publishes the works of Zora Neale Hurston and MLK and all that. And the next thing you know, I had a book deal, and that is what happened. And now I am did this book here.
Oh yeah.
Infinitum, which this is my dummy copy that I've dropped a billion times, that I use for display. I keep all my fresh first editions up there, but this right here is for display. And that is what happened. So I'm now working on my next book, which I'm going back to Maddie's Rocket.
Awesome. No, that book just simply has character, that of many points. So, I've had a chance to to have said book. I've tried to keep it here.
You got it? You got it?
Yeah. Come on, dude.
Oh man.
Yeah.
See,
yeah.
It's interesting.
Mm.
I don't know how it's selling, but I have never been inundated as much as I am now about, yo, man, I got your book. If I send it to you, can you sign it and send it back? But I'm like, wait, hold on. Because I'm getting tons of people asking me that. Or I'm getting, man, I went in Barnes and Nobles and I got a copy. I'm like, great, great, great. Was it, you know, if they had a bunch of copies, it was just one left. I'm like, what? So that's what's been happening. So I think it's doing well. Seems to be doing well. Don't want to jinx it.
I think you might be doing well with infinitum, just a little
I've
bit.
been all right. I'm
Just
doing all
not,
right.
you know, we can be all right.
I've been all right. I'm all
Yeah,
right.
you know,
Yeah.
and our connectivity, obviously, let's say obviously, but being here on the indie circuit, when I'm very first getting my step and step out on the, as I say, you get on the other side of the table or other side of the game where you're trying to make content and trying to make a book, and trying to get an idea out there, and it's not as instantaneous as you think that process should be.
Yeah.
So for anybody that's followed me knows that I've been mired in every aspect of both pleasure and agony of trying to get my very first book out with Sorghum and Spear. And you have been a great resource and sounding board, and if nothing else, a mule kick forward to say, you need to.
I didn't mean to kick you, man. I didn't mean to kick you. You asked, you told me to give it to you straight, so I kicked you.
Yeah, exactly. No, but to that point, is a good honest answer as to, the as brand. I want to make sure I give the right brand and the correct point. I think it's Brandon Easton that says the perils of waiting for permission. Right? It's the idea of, it's got to be a certain way for a certain person to then say, hey, this is okay. Let us go forward. Or now you can go to the next level.
Right.
It's a point of, again, like you're saying, going to something, going somewhere else, and coming back to it, and then seeing it through. And
Yeah.
to your point of finishing what you started. So that was never lost on me, that particular
It's
conversation.
everything. It's
Yeah,
everything.
absolutely. So for you now, again, having those steps of your space coming through, where now you're coming back to indie comics, and we use this idea that we're in a comics renaissance where comics books, from the spinner rack to now $1 billion platforms and IPs and things like that. When you came into your back to indie comics, what was your reason for coming back to that?
Well, I was doing animation,
Mhm.
and I was doing it by myself.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm a digital animator. I'm a horrible character animator, particularly when it comes to 3D. Rigging always kick my butt, if anyone knows what that is. But I'm fairly adequate, and I can, if you ask me to model a city in 3D, I could do it. And I could, unlike drawing at I don't draw on paper anymore, but drawing at a tablet, I can model for 13 hours straight with almost no breaks. It's just something I can do. So that's why when you see Maddie's Rocket, many of the environments are in 3D. All of the vehicles are in 3D. The only thing that's straight 2D are the characters. And I do my paint over technique. Obviously, I use clips of paint and Photoshop, and I use this program that's discontinued called was it Mosaic or I think it's called Mosaic. It was a beautiful, beautiful inking program. But I decided to come back because animation was frankly abusing me in the corner, like a bald-headed stepchild. And I had reached a point where I produced about 20 minutes of animation, badly animated animation, but it was 20 minutes of story that most people have not seen it. And my idea at the time, it was around 2009, 2010. Well, Maddie's Rocket was a concept I had created back in the 90s called If God Was a Woman, was the name. Maddie Walking Stick Waddy was the character's name. And it's named after my great grandmother. And it was an adventure set in a kind of alternative 1920s past. And I remember I was prepped. Barbara Brandon was helping me. I love Barbara. And I was going to pitch it to King Features, but it was clear. I mean, I've heard Jerry Kraft talk about it recently. So the comic book industry, the comic strip industry was dying, was pretty much dead. It's not dead, but it's not, that's not a growth industry.
Mm-hmm.
So that was the last time I touched on it. When I went into game design, and just teaching for many years, I had done my own animated film, feature film I was trying to do called Harbinger. And I worked on that film for 10 years.
Wow.
I stopped in 2009, just when I went back to school in 2008. And I decided, okay, it's time to let that project go. But I had put 10 long years, into it. Ran into John Jennings and Stacey Robinson. They came over to my crib because, Alex Simmons introduced me to John. Just so happens that John's from Mississippi. I'm from Mississippi, so it's like, okay, I'm getting introduced to somebody else again. And, yeah, man, Mississippi, what do you know about that? What do you know about that? Next thing you know, it turned into a conversation. It was like, yo, this is my homeboy.
Oh, nice.
So, so that happened, and John and Stacey came over to the crib. Stacey took a look at my portfolio case.
Mm-hmm.
I was showing them what I was doing with Maddie, but they were like, first of all, this needs to be published. And got a little depressed for about 2 days, and I knew what I had to do. I had to make the transition back to comics after 12 or 13, 14 years of being out of it. And my life has changed. Thank God I switched, man. It has altered the course of my life. My work has never been as known and viewed as it is now. And, I'm a gray beard, as you can see. So, a lot of young cats out there doing their thing. So I would hope that you guys and the not so young folks who still want to try to break in and do what they want to do, or hope they would use me as an example of what you should and should not do. I am walking example of both. And what you should do is you should always keep going and never stop. Take breaks, frequent breaks. Sometimes you can take long breaks, but get up, get back to it. Don't worry about the voices that we hear, sometimes from people, sometimes inner voices. You can turn the volume down on that, like way down. I was listening to an interview with Don Cheadle the other day, and he was talking about how, what is it they say? Courage isn't the absence of fear. Courage is the ability to carry through with a task in the presence of fear. That's what courage is. So I'm not particularly macho. I'm not a macho man. I try, but I'm a horrible macho man. Let me just put it to you that way. But I am pretty dogged when I want something, which has got me in trouble. And I've lost a fair amount of friends and associates and significant others due to that. But if there's something I believe in and I think it's not hurting anybody, I'm going to do it. So I did that and did Maddie's Rocket. Maddie's Rocket got noticed as a floppy. Then I self-published this damn thing, if could be believed, in my studio on my printer, which weighs about 15 billion pounds. I had it bound in Long Island, and I sold out of the copies I had. Had to make a decision between whether or not I stick with Maddie as an indie, because I had found out the model for you guys who want to know, particularly if you live in an urban center. Let me give you the secret. If you live in an urban center, there is no way you can't make a living. Particularly one where the cities are close quarters, where the public transit system is extensive. Mm-hmm. If you got to drive, okay, I can get you. But if you live in a city like New York City, Philadelphia, in those dense urban populations, it is 100% legal to sell periodicals and art on the street. You don't need a vendor's license. Now, I'm not saying you won't get harassed by the cops, but It is 100% legal, not illegal, legal. If you do that, you can go out on the street. Of course, COVID makes that a little bit more difficult for that and everybody. But when there is no, lethal pandemic, you can go out on the street and you can sell because there are people, you go to 125th Street right now, probably right now, there are people out there on the street wearing masks. And they sell, and some people I know who sent their kids to college off of that stuff, because all you're doing is selling, just like any store. And if you have a reasonably priced book, my suggestion now is, floppies are cool. They're very nice, but that's from a different era. You need to be looking at graphic novels. Why? Because you work just as hard to sell a $5 comic as you do a $20 comic. So you might as well sell the $20 graphic novel for the same amount of effort, and you get paid, 4 or 5 times better. That's what I found. Because from December of 2018, I'd done a little bit. I sold the floppies for a second, but then from December of 2018 to March of December 2017, when I published the book, to January until March, April of 2018, I was having to hoard books because I was running out of books. So not only could I not print enough books because I had gone crazy and printed in my house, I realized that, oh my God, I'm actually paying my bills with this stuff.
Right.
So I just wanted to add that in there, that if you live in New York City or Philadelphia, it's embarrassing. It's totally humiliating because you got to go out in the street. I'll give you a demonstration. Hey, how y'all doing? My name's Tim Fielder. This is my book, Maddie's Rocket, Black comic book. And people say, what's it about? You say, take a cast of Stormy Weather, make the main character, Dorothy Dandridge, put her in a Buck Rogers film. That's what you got. And they go, oh. And you do that over and over and over and over again till you feel comfortable. And it's totally humiliating. This is acting. But then you sell a copy. Then you sell 10 copies. Then your pockets start getting heavy because you make money. You go, oh, hang on one second. Maybe I can turn the volume down on that embarrassing guy and dig into this, triple down on this other part. And that's what happened. So I did that. And then I made, because I did that, Infinitum happened.
That's it. Fine.
Yeah. So it's not just that. I'm good. I'm good at what I do. I know that. But it's a combination of things. It's that I do good work, but it's also I have no fear of interacting with the public. You're not going to have to convince me. Well, Tim, could you come visit with 500 kids and talk with them? No, I'll do that. But do you have enough time? Is the question. Not do I have enough time? You know what I mean? I'll do that because it's fun. Because you're building audience, you're building connection with your readers, people appreciate it. I appreciate it. Because look, let's be frank, we're selling comic books. Right. We're not exactly creating a cure for COVID. You know what I mean? It's not that big a deal. It's not. It's important, but we're not saving the planet Earth. Okay? It's still just paper-based or digital-based entertainment. That's all it is. I'm not saying we're not changing lives. This is not the cure to poverty.
Right.
So it's not that serious. But as it goes, what I mean is that people don't have to buy what we do. They don't have to do that. They can say, look, yeah, that's all nice, but I'm gonna go over here and get something that's more reliable, more essential. So when people spend the time to read my book, they spend the time to feel anything about what I do. I'm just eternally grateful for that. And I'm not perfect. I've been a bonehead in my life. I know that. Not like in the distant past. I'm talking about recently. So I'm not perfect, but I love what I do. I'm grateful for the audience that seems to be responding to my work, and I'm blessed. I'm blessed. I had to work to get here. Nobody gave me anything. And I've made my share of faux pas, whatever, faux pas, and I am the result of a bunch of different successes and failures. That's what you see before you.
Right, and that's something that I was speaking with an earlier showmate, Roy Coupe, about us being more transparent, and that's really the real makeup of a creative is not just the successes or just when the confetti's falling. It's when the pipes are breaking, right? And it's like that's the part that we have to be more honest about, kind of transparent about when we're talking about what makes us us, right? So
Yeah,
yeah.
Roy knows about the Greyhound paradox. You know what that is, right?
Greyhound paradox. No, let me
Yeah,
be
the
educated.
Greyhound paradox is that you don't have enough money to get to the next con, but you can find a ticket cheap enough to take the Greyhound. But the route you're taking is going through a line of the worst Greyhound stations. The bathrooms are horrible. You have people who smell bad, and there's always someone who takes up 3/4 of a seat, and they're having a conversation out loud at 3 in the morning. That's what I call the Greyhound paradox. And what that means is that is what you have to go through to get to the next site to sell. That's what you have to do. I mean, my dream when I was just purely doing indie stuff was I was going to get a Sprinter van, right, and do a van life thing where I could sleep in the van, similar to what Daoud and Yabrile did when he was selling Brother Man. You live in the van, right? You can sleep there, and you can just park in a Walmart lot, right? But you got your books
Right.
with you, right? But now, thank God, knock on some wood, I don't have to do that. So yeah, but that's what I'm saying. If a person wants to go that way, you can do that and be successful. I know you can.
Oh no, that's a great great storyline to like you said, the path to success isn't linear. It's a lot of those stops at those type of Greyhound stations that you
Right.
like you say, you got to make it, you got to make it there. You got to be, and I always say, of course, you got to be present to win, right?
Right.
Just there's that part of it too. Um, so let's take a step back. When we talk about diesel funk, which when I met you, I got what it was, and
Mhm.
because I'm very much in that idea of like a rocketeer and again the swashbuckling that with a dose of technology. But for diesel funk, when we're looking at this from like speculative fiction, what's the definition of that for you and what that represents?
Well, as far as the definition, I'll leave that to Milton Davis and Balagun Ojitade. I'll leave that to them because they're the ones who coined the phrase, which I know was a subset of what William Gibson had done in the Difference Engine with his book. And then they came up with it was diesel punk or steampunk. I get that. I'll leave that to them because that's not what I'm trying to do. I got the name because it was available and it was cool. You know what I mean? That's why I got the name. So that's I don't claim to be the proponent of that, and I don't even care. What I care about is that my name is cool, it's memorable. I embody it, through my branding. That's what it's about because I understand the importance of that visual and that marketing. And I am a designer, and so I can do that. And so even anyone who goes to my websites, that ecosphere of thing, they see that branding is prevalent.
Right.
In fact, the most recent victory we have is that on Twitter, it was always Diesel Funk STU, right? Which is kind of clunky, but I used it for the last few years. And I tried for 6 years to get the Diesel Funk handle from Twitter.
Mm-hmm.
And do you know I got it literally a week before the book came out?
Oh, awesome.
A week. After years of trying, I was trying back in 2015 to get it. And I would every year, every few months, saying, "Hey, look, because the guy who was using it before, I don't know who it was, had only used it once since 2009. So they finally awarded it to me, and I was debating about, oh my God, the book is about to launch in a week, and now my Twitter handle is changing. What do I do? My twin brother told me, he said, "You make that switch right now." He said, "You rip that Band-Aid off."
Yeah.
And I'm so glad I did that because it's just, I respect that process. Anyone who, like Roy, who you could just look at the sheer amount of work this dude has put into You know, the books are one thing. I mean, what is I got some of his books here, you know. Yeah, I got a bunch of people's books, right? And for me, it's not so much the books, because the books is the relatively easy part, because you can write that and get somebody to draw it. People are like, well, I have problems with artists. Pay them, and you'll probably get what you want with the art, right? That's my opinion. Unless you get somebody who was crazy like me at one point, but that's another story. But if the branding, the marketing, they're not buying Unique Studios. They're buying Roy. You understand? They're buying his story. That's not easy to do, because you have to have a concentrated effort that no one sees what's happening behind the curtains. The Greyhound paradox. They only see what's in front of the curtain.
Right.
And you have to expend a lot of energy behind the curtain to make the show that's going on in front of the curtain work. And that's why I have a great deal of respect for that guy to be able to pull that off. Now, you can do that. I mean, you need help. I had help, you know, but you have to be able to be willing to put the time in to pull that off. And, you know, yeah, I would not say I'm as accomplished as him, but I try my own way to do that. You know, and there are times when I'm more active on social media, sometimes when I'm less active. You know, it was a 2.5-year period where I wasn't as active. I made very few posts. That's because I was working on Infinitum. So I was like, I don't want anybody to know anything. But then when I got the book turned in, it was like, okay, let's start picking it up. So now I'm uber active, because I have to be, because I'm now trying to sell a product.
Oh yeah. No, I can definitely commiserate with that part of trying to put your head down and get something done. But like you say, you know, you're not as active on social, which, you know, I've had both as my daytime real world job, and plus, you know, the bane of my existence of, okay, well, I got to acknowledge something on social today, or it's been 2 weeks. Where are you at? Right. But to your point of keeping that your frame of mind, and also in your branding, that is part of our current reality, right? We have
Absolutely.
to be there. We got to. So again,
These
you know,
companies are buying a product. That's what they're doing. They're buying a product.
Yep. So now, so again, the step of that between Maddie's Rocket and then Blackjack. We want to talk on that really quick before we get to Infinitum.
Right.
You know, for your step in Blackjack, how was your experience as a creative going into that?
Well, that was interesting. Alex Simmons, I consider a friend, his partner in crime, Chris Ryan. You know, Blackjack has been around, God, since the 1990s. And I had worked alongside Alex because I was a teacher at the Children's Arts Carnival, which is the famed program that a lot of the guys from Milestones went through. I was teaching there back in the 90s, and I met Alex, I guess, in the late 90s, but he was running a cartooning program throughout the early 2000s. And when I started in the animation, you know, to do Maddie as an animation, part of what I was trying to do was, my idea at the time was, I will do a serialized animation like a web comic, but instead of a serialized web comic, it will be a serialized animation with limited animation, but limited animation can suck.
Right.
And at the time, motion comics were in, so I thought, well, maybe this will work. And Alex gave me the opportunity to showcase at his convention, the Kids Comic Con. This is back in like 2009, 2010. And I set up a table there, and I think I sold T-shirts and stuff in 2011 off in there. And it was cool because, you know, I got some exposure and thought about what I was doing. I was looking at, wow, you know, this comics thing is pretty cool. And then the first Black Comic Book Day happened at Schaumburg. And I didn't even have a comic. I was still trying to do animation, and Deirdre let me set up a table there through Jerry. Jerry Krapp had recommended me. And I was like, oh my God, this Black Comics thing is still alive. Because when I left, it was like, it was a lot of infighting. It was terrible, man. It was terrible the way they used to be going to each other. And, there's still a little bit of that, but, it was bigger. It was much bigger. And then with that meeting through John and Stacy, I had already, before that, started with Alex. And I said, hey, Alex, you're trying to do your book, Blackjack. And he had done one since like 2000. I was like, well, let me do one. Because at that time I was like, I got time, maybe take a break. It'll be good to take breaks from Maddie doing it as animation. He said, sure. So he gave me some stories, and it took me about 1.5 years. I did it for free. Didn't ask for anything. And it took me, it was a heavy lift because, I was doing the visuals and everything, having to transcribe his words into, visuals. And in 2015, I guess, I put my own stuff off to do that book. I stopped. I had done Maddie, but then instead of pushing forward Maddie, I made sure Blackjack was done because I felt like there was, why can't this guy get another book done? And I understood why, because, there are all kinds of things, artists, they want to be paid, they have lives. Alex has a life, but I wanted to finish that. And it was an interesting experience. It definitely got me back in the game. It is one of the kind of, I guess, obscure books I have. And matter of fact, I need to get like 2 or 3 more copies, because it's one of the rare. It's so rare, I don't even have it that much. But yeah, it was a good experience, and it got me back into the game for sure.
Yeah, and again, we've talked about all those legacy folks, Dr. Deidre and Jerry and all the folks that make the Schomburg that special place, because I've always said, and say a lot, that the pilgrimage of me getting to the Schomburg just as a fan, I think that was a seminal moment to say, okay, this is a thing. Like, it's getting on a plane and being able to see, a Machindo Kumba and a Roy and yourself and all these folks, like, this is like, all this is real. Like, and to your point, to be able to imagine, that this can go further than even what we see right now. Because thinking of when I first went there, I was happy with just that. Like, I can go to one place and just wall to wall black folks making comics. I'll just bring my wallet and I'll be good. But then it was like, okay, and they're making stuff, and it's like, well, maybe this idea I got, maybe I could get on the other side of that. And it was, it was a day of dreams seeing something like that. Like, it was a pilgrimage to Mecca as far as I'm concerned. Like, okay, now you got the word and you, like, now you know what you can do. And but it goes to another conversation, not only of creating spaces, but to your point of having a doggedness to say, okay, if I get started on this, that there's a responsibility to see yourself grow and develop in that space as you can, even if it's not a linear point.
Yeah, and also, I can, and we I think you want me here to talk the truth, and
I do.
Sometimes not so pretty truth. So there are projects I had started that I was not able to finish. What David Walker and I had a project, Prison City, that was, I put a lot of time into designing it, but it just didn't happen. And I think in hindsight, I can look at why it didn't happen. Just purely from I can't say to what his reason, but for me, I had gone through that with Blackjack, where I finished that book at the exclusion of my own work. And I was not about to do that again. So I put all of my effort into doing my work, because no one cares if I don't do my work. It's what I told you. Remember that conversation?
Yeah, I did.
Nobody's going to lose an ounce of sleep. No one's going to be at home, Dad, why did you
exactly.
Nobody's going to care. Nobody's going to lose an ounce of sleep. They really only care if, and I'm not talking about the audience. The audience is different.
Right.
Paris Cullins got me straight on that. He said, your audience will love your work, but as soon as you put it out, just as a guy told me today, he said, man, I love your book. when's the next one?
True.
They don't care about your time. They just want to know, can you produce your work? Can you produce it consistently? And can you maintain your quality? That's really it. And you owe them that, right? And if you give them that, they will give back to you what it is you desire, which is the attention and hopefully some sort of form of resources. But I'm 54, man. I'm not, I'm not old, but I'm not young anymore. I'm sucking in while I'm talking here to you, and the reality is, what do you want me to tell you? This is for those creators out there. I don't know who's looking at this. Maybe some people are looking, maybe some people are not. I don't really know. I just know that if you have a story, I don't care how ridiculous, how badly drawn, how well drawn it is, let nothing deter you from doing it. If you got to get another job, do it to get it done. Just make sure, it's something my brother used to tell me, my second oldest brother, he used to annoy me to no end. He would say, you got to do the work because the time's going to pass anyway. I was like, what does he mean by that? Why is he saying that? Right. What he meant was that time will pass. The time will pass. This idea for Maddie's Rocket, I created in 1996, 97. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It was an old story. And Infinitum, the story I created, 2004? You know what I mean? It's not like I couldn't have done the story. It's just there comes a point in your mind where you have to say, I have to focus on this. I have to focus on this.
Right.
And that's where I was. And what I did not expect was, because, I'm not like a number, there's that core group of visual Afrofuturists, right? And the visual Afrofuturists who I guess I would consider my contemporaries, there are some in comics, there are some in book cover images, and all of them have produced work, and some are more, prevalent than others. Thomas Blackshear would be what I would call a visual Afrofuturist. He's the one who did the Coors calendars, the beautiful. Mm-hmm. Pedro Bell, who passed away. But then you have those guys who are in the generation after that, who, I guess a Machindo would be in that, a Gray Williamson would be in that,
mm-hmm.
A James Eugene, who, if anyone knows what James Eugene is, will you please tell him to pick up the phone or say hi online so people can know he's around. But these folks, I guess we all did our thing, but then there's some who are less prominent. Who don't, not a lot of people know. One of my friends, Ricardo Belka, been doing it as long as anybody else, but not as known, because, he's got to get to that point where you get something finished. Mm-hmm. That's the key. You can be great, but you got to finish. You got to actually release that content out, and it's tough. Nobody cares. Nobody's gonna, oh man, why didn't you do this? Or why did you do that? I never forget one of my good friends, tell me back in 2007, because I met this dude, I won't use his name just to protect his identity, but I met this guy back in 1987. And he at the time was an aspiring writer to work with the Village Voice. And I was working with the Village Voice. I was an editorial cartoonist, and I had this concept called Black Metropolis, which will end up being my memoirs. But at the time, it was a telling of the Orisha within this futuristic environment. I'd done concept designs for it. I'd done all that. So he saw me trying to do this stuff for years. And life would happen. I had kids, I won't even go into the personal stuff. But I eventually reconnected with him in 2007. So this would be 20 years later, right? He had gone on to become a famous writer for Vibe magazine. And I remember the one thing he told me that kind of snapped me back. I went, oh my God. And I just asked him, I said, yo, man, so, I said, yeah, I'm doing these things, I'm teaching. So what do you feel when you see my work? He said, I feel disappointed. And I went, oh my God.
Yeah.
That was like a smack in the face. Need it. You know what I mean? I went, oh my God. And I realized at the point, I think you may be the only person I've told this to, but in the public forum, I realized that, oh my God, I have to finish my work.
Yeah.
I have to finish my work. I have to finish my work. So that's when Maddie's Rockin' and all that stuff came back. So when I became, what was the phrase I was told, overextended with other folks' projects, it was not a clean process. I was eliminated from jobs. I didn't do jobs, had to refund money, all kinds of crazy stuff, because I didn't accept in my life around 2014, 25, 15, after I had done Maddie's Rocket, that was it. It wasn't the other stuff. That was it.
Right.
So when I finally went back to Maddie, that's when I got, okay, now I get it. So if I'm going to be a spiritual person, I have to acknowledge that I was given this gift and this talent to do these 2 or 3 things really well. I can't spend any more of my life doing that for other people. I've got to do it for me. I got to do my work. Whatever I was sent on this planet, on this plane to do, it is my responsibility to do that, because it's not anyone else's responsibility. No one else cares. No company cares. No person cares. Your mama and daddy don't care. They just were like, can he feed himself? Your kids go, oh, dad, right? But here's the trick. When you do your stuff and you consistently show, okay, I can do this. Like, of course I want to draw Spider-Man and Superman. What comic book artist doesn't want to draw Superman, Spider-Man, or X-Men? For me, it's Superman. I want to draw and paint Superman, right? That's what I want to do. But I'm not going to draw and paint Superman.
Right.
You know what I mean? I have to do my stuff. Only after that, now are companies interested in what I do. Now my kids, who've always, particularly the 2 boys, love what I do. And that's why the book is dedicated to them. Now there's maybe a possibility, ironically, that stuff that I never thought I would get a chance to do, maybe that might come up, but I'm not really looking for that. I'm looking to build my own bibliography. It's ironic the way it works. So yes, I'm doing my thing. That's what's most important to me. I want to have a legacy to leave behind me. You know what I mean? It's not enough just to be good. What did Luke Skywalker say on The Mandalorian? Talent without training, what's the point? Before he starts slapping up the black doctrine. But that's what it is. It's okay, so you're good. So what?
Right.
So what? Who cares? Can you put something out? You're an animator. You want to animate? You want to create an animator? I'm going to tell you the real trick. Here's the thing. It's not enough, and with all due respect to people who go that way, and I have to deal with that challenge too, but what I have learned, it's not enough to have a property and to just be looking for an option for that property, right? If you can get an option, great. But you can't necessarily expect that option is going to give you everything you want, because the very nature of an option is you have a product that you lease to someone else to create that product. And they're going to change everything, right? Because that's just what they do. That's what they do. They see an opportunity. They're going to take your product and say, okay, now let's get rid of this, put this in there. And, great. If you don't have a problem with that, I'm sure George R. Martin doesn't have a problem with it. He's fine. He's good.
Right.
And I realized that if you can disconnect, it's like Maddie's Rocket is a book. Maddie's Rocker will probably eventually be turned into a series of some sort. That will happen. Infinitum definitely, but I can't go into that, right? But it's like I have to divorce myself from that. I have to say, okay, it's like the guys who do The Expanse. I don't know if you've read The Expanse novels. The
I
Expanse
haven't.
novels.
I think I've got one, and again, to your point, I have not read them yet. I figured to finish the series and
It's
then go back.
okay.
To the
It's
book, right?
okay. I tell you, in
Mhm.
many ways, the show is better than the books.
Mm.
It's because the show takes the thing without spoiling anything. The show takes the events and the themes in the books and expands on them in ways that you could not anticipate. Right? And in certain ways, I enjoy it more than I did the books. So I have to divorce myself to say, okay, if I'm going to option or sell this thing, right, then I have to accept the fact that I have to be smart about who I option to. I have to recognize that that's a different product than my book. This is mine. This is mine. That's mine. If I option it, that's someone else's. Right? What I can do is not be a passive owner, and I can actually be involved in the creative process. But that's part of negotiation, right? Now here's the thing that happens beyond that, and it's the harder road, but it's the road, the Lucas road, I call it. So there's an interview with George Lucas and Robert Redford talking during Sundance Film Festival. I would ask anyone to look it up. It's George Lucas, Robert Redford, and they're being interviewed, I think, by Chris Nolan. And Lucas does his normal spiel. The studios are bloodsuckers, they're vampires, they're white slavers, whatever. But then he goes into this sequence where he talks about how to have control of your work. He says the way to do it is you have to own it and you have to pay for it. Let me repeat that again. You have to own it and you have to pay for it. If you're prepared to own it and you're prepared to do what you have to do to pay for it, then you get to call the shots of what happens. You have more leverage, right? Right? So, for example, occasionally people see me with my twin brother and we shoot. I'm drawing him on a tablet, he's filming it, right? We started in 2016 and we kept doing it. Even when times were, man, why did we tried it on YouTube, it worked okay for a second, but man, I don't have time to get on this treadmill. I'm not trying to produce an episode once, twice a week. I don't want that. So we decided to do a show. And the show has taken years to put together, but we've done 300 interviews probably. So we have enough content for 4 seasons of the Diesel Funk Show, which we're now editing the first season, right? And we got to get it done like now. Mm-hmm. We paid for it. We own it. So what did Tyler Perry do? How did Tyler Perry, after he had done his theater work and he went into TV, how did he break? Because he produced the first season of his show out of his own pocket. You see what I'm saying? You see the difference now? Yeah. So when we inevitably go to negotiate a production deal, and because now is a different time than any time in the past, right? Where the entire world population has gone through 10 years worth of streaming content in 10 months due to COVID, right? Like I'm not going to watch Breaking Bad again. It's too depressing. Too depressing, too many episodes. Yes, Bryan Cranston is a great actor. I don't want to do that again, right? Or not immediately, right? But they got to produce new content. So that means we have 8 episodes, 30-minute episodes roughly. Mm-hmm. That's just the first season. We're not talking about the second season. And whether it'll work, I don't know. But I know that we had that discussion years ago. Like, well, it seems to me it doesn't make sense for us to take one episode, a script, a pilot, and go to a streaming service or a studio and say, hey, here's what we want to do. Like, how about you skip that? How about you go with the entire season already done? So if you're an animator or you're a live action filmmaker, you know, yeah, they spend $200 million on the Avengers, but you don't have to do that. You can spend 20,000. Some people might say that's too much, but I mean, nobody cares.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Produce and pay for your own content. So I have my fingers in many different worlds, in the film world, in the graphic novel world. The indie space for right now, I'm giving a break. Maddie's Rocket will be back, but Maddie's Rocket will be back on the same level as Infinitum. It'll be a mainstream book, you know. So yeah, I wanted to say that for those folks who are out there, you know, it's like, I get it. You know, you have to make your way. I know several dudes that are right now going through the process where they're trying to fill options, and that's great. You know, I'm going to have to do that. I'm doing that now. But then there's that other thing where I'm like, you know what? Let's skip that. Let's do this. You know, how about we build the volume? How about we build a volume instead of like, well, you know, maybe we can, you know, build a volume. Learn Unreal. I know 3ds Max. I've been using it for 25 years. Not the greatest, but I know how to use it, right? Mm-hmm. Unreal is free. It's free. Epic it gives it away for free. Learn Unreal. Learn how to build environments, like them, because there's no rendering. You know, in 3ds Max or Maya, you have to render an environment, and it takes a long time to render those frames. Right. Unreal is real time. Photoreal, real time. You know, this is an essential tool that I would say that not only has implications for live action and animated content, but also for comics. I know how to build New York City, retro New York City. I have it in my computer right here, right? But man, it takes too long to render those shots. Yeah, but now if I import it into Unreal, it doesn't take that long. And then I can do my paint over and feel like I've done something, right? That's the world. We are not going to. That's the world we're in. So the sooner anyone gets their act together, right? Like if I was young buck, if I was 20 years younger, right, and didn't have the same type of situation I would have, and I was doing an animation, I would know Blender, 3D, build all my environments in 3D. And it just leaves the characters as 2D. And you just cover so much material that way. But, you know, knuckleheads. I've been one.
No, and but to that, bro, so many good points to that I've got.
Rambling, man. I was wrong.
No, because I won't even bother with Infinitum in the sense of delving in that. I'm just going to ask for another conversation of that in and of itself. I know you've been inundated with those requests as well. I appreciate the opportunity. God. Exactly, in a great way. You know, I wanted to talk more about, you know, what it takes to get to an Infinitum and forward from there. So no, that's perfect. That's perfect. So the last question I want to ask is, what does Negroes in spaceships look like in the future? You know, that the whole premise of what brought you, you know, to say that on stage, and it stuck with me forever.
Looks like that.
Looks like this.
Looks like that. I'll very quickly sum it up in 1 minute. Infinitum is a story about an African king named Aja Oba, who through a series of horrible missteps makes an enemy of one of his lovers, and he is cursed with the gift of immortality. And he is forced to live his life over the course of eons, watching his loved ones and even his enemies wither to dust. I did that using the immortality technique to cover the entire spectrum of visual Afrofuturism, going back to the distant past, paying homage to Charles Saunders, all the way to the distant future with Samuel R. Delaney, and so, you know, and beyond. So this is what Negroes in space means to me. It means that We're going to be here. That we can't spoil anything, Dedra. We're going to be here before, during, and after. That's what it means.
Yeah, that's so prophetic and so apropos for what we're building out here, and again for yourself being an architect of that black future. We appreciate you so very much, and
Thank you for
and
having
taking that part, and these words and the words for it, always taken, with great appreciation. So to that brother, I thank you so very much,
me. Thank
and
you.
we'll keep it going. So you heard it directly from Diesel Funketeer himself, Tim Fielder, and Infinitum. Hopefully in stores now. Well, enough for you to get your copy, right? And
It's everywhere. It's everywhere.
everywhere.
You can order it on Amazon, bookshop.org. That's so crazy. It's literally everywhere. I love that.
There you go. As it should be, and to that, the stories to come as well. So with that, brother, I appreciate you, and we'll keep it moving. So thanks
Thank
again.
you, sir.
All right. So 4 minutes to the hour as we go forward to the last section of Black Futures Month. So we will get our schedule up here to kind of show and share where we are. So again, this is Black Futures Month 2021. Yeah, my name is Dejan Sneed, and we are celebrating Black Futures Month with SUBSUME. So again, SUBSUME being the creator-based platform that is an intersect of creativity, technology, and community for storytellers in the Black fantastic and the speculative arts. And so, with that, our last conversation here is stay included in Black Futures Month with myself, also co-founder Marco Lopez, and our lead writer and creator extraordinaire Robert Jeffrey II. So, long and short is we've got a nice close out of us actually getting a chance to talk to each other that's not on chat and catch up not only with what we've got, but us trying to talk about what we are looking to build forward. This particular program with Subsume and the great speakers that we've had so far to precede us is actually a blueprint to what we are working towards in Subsume. So it's with great care and great appreciation that we had a chance to connect with them. But that's an overarching story of what is this Black future, looking at it from a creative lens as well as what we're able to utilize and build and what is to come tomorrow. So, with that, we're going to just take a quick minute break as we get everybody in and set, and we will be right back. So, again, thank you all so very much for participating with us, and we will take it from there. All right, y'all. It is 6 o'clock Eastern Standard Time, and we are here at the crescendo of our celebration here with Subsume of Black Futures Month 2021. Again, my name is Dejan Sneed, founder and fellow creative in the Black Fantastic, looking at our opportunity to expand story as well as legacy of the Black History Month experience into a vision of tomorrow, where again we can talk about a Black future of speculative fiction in arts, media, and in community, which is the idea of Subsume. And so the idea of being able to bring stories together, have agency in the story, and be able to have an impact in our today for a better tomorrow. That's all we are looking to do. So with that, okay, making sure I have my mic unmuted. I about 7 hours in trying to still figure this thing out, but we're in a very excited to finally get things up and set. So let us again, just take 1 second to thank all of our prior guests that came in before we come into this and look to close ourselves out for the afternoon. Again, we started today out with just a fantastic group of speakers, creatives, artists, and influencers in the Black speculative creative space. And again, we always look at this as inclusive and and an invitation to all when we talk about Black history as well as Black futures. So, we want to make sure that clarity is point and let's just take it down the roster and then we'll go ahead and bring in our team. So we started off today with Comics and Black History with David Crownson, Greg Burnham, and Marcus Williams. And from there, spoke with Miss Christmas, who is Chini Christmas, who is the founder of Melanin.tech, and spoke about Black Tech Excellence. From there, we then talked about creating our own spaces with Virtuous Con founder Cherie Renee. It's Miss P. It's not Renee, but I think it's Renee Murray at 1 p.m. From there, we then talk about curating our culture with John Jennings, and then manifesting our own destinies with Roy Okupe. From there, Solar Powered King Music with producer Rock Stages, and Morehouse Magic and More with filmmaker Cors Van Diver. And then we just finished talking to Tim Fielder about Negroes and spaceships. And now, without further ado, it is time to chat with the members of Subsume, three-fourths of which are here with us, and we'll go ahead and bring them to the stage, and we'll take it up from there. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're blessed to be joined by uh, Marco Lopez and Robert Jeffrey II.
Hey,
Uh,
hey.
a few fourths of the founding foursome with Subsume Media. So, gentlemen, oh man, and we got the dope setup. Thanks to Sarah behind our scenes who is helping to make this possible today. And yeah, fellas, what's going on?
What's up?
What's going on? What's going
Oh
on?
man, you know, um, all those years of civilization are paying off. Being able to sit in this chair for like 7 hours and not even
God,
think
man.
about it. So just rolling forward on a big day for us. So
You,
again, I
you,
appreciate y'all taking the time, and yeah, so we'll kind of we'll get right to it. So the point of this conversation is stay included for all the things that we've been talking about and our own efforts and creative things here, Subsume and beyond, and how are we as a group and as an agency trying to be part of the Black future that we all want to be a part of and see successful. So with that. Marco, we will take it from you to just introduce yourself, give us a quick blurb, and let's kind of chat it up from there.
Hi, I'm Marco Lopez. I won an Eisner Award for Puerto Rico Strong. I wrote and co-created the Cheeto comic, the Luchaverse from Cheeto Comics. And got a few other things going. Kickstarter dropping this month, towards the end of the month with David Brame. It's a relaunch. And yeah, that's me.
and I guess the mic has been passed. um, First of all, shouts out to Dedron for sitting in that chair for 7 hours. I would have tagged in one of the children to do one of the panels, but shout out to you for doing this, man. My name is Robert Jeffrey. I'm a freelance writer. Working with SUBSUME. I guess a few projects: Armidas, Soul Nebula, the Consulars, and the Consulares or Consulars, whatever, and Mind to Avenge, my creator-owned series, and graduate of the 2017 DC Writers Workshop, and creator of Route 3, co-creator of The Crossing, and do a bit of work for 133 Art and some other publishers. But I write wherever I can and get in where I can fit in.
Awesome. And to that, to talk about our fourth person here, who is busy writing scripts for television, so I can't complain there, right? Is Miss Allison Cheney Whitmore, out there on the Best Coast, who is a screenwriter, creator of Love University, and freelance screenwriter extraordinaire. And so she is developing a project with us, Poe, as well as some other cool stuff that I'm sure we'll get to. So, and again, myself, Dedron Sneed, just the guy. This is not the Iron Throne by any stretch. It is. I think to say. I think it's probably more. I don't know. I won't make some parable of it. But yeah,
That's
the
a
guy
Squad
sitting in the
Z
chair.
chair. Squad Z. Squad Z chair.
Oh yeah. So, fellas, I think we're just kind of taking from the top. What in the world happened with us creatively in 2020? And that's not is definitely not in a negative sense, but 2020 just as an impact point for so many creatives. Everybody, long and short, life's been changed. It touched influence with COVID. The Great Value Insurrection of America. So many things just happened last year that really just influenced us. And in the middle of all this, we decided to launch SUBSUME. Right. So now we're looking at it just from okay, we all survived, all of these things and still things to come. So just wanted to kind of go around the horn creatively. 2020. Just a quick blurb on it in your creative ideals, and then we'll get to what we're trying to build forward.
Was it really in 2020?
Yeah, yes.
Yeah, I know, right?
Yeah.
It does not feel like it, but yeah.
Nah, like
it feels like that was like 2 years ago. I'm like, really?
No,
that was in 2020?
No, believe me, it feels that shit feels like it was right around the corner. Excuse the language. I'll jump in just right quick. So for me, I think it was like last year, actually literally probably the same month or March that I got laid off from a data entry job that I was doing. So 2020 started fantastically for me, as a result of COVID. So that parlayed into, to answer your question, one of the busiest years I've had as a freelance writer in my life, like in my entire life. And, major shout out to the publishers, shout outs to the publishers who stepped up, SUBSUME being one of them, and 133 Art, and another publisher I can't really, I don't know if I can talk about, but and other sources of income, but it turned into one of the busiest and creative years that I've had since I started writing way back in like 06, 07. And it's weird. It felt very weird for me because with the world falling down all around us with COVID, with the economy, with just life in general on a personal front, I'm sitting here writing my butt off. And to find the balance between, was it good? Should I take enjoyment in this or should I not? It really it just kind of messed with me a little bit. But creatively, yeah, and professionally, last year was one of my busiest years. So I hope that continues going into this year. With hopefully with things getting better. With things hopefully things get better. But yeah, that's that. That's to answer your question. So.
I'm next. think I'm next.
Yeah.
2020 was wild. A lot of things got pushed back, and then I thought pretty much 2020 was going to be a wash. I was like, oh, that's awesome, because there was this nice progression for me from late 2017 to 2018 to 2019, and then 2020 I was like, this is the year, and then the world was like, no, it's not. Things got pushed back, but then like the second half of 2020 turned out great because I went off to produce a couple of indie films, one that I wrote, and the great thing about the indie films is, the lead in both of the films was Samoan, the director was black, the DP was black. It was, minorities doing it for themselves. The producer, the executive producer, the money man is Mexican. So it was all like, we were just like, screw this, man. We're taking this momentum to, make some stuff and get it out there, but by taking protocols, COVID protocols. We weren't like, getting crazy and being like, screw COVID. But so that was, awesome. And then some of the comic book stuff that I thought was going to happen earlier started, progressing again, moving. And so hopefully I'll be able to announce some stuff this year before summer. But it was just one of those things where you wondered where the world was going or whether what you want to do is going to be a thing that you're going to be able to do. Not that I thought, we were going to go all post-apocalyptic. But at first you're like, when you think like, oh, there's this whole COVID, and then you start thinking of like Spanish flu and other things, that, set back society. And you're just like, is this going to be 3 years of just sitting around? Before I get back to doing what I was doing, but then it makes you also like you kind of said, you think to yourself, if I take advantage of this situation, is that like a good thing or a bad thing? But at the end of the day, like, you got to do what you got to do what you want to do, especially to make moves, especially if you want to make moves to then open doors for others coming in behind you in this industry, who don't get doors open for them. So even though it was a setback, it was kind of like one step back, two steps forward in a way. So it was a pretty interesting year, and I thought it was going to be a wash, but it ended up not being a wash. So I got to say the second half was pretty much very cool, and I'm really excited to what 2021 brings, given some of the stuff that I can't talk about, but it's in the film, television media, in comic books. It's just weird because, like, with comic books being the smaller industry, you think comic books is the easier to accomplish more stuff, and it's not. It's the harder one. It's just weird, some of the stuff that I'm doing that I can't talk about for like film and TV. These projects I'm developing with this one company that they know, but they can't say anything, or they won't live the next day. But it's just weird. It's weird how it flipped, because I thought last year was gonna be more of a comic book year and less of a film TV year, or maybe not even film TV at all. And it came to be the opposite, where it was more film TV, and then the comic books came in on the tail end. So we'll see what 2021 brings. It's going to be a very interesting. We're still in COVID. Things probably won't be going back to normal or semi-normal until 2022. So it'll be interesting to see what this year brings. The only thing I will say is, even though as a writer, and you guys are, and we're used to being at home, I do want to get the hell out of this house at some point and be in a public area with people I like. With people I like, not public area people I don't like, but a public area of people I do like. So I've gone to that point where
I think I told these guys the story. Like, I went to a socially distanced COVID precaution taken Royal Rumble watch party last week, and it was just a very small amount of us, and you would have thought that I had never seen people. Like, I've been so like, I mean, once again, people that I like I could, if I'm in a group of folks that I could give two issues about, I can walk out the door. That's great for me. But for being around folks that I genuinely have respect and care for and all that, that was great. And I was just like, I need to go outside more often. Try that. I'll try doing this. But yeah, the solitude is getting kind of like it's kind of weird. But and I'm a homebody, by nature. Most writers are. It seems like.
Yeah, well, I think if anybody's listened to my podcast, New Wakanda, my just sum it up, man. Just 2020, just fiddlesticks. That's it. It was just like a grand setup of a lot of fantastic things that just simply did not come to pass, and it came with a lot of personal and financial sacrifice, and still on that train, waiting for it to slow down. But in a sense, it's really giving a lot of a perspective to where opportunities lie and what I'm good at and what I'm not good at. So if anything, it's made me better focus on the things to come, and it just real sense, man, is I'm totally excited about what stuff is coming down the road. So just in sum, to not beat that drum much more, is yeah, 2020 is 20. Everybody's idea of what 2020 was for the most part is pretty much my reality, and so kind of trying to be a business owner in that sense. I can at least say we're still here because there's so many businesses and stuff like that just simply aren't going to exist anymore. So I look at it kind of as always, try to be optimistic about stuff. But creatively, it's pretty stagnant personally. But because of Subsume, I got more things done than I ever would have been able to otherwise. So again, that's the stuff we'll talk about next. Is I can honestly say, we got projects on projects that we're just sitting on, and in a good sense, the good thing to smile and look at is what first or what next. And so, an idea of us staying included in the conversation, I know there will be some good stuff that we'll all be associated with, and have those successes to come. So that being part, let's kind of talk about like take one step because we got the newest thing to come, which is going to be Blanco and Kickstarter. So your idea on that Latinx demon of reframing Blanco now here in 2020, to this point in 2021, because just take one quick step back, we had the same thing with Armors last year, right? Um we got a partnership with a technology company to help really kind of co-develop this IP that had every single thing you could ask for. We were happy to have a super talented team. We had a great idea. It's the right time. It's got some technology. We've got a paying client. We got everything we could ask for, right? And then it's crickets, right? And it's
Yeah.
not because it's nothing more than the zeitgeist of when we launched it and when we were at, and we've seen that more than once, right? Is just we got all the things that we think are going to make this thing run, and it doesn't run. So now, we're looking at the idea that we've got projects that we expect success from and are trying to move forward and make sure that success is sooner than later. So I say that to preface that, you're talking about a reboot or relaunch of Blanco, right? Of us bringing it to Kickstarter and kind of going from there. What's your the newest take of how we'll see that go forward?
Um, it's gonna start with a sign up page for people that are interested in signing up to be notified when it drops. That sign up page should go up in a week or so, probably like a week. And then from there, the book launches on Kickstarter. Probably the 23rd of February, maybe earlier, but that's a big maybe. So I would just accept February 23rd as the launch date. We're going to do a 35-day campaign just because I like a cushion instead of doing the normal 30. I like to do the 5-day period is the mess up period where you when you're out the gate, you might hit some rocks and trip over and smash your face against the concrete while you're trying to go out there and promote. But yeah, we're just relaunching the book, Kickstarter, 64-page black and white graphic novel. Me, David Brame, DC Hopkins, And I think it's going to be a lot of fun. When we launched it the first time, I probably should have waited until after the inauguration and all the other stuff. I didn't think Great Value Squad was going to go run up on the Capitol and be like, for America, with bald eagles dropping them in and all that type of stuff, like it's Lord of the Rings. I didn't expect that, and then all the it was like a perfect storm of mediocrity mixed with politics that like you were like, man, I did not expect this to happen, and once it did, pretty much all the momentum got wiped for the campaign because everyone on social media is just talking about one thing, and you really can't push up against that. And you really don't want to because it's just going to be you hitting your head against the wall. So then we decided, all right, let's retool. Bring it to Kickstarter. We'll probably do Indiegogo in demand, so that way, if anybody who misses the Kickstarter can still pick it up. If Kickstarter had an in demand, I would do a Kickstarter in demand, but I don't want to deal with stuff like CrowdAuks and all that. That's too much work. I like to make a simple thing. If something can't be simple for me, I don't want to do it.
Right.
But we're going to relaunch the book. It's going to be a smaller goal. That was something me and David talked about, and that was something David wanted because he just wants to get the book out there. So the idea is the goal that we're going for is to just make the book happen. Print, shipping, all that stuff, lettering, everything. Because we just want to get into people's hands. Because it's always about getting the first thing out. If you get the first thing out, then it's easier to get the second thing out, when it comes time for a second volume. If you can't get the first thing out, you might not get any more out. And that's something that people out there should realize when you're doing comic books, especially comics, that you might have to sacrifice, because it should be about getting the product out there to get yourself known, rather than trying to out the gate, trying to make a payday for yourself. You know what I mean? If you can make that happen, that's awesome. But sometimes you just gotta get the work out there and get it out there just to get it out there, and then see where everything lies after that. But I think I have more confidence in 2021 now that Great Value president is out of the White House, and things are more in I don't want to say an upswing, but things are at least every day thinking like, wonder how things are going to go today in America on the news.
Right.
So now you can people's attentions are more toward I think now especially with stimulus and hopefully the economy slowly going back to normal. I think it's going to have a positive impact on the campaign. I think there's going to be more people interested, and more people willing to talk about it and look at it, given the time frame that we launched.
Man, and again, we're excited because again, that's a dope book. I mean, for folks that had a chance to check out the earlier crowdfund and the art that we've had on that, again, it's a no brainer, man. This is a fantastic point that we'll be able to get started with. Now, talking about again crowdfunding and those stories and things there, I do want to kind of look at where we are and hopefully the future of Mind to Avenge. So to that, Robert, we've been working very diligently and are blessed, like we talked about, to have the original creative team of it, be able to bring this book over to SUBSUME. And so we've got issue 3 in the can, which is dope. So just to give folks like an idea of a future, do you have any ideas of that you might want to share with us as far as like where you might want to go with issue number 4?
Everybody dies. No, there's no, yeah. I mean, we just gonna keep this shit simple, right? No, we issue 4 is being written right now. I should have a first draft to you guys mid next week, Wednesday or Thursday. Do good service. So and we're just pushing the story along of that we started way back when in issue 1. Like I said before, it's great to now be with a publisher, which just wants to get the work out to the people in a timely fashion, and supports the team in the best way possible. So that's, I mean, it's having a new home for MTA, Mind to Avenge, or MTA, like all the cool kids call it, the one cool kid. Um, it's getting a chance to tell that story has been fun. It's a mishmash of things that I love. Cyberpunk sci-fi meets horror, and with a little bit of historical drama mixed in. This is like, if you think about it, this is like the Buffy series that I wanted to see, where there was more than like one black person per season around. One more than one person of color. I had to wait to Angel for that, right? So there's all the weed and shade. But yeah, I Marco Dedrin and I, we love jumping between genres, with the stuff that we write, and that's something that I love to do. So this is my stab at doing horror, and it seems like we've had a lot of support. Thank y'all, thanks to everybody who's ridden with us, through all the ups and downs and all the stuff, but right now, like I said, issue 4 is being worked on. We actually had a couple of sample pages, done, for the book. So um, it's looking, the future is looking bright for Mind to Avenge, and I can't wait to, get the 3rd issue out to people, to, as we said before, the backers, who supported it, and everybody who just wants to, continue on the journey for Mind to Avenge. So. But that's where things are at, and issue 5 will wrap up this story arc. I can say that, right? There you go. Well, I just did, so there you go. It's not a secret, but yeah, it'll wrap up this first story arc, and there will be a lot of righteous retribution and and blood. As I can tell you that right now, it'll be a bloody affair. So.
Well, that's it. That I'm sure that Mateo and Loris will have even that bloody affair looking brilliant.
Mhm.
So if nothing else between your writing and their creativity on it, it'll be something as always to look forward to.
Mhm.
So
Most
again,
definitely.
I'm hyped. I'm hyped about it, and again, already being in production on that's a big deal.
Mhm.
So again, kudos, man, and appreciate it.
Yeah.
So yeah, to kind of keep it to a future and future fun type thing, we've got this project called Soul Nebula that is again this fantastic space opera that we've all been working on and working on with some dope partners as well, like a Milton Davis and Kenesha Williams, and and having people like Ed Embry write and help to contribute to the world development. So we have this big project that again is not seen it to the launch pad just yet, but that's something that obviously we are ready to change. So, kind of talking about what our creative future is getting that very first book, that Soul Nebula, the Consulars, out and into the world. So, well, I'm excited to kind of showcase and share that. So, with yourself, Robert, writing on that again, we've got yeah, basically all of us are doing something to that part. So with Marco having a whole nother section and part of that world that he's writing towards, me kind of with an overarching crib notes of some things here and there is, and again the same team really from Mind to Avenge being Matteo Illuminati and Laura Servina
Mhm.
on all of the art direction. I'm thinking we'll really have a chance to set a standard of not only just quality but consistency across a lot of our stories. So shout out to those gentlemen as well as far as him giving us a chance to round this thing out.
Yeah.
And yeah, man, from there, I mean, I think that's just the it's go time type thing on that because again, we've been sitting on some good projects and properties on that. I think and that's been our last conversation is with so many good options, just trying to figure out the calendar of
Yeah.
putting that stuff out. And as an indie creator, we always like to think that's a good problem to have. Like we have too much content, right? We have too many things, too many dope things we want to kind of show and share with y'all. But as you're hearing from these other gentlemen too, man, we've got things on top of things. So not even just the subsume stuff. is, we're all trying to build creative careers, where this is the things that we do in the daytime, right? It's not
Yeah.
the we have to just put this to the side. And so, and try to be part and keep on brand with Black Futures. As like, we also have to be present in the sense of what it takes to be and stay here. So, it is part of that journey, man. It is no, and we were talking about that with Tim earlier. Like, there's no linear path to this. It's not make a book, advance, make a book, advance. Like, it just don't. If only it just don't work like that. But
I mean, where's the fun in that?
exactly.
Where's the fun? I mean, I mean, definitely, you always want some sense of stability when it comes to the life of a freelancer or just the life
Mhm.
of a creator. But being able to kind of mix it up, and we see a lot of, I mean, all of us, on the panel, but a lot of the folks that we follow and that we're fans of, they're not just doing one thing, so
Right.
it's always a mixture because I mean, as a creative, this is always a piece of advice I try to give. If you do one thing, do it exceptionally well, but if you can do many things, that will make you very hireable. So, because you can never tell where the industry is going. It's just it helps to be kind of a Jack or Jill or Jane or a John of all trades. That's the best advice I can give. You know, um, so that's mixing it up sometimes is good. Maybe it'll give you more paychecks. Uh,
Oh,
so,
we all
so
need more of those. If anything else, more
we
paychecks is
need more of
is my
those.
problem. Well, God, that's a problem that we at Subsume would love to have.
Yeah.
So we love to have that issue. So, man, just last point, and then I just want to make it kind of open floor for us to kind of go around. Is if there is some new ideas or some new things you guys want to drop from your own, from our creative perspective with Subsume, then we're going to allow for any points of that to be made. For me, I'll wrap up one last project and then kind of, yeah, I'll start it off. So, Sorghum and Spear, right? That's been my book. Fantasy story about girls that beat up monsters. That's why it's got me out here in these streets and putting, you know, the 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 remaining scraps of a 401k from 10 years ago all the way out and done. So, short answer is, when we talked last, we had finished out the book and finally got this thing out the door towards publishing. So, we've been working with a publisher, Outline Entertainment, to not only help us print the book, but to get that into a series of distribution. So, we haven't had that official announcement now, but we'll drop it for folks here that for Sorghum and Spear that we'll be partnering with Outland Entertainment on at least the next two books, and
Yes.
with that, with an approach of not just it as its comic book and graphic novel form that I'm working on with a super talented team, starting off with artist Wellington Nomo and our editor and future co-writer Sarah A. Macklin, and again, just trying to think of everybody that's been on it. Robert, you helped with on edits there. Also, Seda Tamafonte on the letters. That when we show this book, hopefully right after this event to our backers, that it looks like something, right? I
Mhm.
can honestly say that
It looks
it
like
was worth the
something.
wait.
You
Right? It looks like
underplay
something.
it.
It's
The
like it
shit
looks
is
like something.
beautiful. It
Yeah,
is beautiful, man.
it does look good. I'm not one for credit. I don't like giving myself credit or props, but I can say to that one, that is a team
Yeah.
that's something. And right behind it, we'll have an anthology book that we'll probably announce sometime next week. So yeah, with the same publisher, and with a super talented team of folks that I have no business being in a book with, but somehow I am. So I'll save that drop, but again, that's a little thing ahead for Sorghum, and yeah, that I'll leave it at that to start, and just say, man, there's some other good things coming as I've been working since last we all spoke. Developed a video game. here for the city of Atlanta under the banner of Subsume. So, we're published there, as well as been working as a director of partnerships with another media company, Skillshot Media, that work in esports. So we will have something in that space to be determined and to be continued for in an absolute. So the idea of, again, when we launched Subsume, it being a transmedia platform, out of 2020, the desperation of needing a diverse portfolio of work has definitely been a blessing in that sense. That we do have some completed stuff that will come to light very soon, and be of a benefit for all of us, as we try to develop this thing into a thing. So those are kind of two things off of my plate, that again aren't formal, but they're definitely official. So um, we'll kind of try to take it in from there, and as Mr. Hollywood gets his hair right for whether or not he consults with his personal lawyer, or whether or not he can relate some of these next releases. Robert, how's things on your end?
I mean, so going into, we talked 2020, going into 2021, Susume related, the I feel that the future is bright. Is that it's the it's good. I mean, I think things are going pretty well. A notice just popped up on my page. It was all in caps. It was weird. That's why it took my attention for a second. I was like, oh God. But no, it was a reaction to a post. But so with Subsume, we have so Nebula, the Consulars, which is the space opera, that I've wanted to write for a while, based on a concept that Dedrin, basically is kind of the brainchild of Dedrin. So to be able to write the core series for that has been pretty cool. My basic pitch is, what if MAGA went to space and messed everything up, like they usually do, not in space, but down here. But and what are the not that I know, space lasers, right? Yeah, but what are the ramifications of that? So, and how does the universe react, and all the good stuff. So it's like, if you're a fan of, I say, Deep Space Nine and The Expanse, that's the type of like space opera storytelling that we're trying to bring in. Being able to work with Mateo and Loris on that has been awesome. The artwork that they've done is pretty good. So I'm hoping, we can kind of get that rolling this year, maybe first or second issue for the series. So if you're a space opera fan, that's something to look forward to. Mind to Avenge, we talked about, script should be, some of the pages have already been done, but the script should be knocked out, next week. For the fourth issue and the third issue, I guess we'll make an announcement about that, sometime this month. Just say that. So third and fourth issues of that, and hopefully the fifth issue would be great to wrap up this arc. Because like I said, I've had fun. I've had a lot of fun with this one, and people have, they seem to be receptive to the first two issues, so that's really awesome. And Armidas, I think there's still some more Armidas in our future.
Absolutely.
I wrote the first issue for that along with Mateo and Loris as the art team, and it was a bit of client work which helped me to check off a kind of a big writing career goal, to write a comic book based on a video game or a licensed work, and Armidas was that. So our goal is to keep telling the story of our two protagonists, and you're hoping to spread the word about STEM, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, in a fun way, in a fun action-filled way, action-packed and adventure. But yeah, Subsume wise, I think things are looking good. We're going to keep busy. Any client work that comes our way, we'll make announcements about that. And outside of Subsume, there's a lot of other stuff, but just follow me, for more announcements. But subsumemedia.com as far as for the product. So I'll pass it over to Marco, and let him talk about everything that he's doing Subsume or whatever related.
For people wondering why I left my room into the other room, it's because the internet was bad on my phone. So I rushed over to this one to be like, so it doesn't keep freezing on me. Yeah, there's a lot of great stuff. Subsume coming your way. I'm doing Sorghum and Spear, Antillean Islands, which is the Latinx side of Sorghum and Spear. We have a great artist on board. Is it the same
yeah.
artist? Is it the same artist?
No, you have a particular artist for yours.
For Sorghum and Spear, it's different now. I'm just wondering.
No, it's the same. Yeah, it's the same. It's the same guy. No, the same.
All right. So yeah, we have. So now I'm gonna feel bad because I forgot his name. It's Sean.
Sean Hill.
Sean Hill. Yes.
Yes.
Sean
So
Hill.
if Sean see this, I give you permission to smack me at the next COVID-free convention if we see each other in person. But the amazing Sean Hill, the designs he's done are incredible. I can't wait to work with him on the actual book. This is going to be a wicked side of Sorghum and Spear. Not that I'm trying to say it's going to be like something you've never seen before, but it's going to be it's pretty awesome. It's a little Miyazaki meets a little Conan. It's two intertwined stories. About two women from different walks of life, but going through similar paths. One is on the it's the Conan side, and the other one's the Miyazaki side. And I think it's going to be pretty awesome and a lot of fun. The one thing I love about Sorghum and Spear is the idea of these awesome women, these characters in comics that aren't your typical characters in comics. And if they are, we kind of take the script and flip it, take that archetype, and play with it a little bit. And to me, Sorghum and Spear is the type of universe that everyone should get behind. Because it's just incredibly unique. It's to its place. It's a world filled with women where men, we'll say human men, don't exist anymore. And I know a lot of people see that as a negative, but I see that as a positive because it gives you a world in which, what if one thing doesn't exist? How does that world play out? And I think that's interesting. It's speculative, fiction, speculative fantasy, whatever you want to call it. And that's just something that people should be really excited about, I'd say we don't have male characters, but they're demons, which is awesome because the demon characters are awesome. I don't know. I just get hyped about stuff, even though I don't sound hyped right now. And then on the Soul Nebula side, eventually I'll be tackling, I guess you could say, the Latinx side. I guess I'm the Latinx dude that tackles the Latinx side of the.
Well, you feel like Latinx demon. You have full reign of everything.
So
but I can understand. you're the
on the Soul Nebula side, it's going to be a very Macross type world. It's it's taking this Puerto Rican culture, Puerto Rico. The people, Afro Puerto Ricans, brown Puerto Ricans, white Puerto Ricans, and it's taking it and tossing it into a, Macross of everyone's. Well, people probably know it more as Robotech. But if you've seen the original, I prefer the original Japanese Macross, Macross Plus, Macross 7, which they'll probably never release that here, and all the other Macrosses. It's taking that idea of this fantastic element of the civilization in space, and where they've been, what they've been up to, and what they're dealing with, and it's taking that very rebel punk, kind of like Robotech did later on after the Macross portion, where you had these soldiers and the bikes, and, has that whole rebel punk feel, at war and stuff. I think it's going to be a lot awesome too. It's going to tie into the other side of Soul Nebula. It's not like we're like in some weird future. We're just like, on the other side of the universe. But, it'll eventually all tie in. One thing I love about Soul Nebula and Sorghum and Spear is this idea that we're all playing in this cool, fun playground. And each with our little corner, and then eventually we'll zigzag into each other's spaces and have some fun there. And then besides that, I'm working on Monday Morning Blues, which is going to be the first SUBSUME webcomic hosted on a popular comic book news site. So that's going to be awesome. It's probably a spring, maybe a late spring launch. So that's going to be a very like young adult Lovecraft, minorities against Lovecraftian creatures. Kind of like how Lovecraft Country, takes POC characters and says, "Our world now," and slams them in the Lovecraft setting, because Lovecraft mythology is great. Lovecraft as a person, not great, but the mythology is awesome. Yes, he's a prick, but the mythology is awesome. So he's dead. So why can't we have fun with the mythology? You know what I mean? Yeah.
I love it.
Why can't we have fun with the mythology? Good mythology is good mythology. It doesn't matter if it came from an asshole. Sorry for the language. It doesn't matter if it came from a piece of crap. But it's a field we should get to play in. And that's what I love about Lovecraft Country, which kind of inspired, Monday Morning Blues, was the idea of putting POC characters in places they're not normally in for either racial reasons or because people didn't choose to put them in there. And just saying, screw you, this is our playground now as well. We get to play here, And then, besides that, there's Blanco. And then, there's other stuff I've talked to the guys about that I want to do, something that'll, especially something I mentioned online the other day about the Monkey King, but that's probably a 2022 thing for SUBSUME. Huge fan of the Monkey King. I was born on the year of the monkey. So always loved it since monkeys and Monkey King and all that stuff, and kung fu films and everything, Hong Kong cinema, Golden Harvest, Shaw Brothers.
Nice.
So that's something for 2022. But yeah, I think we're a group, we're a people, we're a collective with ideas that you should look forward to and look toward, and what we're bringing to the table. We might not have yet the might of the big guys, but what we make up for is a lot of creativity and a lot of doing what others are afraid to do, what other publishers are afraid to do, what other creators might be afraid to do, and just saying this is mainstream. You just don't know it's mainstream yet.
Right. Bro, and Sarah gave a shout out to Macross Frontier.
Yeah, love Macross Frontier.
Yep. So very dope, very dope. So man, we're gonna get ready to wrap this thing up. So again, thanks everybody for tuning in and being part of this, and just in supporting us not only individually but as a platform, and and as a group of folks here at SUBSUME. So I want to just give it a last little blurb out from each of us, because again, the whole idea of SUBSUME is staying included, and not just being staying included with work, right, and art and creativity, but being included in the conversations of the places you want to be seen and where you want to be. So this is like the first of three different conversations that we'll have on a larger SUBSUME platform, which we put out, right, that we want to talk about not just Black History Month, but Black Futures Month. Then the idea of Juneteenth, of celebrating, of creative independence, right? And the different from just 4th of July independence, but looking at that as a point. And then the whole holiday season of, between the idea of, of being able to just celebrate what is to come, what is, what we're thankful for and what we're appreciative of, which is, the each other, right, in that independent creative space. And so, this is one of those three tentpole points. Now, we've had SUBSUME Summit the past 2 years, and thankful we'll get a chance to have it as a third. And again, looking at the reason of this show, of this particular day, and again, thanks for everybody on it, is, we're talking about Black Futures Month, right? Taking the idea of history and legacy and folks that came before us, and what the situations that we're all in together now, and saying that our stories will be around for tomorrow, and that we've got control over that. Just as a quick sense, what does the idea of Black Futures Month, create as a creator, as a person, however you like to take that tent, mean to you?
I mean, for me, just I don't know. We're here. I mean, that's that's kind of the biggest here, and we're here. And we're not going anywhere as much as a huge segment of this world wants. You know, that's that ain't happening. That's really not happening. So you accept it. I mean, because we have, and we're going to keep moving forward. I mean, you know, one of the things that I want to see when it comes to Black, you know, actually, I love the term Black Futures Month or Black Speculative Fiction Month or Black Excellence Month because, you know, when I was in school, it was always like, and we you know we got to learn about this, but it was always like the trauma that we have been subjected to as Black folks, and I had never seen that balanced out with like, you know, this is the excellence part. Like it
Right.
just, you know, so one of the I give props to people like you, to people like you know, with Virtuous Con, with Milton, with everybody who uses this month to celebrate like speculative fiction. You know, when in our contributions also to STEM to show that we exist in these like hopefully bright and broad futures that we're trying to create. You know, whether it's on the pages of something, you know, on TV, film, or in real life. You know, that's what I want to see celebrated every February and actually throughout the year. You know, it's just like we're not an anomaly when it comes to this stuff, to the stories that we're trying to tell. And the more people keep trying to make us seem like an anomaly, we're just going to keep telling these stories. So you see behind me, I love me some Star Trek. You know,
Right.
that's the future, you know, that I would like for us to kind of aspire to. We're just kind of the BS, unless we go to space and deal with the Romulans and all that BS, whatever. But
You jinxed us. You jinxed us now.
yeah, jinxed us. Like as long as I stay on Earth, I'm good. But yeah, that's kind of that's what Black Futures Month means to me in a very rambling statement because I've had a lot of time to kind of think about this, especially with working with some, you know, something like Black Sci-Fi, where we have to talk about this stuff like year round. So
Give me 1 second, guys. Someone's calling me. Hold on. Give me one
yeah,
quick second.
Oh yeah, no worries.
but and I'll pass it off. I mean, you know, that's my 2 cents. And you know, looking at the roster of people that you had on today, I mean, God, yeah, it's like a who's who of Black Futures Month. So, yeah, that's, you know, my 2 cents about it.
For me, it's important because I mean, as a Puerto Rican, Puerto Ricans don't exist unless you know there was Black people because of the history of, you know, the Caribbean, the United States, and everything. You know, Puerto Ricans are made up of the native people, Tainos, the Spanish colonizers, and you know the Black slaves that were brought over. So you know, my culture, my people, my relatives. You know, I have Afro Puerto Rican relatives, Afro Puerto Rican, you know, great grandparents, things like that. So without them, I don't exist. And growing up, you know, I've always been fortunate to grow up in spaces as a military brat, as I was surrounded by, you know, Black people, different, you know, Hispanic people, Asian people, just different groups of people. So I've always had that in my space. And, you know, Black entertainment was always important to me because, you know, growing up, there wasn't a lot of, you know, Latinx entertainment on television or media. But I got to see people that I felt were like me when I watched, you know, Black sitcoms or, you know, Black movies and stuff like that. So for me this month, the idea of this future that we're getting towards that started since probably the beginning of civilization, of this idea of excellent Black culture, excellent Black, you know, cinema, novels, comics, you know, representation everywhere as it should be, you know, transforming comic book industry, the book industry, the film industry to where it should have been since the inception of those industries, where it was inclusive spaces. You know, that's incredibly important, and that's a train that you can't stop. And it's a train that everybody who's interested should get involved in. You know, you know how like in the Goonies they say it's our time.
Yeah.
You know, and in the cave is our time, and that should be the motto every day of your life. This is our time, and you know, Black History Month is special because we get to highlight it, but you know that not the oxymoron, that cliche of like, I can't wait until one day where it's like, this certain thing is every day. I can't wait until one day the celebration of Black culture or Latinx culture is an everyday thing. It's not just, companies being like, hey, let's highlight this on this 1 month of the year so we get brownie points. This is, Black culture, especially in America, there wouldn't be an America if it wasn't for Black culture. There wouldn't be the progress, the drums that Puerto Rico has beat against colonialism, against the United States, wouldn't have gotten beaten if it wasn't for certain figures in Puerto Rico that were Afro-Puerto Rican, that were beating the drums in the late 1800s when they were getting their independence from Spain, and then during when America came and basically said, now we're your bosses, and the people that fought against that, so it plays I think to me it plays an important part, and not only in everybody's culture, doesn't matter if you're POC or not, but it plays an important part in everything that's our livelihood, from entertainment to what we eat to our clothes, everything. And our thing with SUBSUME is, like I said, with the Goonies, it's our time. Join us, because ain't nobody getting in our way. So sorry, this is our moment now. If you don't like it, then you can take a seat over there.
Yeah. And I've been rambling on for almost about 8 hours about what I thought Black Futures Month was, but I'll kind of just sum it the same way I say it all the time, man. We are not here to sharecrop our dreams, right? That's just what I want anybody to listen to me to understand is that we've got a fantastic legacy of work that we've been blessed with, from not just history and heritage, but from the realities that we face every day, and somehow still figure out how to still push forward, even for tomorrow we might not see. I mean, that's on every front that we talked about, whether that's film, whether that's music, whether that's writing and art, or whether that's making the technologies of tomorrow to solve the problems that not only we face now, the problems that are to come, and in a real sense that there's more in our togetherness that really is going to just make us get to the places that we want to go. And to Marco's point, that it's our time. It's our time because not because it's our turn. Because we don't look at it that way. That turn means that we're going to lose it at some point, and then it's for somebody else. But I think it's a time that all of us can see ourselves realized and appreciate it in the right way. So this idea of Black Futures Month, that's I first saw that at least in my own sense, from the book that I probably got. Not yeah, here we go. Yeah, how long till Black Future Month by N.K. Jemisin, right? Just brilliant powerhouse, of a writer, and just it's just now getting started. But I think of this idea of, in contrast, and I wanted to give her a shout out, but I don't think for me this exists with another creator that posthumously is really just now being known, which is Charles R. Saunders,
Yeah.
and who was the founder of Sword and Soul, and is innovator of Black fantasy, that for a majority of his life up until the very end, wasn't even recognized or realized. But again, this man that created Tomorrow and wrote three amazing novels and contributed to had many lives of writing, that again, his end was that he passed away in an unmarked grave in Nova Scotia, and this literary giant now, that we're looking back and going back over it, was in the midst of all this COVID and everything else, simply was just lost in time. But the fact that there is a speculative future is based off of stuff like that, right? That in and of itself, I hope his story grows. And mentioned Milton Davis, somebody I admire, being, having that type of foresight to even acknowledge and connect with somebody like that. That is a stepping stone that could make me think that, okay, I could. I love Woman of the Woods, but maybe I could lend something to it with Sorghum and Spear, and to that point, I got enough of this now that maybe I need to start partnering up with folks and make sure we get stuff done on a constant and consistent basis. That's where I see the idea of Black Futures Month. And I definitely want to just give a special shout out and dedication to him, not only to NK Jemisin, but to all the countless folks that are building this fantastic space
Yeah.
that I'm just humbled to even be able to make a program of and just say thank you. So that said, as Tim Fielder said before, there's work to be done. So,
Mhm.
we're here to do it. And that's all I got, man.
Cool.
So
Cool.
it is 7:01. It is time to say
Awesome.
thank you and appreciation to everybody else. I think I've hit. It's given me a little notice. I think I've hit the limit on Facebook streaming. So now it's time. It's definitely time because I see our viewership on that just cut right on out. So again, we'll just say at least we have it here, and it looks like we're still on Twitch. So I'll just say a quick couple of thank yous and then just open it up so we can close it out. So we do want to just give thanks to not only all of our panelists that came through today, also the folks that made this program possible. Ms. Chemical Ware with Atlanta Gamer Life, who on all fronts works with us as an amazing program manager and project manager, and just dope creative in her own right. Though she wasn't in on us, we're here today. She was here and present and appreciated and felt. Likewise, Miss Sarah, who's joining us all the way from the Best Coast, who got up super
Sarah.
early. Miss Waffles Kitty herself, thank you, who came in
Hey.
and not
Awesome.
only
Hey.
worked on. I'm gonna give you a chance to speak if you'd like, Sarah. But not only did you work with us here on Zoom, but obviously we've been working on our digital platform with Gamer Jive and keeping that digital space not only minty fresh but absolutely engaging. So, want to give you a chance to say hello and thank you personally and professionally on this.
Yeah, sure. I mean, just like all of you guys, 2020 was just like a huge pivot point for a lot of things, for us, like professionally, and then also like personally and at home and all this other stuff. So after COVID happened and everything, I also took a lot of different pivots in switching to doing more content creation and also kind of being involved with my friends in the creative community and also in esports. So I have my heart in esports. I also have my heart in like anime, animation, and all this other stuff. So I just wanted to be involved with whatever is needed to help people in those areas because and honestly, like the industry took a huge hit, and if you were under the curve, it just made it harder to like kind of
Mhm.
get back up on your feet. And so it's a lot of great learning stuff, and it really differentiates who you are as a person and like how you approach things that are just out of your control. So I think all of us have like grown a lot from the time that everything started last year, and I'm just looking forward to the future. And I look forward to being involved with all the projects that you guys have going on.
Awesome.
I just want to say one thing real quick. Is that an awesome pink ranger
I was about to say the
seat?
same thing. I was
It-
about to
Yeah.
say the
I wish it
same
was.
thing.
I wish it was.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay.
Because it
That
looked
was.
for a second, it looked like I was like, "Oh man, that's amazing."
I got like so hyped. I was
I
about
think
to
I
say
Yeah,
watched too.
that is awesome. The best gamer chair.
yeah.
I got it
Love it.
mostly for the lumber support, but
Okay.
I also paid the pink tax for it. If you guys know what that is.
Hmm.
Like
Nice.
they're literally the same chair, but in like black and red was like $30-40 cheaper.
Oh, nice.
There we go. See, that's learning.
Learn something new. That's
Yeah.
awesome. Well, thank you for all your help today, man.
Yes, thank
It's
you so
been pretty
much.
awesome. Yeah.
Oh yeah, and again, appreciation to that. Squad Z of Tanya Woods and John Scooter Robinson and Tony Cade, who help ping a lot of this stuff off of us with
Mhm.
Subsume and support not only in creative partnership and fellowship, but also just show up and show out. So we always want to thank them as well. So, and then lastly, just anybody's who has rocked, will rock, and will continue to rock with us here on Subsume. We're thankful And again, our thing is to be a tide that lifts all boats. So, the way that we create and do stuff, we've heard from a lot of our luminaries and folks like 133 Art and Ray Comics
Hmm.
and just there's a ton of folks that are in like mindedness or a part of Black Futures Month. So though you may not have saw them on the screen, just know behind the scenes we are all building together. And then lastly, just to throw out Villains and Vinyl with Greg Burnham. Yeah, we'll be dropping that this year too. So we're just wrapping up something on the art side there. So I definitely want to make sure that that got a shout out as well. That's all I got for Black Futures Month. With 8 hours plus in, I feel like we did a thing. We did the thing.
There we go.
Yeah,
Cool.
virtually and digitally here, and with more to come. So thank you everybody. As well, I'm out. Thank you.
Later.
Later.